Hello and welcome everyone. I'm so happy to see so many of you joining us today at this great event. Dear colleagues, professors, keynote speakers, lecturers, researchers, and attendees. On behalf of Babelsberg University, the Department of Philosophy of the Faculty of History and Philosophy, the Posthuman Studies Research Group, of the Center for Applied Philosophy, of the Department of Philosophy, and Tribal Publishing, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to our international conference on Nietzsche and critical posthumanism, transhumanism, and metahumanism, for which I am honored to take on the role of the organizer. Moreover, I heartily welcome our keynote speakers, Professor Stefano Sorner and Professor Linus Mussel, who I would like to express my gratitude for accepting our invitation. It is my hope that this international conference will be able to achieve its objective on opening discussions among philosophers, humanists, posthumanists, transhumanists, metahumanists, and researchers to advance new open perspectives with regard to the posthuman paradigm shift. The idea of this conference originated from a need to emphasize the impact of Friedrich Nietzsche philosophical theories and reflections on the evolving philosophy surrounding the posthuman. Thus, to better understand the impact of Nietzsche's philosophy on the posthuman paradigm shift, it is crucial to approach its idea with an open and critical mind. This exploration should not only focus on Nietzsche's philosophical legacy, but also examine the evaluation and evolution of his theories and concepts within the various posthuman philosophies and school of thought such as critical, speculative, philosophical posthumanism, classical and Euro-transhumanism, as well as metahumanism. The goal of this conference is to delve deeply into the complex questions that arise from attempting to comprehend how Nietzsche's philosophy shaped the field of the posthuman. These questions encompasses a wide range of topics, including the implications of new scientific and technological advancements, human enhancements, posthuman art and aesthetics, bioethics, posthuman education, and so on and so forth. Thus, by achieving engaging, we hope we can engage in this exchange. And we hope that all participants will benefit from these new philosophical insights that will help us better face and understand the world we live in. It is worth mentioning that the conference agenda encompasses a diverse area of thought-provoking topics, encompassing both the complexity of Nietzsche's philosophical reflections and the posthuman, ensuring a comprehensive exploration of a multitude of subjects. The committee has put together an engaging scientific agenda and is committed to inviting esteemed and globally recognized speakers to spearhead it. We hope we have a highly productive conference filled with stimulating discussions and the sharing of knowledge. Let us work together towards a better understanding of Nietzsche's reflections on the posthuman paradigm shift. Now, before I will give the floor to our first keynote speaker, I would like to mention a few organizational details. To begin with, I would like to highlight that this conference will be conducted in a hybrid format, meaning it will be available, and it is available both in person as well as online. The entire event is live streamed on StreamYard as well on the Facebook page of the Department of Philosophy. Professor
My YouTube channel.
Professor Ciprian YouTube channel, my personal Facebook page, Professor Mihali personal Facebook page, live stream everywhere. Now, following each presentation, there will be a Q&A session where all attendees, regardless to their location, online or in person, can participate by asking questions and discussing key points of interest with our esteemed speakers. A valuable point for the online participants is that during the Q&A session, remote participants can choose to either type their questions in the chat box or to ask them verbally. Opting for the latter allows for a more interactive and engaging experience. The main objective in the end is to spark productive and stimulating exchanges among the audience. So now this concludes my section of the presentation, and I will give the floor to Professor Ciprian Mihali, who is the head of the Department of Faculty of Philosophy. Professor
Thank you.
Mihali, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Aura. Dear guests, distinguished professors and students, dear colleagues, distinguished Professor Zorner, Professor Tunsel, I'm happy to open this international colloquium that takes place in our university, thanks to the amazing effort of our colleague Aura Schussler and her brave team of young people with whom she worked hard during this last period for the preparation of this event. Please allow me first of all to welcome you to Cluj and wish you a pleasant stay in our university, in our city. I'm convinced that the works of this scientific manifestation will be a great of interest and will contribute to a better understanding of the influence that Nietzsche's philosophy has today on posthumanist, transhumanist, and metahumanist critical thinking. Nietzsche's philosophy is certainly a turning point in the reflection of the human being through the effort that the German philosopher makes to think about a new figure of humanity, a new concept of human becoming. It announces a world in which the categories of classical metaphysics are no longer useful for understanding the meaning of the transformations that humanity is experiencing today. Your interventions will try to argue whether or not Nietzsche is an ancestor of transhumanism, whether his philosophy can be pertinent for the understanding of the complexity and plasticity of a technical, aesthetic, political, or social becoming of the human being and of society in general. Concepts such as the will to power, creation, overman, nihilism, or life provide a key to reading the major challenges that humanity faces today in the search for a meaning of its future. I look forward to follow your interventions with a firm conviction and a strong curiosity that they will give us the opportunity for animated debates that open up new horizons. The Department of Philosophy of our university is honored to host this event. Good luck to the works of this prestigious conference, and once again, congratulations to its organizers, Aura, and our students, researchers. And once again, please welcome to Cluj and have a nice stay in Transylvania. Thank you very much.
Now, I will introduce our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Stefano Sorno, who is a philosophy professor at John Cabot University in Rome, director and co-founder of the Beyond Humanism Network, fellow at the Institute for Ethics and Emerging Technologies, research fellow at the Day1 Institute for the Humanities at Ewha Women's University in Seoul, academic advisor of Humanity Plus, and visiting fellow at the Ethics Center of the Friedrich Schiller University in Vienna. He's editor of more than 10 essay collections and author of the following monographs: Metaphysics Without Truth, published by Marquette University Press in 2007. Menschenwürde nach Nietzsche, Transhumanism, published by Hertel in 2016. Schöner Mensch, published by Nikolai in 2018. Übermensch, published by Schwabe in 2019. On Transhumanism, published by Penn State University Press in 2020. We have always been cyborgs, published by Bristol University Press in 2022. Philosophy of Posthuman Art, published by Schwabe in 2022. Transhumanism with Philip von Berkel, Homo ex machina, together with Ben Klein-Kuhn, published in 2023 and translated in Korean this year. In addition, Professor Sorner is the editor-in-chief and founding editor of the Journal of Posthuman Studies, a double-blind peer-reviewed journal published by Penn State University Press since 2017. Furthermore, he is in great demand as a speaker in all parts of the world. World Humanities Forum, Global Solutions Taipei Workshop, Biennale Arte Venezia, TEDx, Colors of Ostrava. And also, Professor Sorner is a regular contact person in national and international journalists and media representatives such as Die Zeit, Cicero, Der Standard, Die Presse am Sonntag, Philosophy Now, Il Sole 24 Ore. We know that Professor Sorner's extensive research on the connection between Nietzsche and transhumanism is widely recognized. And it's true that now I'm curious to hear his most recent perspectives on these issues, and of course, if I may, especially in what you your transhumanism and your last insights in paganism. So, Professor Sandra, the floor is yours.
So many thanks for that kind introduction. It's a really great pleasure to be here at the University of Cluj. It's a beautiful location, and I'm so happy that also the field of posthuman studies is flourishing here with the center, the Posthuman Studies Center. And it's a wonderful job you're doing, putting stuff together, and I know you've done excellent research in that field already. And yes, at the beginning of this year, I was particularly happy that a specific essay collection, which she edited together with Maurizio Ballesteri on Metahumanism, Euro-Transhumanism, and sort of my new Euro-Transhumanist approach, which I might just want to hang around for you to have a look at. And she's done an amazing job in putting together this 400-page collection with more than 25 contributions. So yes, I've done a lot of work on Nietzsche and the connections to the posthuman, probably starting with a very influential article I published in 2009, and then suddenly, you really can never, you sometimes put a lot of work into a paper or a book, and then no one reads it. And then suddenly, in some other instances, you just put together something in a couple of days, present it, and then suddenly it resonates with people. It's really intriguing to see that some things work out and other things, they don't have the right time, they don't have the right, and that article really triggered a lot of responses, specific special issues and responses in a couple of different journals. And today I will focus on a specific issue, concerning sort of the response to suffering, on the good life in the end, in direct connection with the question of Nietzsche. As an answer to the posthuman, whether it's possible to draw upon Nietzsche and maybe a need to go beyond him. Automation radically changes our life world. This has been the case historically, and it's plausible to anticipate analogous processes in the future with radical cultural implications. Transhumanism reflects on such processes and affirms technological modifications, as it posits that the likelihood of persons improving their qualities of life by means of technological modifications will be raised. There's reason to hope for similar future outcomes based on the past. Of course, this doesn't mean that all modifications improve the qualities of our lives. However, without technological modifications, quality of life would not improve. Technological modifications can also lead to the automation of certain processes. One such case which stands out is the automation of elevators. Up until the 1970s, elevator girls and lift boys were standard. It was considered dangerous to operate an elevator without them. Even today, children below the age of 12 are forbidden from operating an elevator unaccompanied for security reasons. Yet the fact that it was once standard practice for elevator girls and lift boys to accompany passengers in the elevator for security reasons has been forgotten. Elevator girls and lift boys are no longer there, as automated elevators have become sufficiently safe. We forget how different it was to take an elevator 50 years ago. Over the same amount of time, legal attitudes towards same-sex relationships have also changed significantly. 50 years ago, they were widely regarded as criminal. The same is true of self-driving cars. Here, the act of driving is automated. For many, it's hard to imagine a future with no human drivers. However, there's evidence already that the presence of self-driving cars is correlated with fewer fatalities. If this continues, insurance rate for human drivers will increase. Insurance rate will either be raised to a prohibitive level or human driving will be made illegal due to high risks. The same occurred with smoking, incidentally. If an activity is considered too risky for third parties, political systems intervene to regulate the challenges. The same holds for professionalization in addition to automation. Paintings on cave walls have been replaced by typing. We can also expect similar developments in the field of human reproduction. Under the tradition of natural law, sexuality and reproduction were once correlated with each other. With the introduction to the condom, the pill, in vitro fertilization, and surrogate motherhood, the process of reproduction has become professionalized. Artificial wombs and bioprinting will result in further technological developments in line with former technological innovations. If IVF, PGS, and artificial wombs enable us to reliably bring about healthier, longer living offspring, then reproduction will be professionalized in the same way that cave paintings have been replaced by laptops. Traditional technologies will be altered and replaced by more professional and efficient ones. Professionalization reproduction is a particularly striking development as it's so closely connected with the phenomenon of life. Life can be identified with the metabolism, self-movement, as well as reproduction. However, how reproduction occurred has changed significantly during the past 3.5 billion years. Cell division was once dominant in reproduction. Eventually, a form of sexual reproduction was developed in which egg producers and sperm producers met and thus generated offspring. One should note that some fish can produce both sperm and eggs at different times, and they manage to switch back and forth throughout their lives. Some lizards are able to reproduce asexually. Hence, the egg-sperm binary does not necessarily correlate with a simple-minded male-female sex binary. Reproduction is much more complex. Technology further increases reproductive diversity. It is already possible to produce children with the eggs and sperm from 3 biological parents. It is also legal in the UK under specific conditions. It has already become possible to generate offspring from 2 male mice. And if it works with male mice, in 5 or 10 years, we will probably be able to realize with humans as well. If a certain procedure can reliably produce the best possible outcomes, other means will vanish. We can refer to this as a professionalization of reproduction. In the same way as we no longer have elevator girls and lift boys to do the process of professionalization, it can be expected the same will eventually hold also for reproductive acts. Hence, the meaning of sexuality and reproduction will change. Reproduction will be technologically professionalized. Sexuality is then more a source of pleasure. Both issues are fundamentally connected to what it means to be alive. Hence, conceptual changes must occur on a more basic level. To be alive is fascinating and began around 3.5 billion years ago on Earth. How it happened, we don't know. It is just absolutely striking that first we had something inorganic and suddenly we have something self-moving entities. It was most likely the result of a complex interaction between heat, water, stroke of lightning close to a volcano, which made molecules arrange such that living entities came into being. Being alive implies that an entity moves by itself. Movement implies the need to overcome obstacles, implies desiring, and implies suffering. It has widely been recognized that suffering is a fundamental condition of life. Buddhists refer to it as dukkha. Hindus and Christians too stress the relevance of continuous suffering on earth. Different religions and philosophers have presented different responses to the challenge of suffering. However, dukkha is a fundamental condition we all need to face. I want something, I desire something, and I long for something, and consequently I suffer. I don't have what I want, need to overcome obstacles to get what I want. And I will not run out of wants while being alive. Even some Buddhists acknowledge this when stressing that the best humans can reach in this life is a peri-nirvana. It's not full nirvana, it's sort of never full nirvana, as humans possess an ego which wants, desires, and strives, which cause us to continuously suffer. And the central challenge is how to face the issue of suffering. And then we need to actually, what suffering, pain, and what that actually means, that is a really, really difficult challenge, and it deserves a lot of further reflections, which I can't talk about here now. Responses. There are different responses now to the issue of dukkha, of suffering. Traditional binary ontologies shared one specific response to suffering in this world. This world is suffering, the other world, the immaterial realm, the afterworld can be full of bliss if you do what is morally right. Binary understanding of humanism has affirmed the hope for bliss in the world after this one. However, after Spinoza, Darwin, Nietzsche, it's implausible to believe in an afterworld, and alternative responses to the challenge of continuous suffering have been suggested. Hardly any serious philosopher has endorsed an approach built on naive, based on a base hedonism. A moderate Epicurean account, on the other hand, has been widely shared. And the starting point for both Schopenhauer and Nietzsche were reflections on the acceptance of life as suffering, of dukkha. That is the fundamental condition which was their starting point. However, their responses differed significantly from each other. Schopenhauer recommends a denial of the will, whereas Nietzsche stressed the relevance of affirming to strive, as well as an affirmation of all suffering. And none of these suggestions corresponds to my perspective on this issue. Hence, I'll be reflecting on alternative response to the challenge of suffering, which is a non-utilitarian, non-Buddhist, and non-Nietzschean response to dukkha, and which can be referred to as a refined post-human hedonism. However, I don't regard as the only valid response to the question of the good life. As I've stressed, I affirm that no non-formal account of the good is plausible, as there is a great diversity of concepts of the good that corresponds to our longings, desires, and drives. In the following reflections, I present different lifestyles that can be seen as paradigmatic responses to the challenge of dukkha. Maybe each of us should realize their own needs, drives, desires, and affects, and try to live in accordance with their demands. And the following lifestyle paradigms might be helpful when reflecting on possible life-world decisions for one's own life. My own preference is a refined post-human hedonism. However, the physiological demands of human beings differ significantly. So different groups of humans might have different lifestyle demands. In the following survey, I identified each lifestyle with a specific city representing the specific lifestyle. There is a Berlin style. Berlin is the capital of base hedonism, the temple of Dionysus. Whether you go to Kit Kat Club or Bergheim, it's all about immersion and immediate hedonistic gratification. Herein you can follow and live in accordance with your immediate drives to enjoy the most intense sexual pleasures, sex, drugs, and techno music. It is about public sex, intoxication, and living in the moment. No philosopher has properly affirmed the Berlin style. Aristippus and the young Foucault have lived elements of base hedonism. However, it's more closely connected to rock and roll lifestyle. Live fast, dive young, and join the Club 27. I want to get my kicks right here, right now. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? William Blake's collection of aphorisms entitled The Marriage of Heaven and Hell summarizes central judgments representative of the Berlin style. The road of excess leads to the palace of wisdom. exuberance of beauty, and you never know what is enough until you know what is more than enough. Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, Kurt Cobain, Brian Jones, as well as Amy Winehouse lived in accordance with these insights and became members of the Club 27. Even though base hedonism is particularly characteristic for rock stars, there are some poets like Jörg Trakl or painters like August Mack and Jean-Michel Basquiat who are the club members and attempted to live life to the fullest. Excess, exuberance, and testing limits are the central characteristic features of the Berlin style. It's beautiful, it's exciting, it's intriguing. Many of the artists of the Club 27 have been so creative that they managed to realize a distinctive aesthetics responsible for a paradigm shift in their respective artistic field. Many have become pop icons. However, this lifestyle also has its limitations, as one can see from Club 27. If you permanently live life on the edge when trying whatever drug is offered to you, this will have consequences for your health. You will become ill, gain weight, and face the permanent risk of dying from an overdose of heroin. Our psychophysiological constitutions are not made for the constitution of permanent excess. If you plan to live beyond the age of 27, it's not advisable to live in this manner of the Berlin style. Even so, it's particularly tempting, especially during one's adolescence. The sensuality, eroticism, and attractiveness are impossible to deny. There is something intensely exciting about lacking concern for tomorrow and living life in the most intense way every day. Hijinks as a daily lifestyle choice. Yet Club 27 is already many members. So it should be noted that Mick Jagger and Keith Richards are still alive. The appropriateness of this AC/DC as well, and some others. So, the appropriateness of this lifestyle might depend on your bodily makeup. However, the likelihood of contracting a deadly disease, of your body breaking down due to the stress of a drug-induced state is extremely high. Even if you don't join the club, you will likely die a premature death. This is one of the decisive arguments against embracing the Berlin style. The Turin style. With the Turin style, we're turning to a philosophically more widely shared approach. It's more closely connected to Nietzsche's last human being, which we expect as a dominant lifestyle after the death of God. Human beings who live in accordance with the Turin style do not try to achieve anything special. They follow their daily tasks, duties, and orders. After having done their 9-to-5 jobs, they can enjoy beer while watching television in the evening, go to a football game during the weekend. By working your regular job, you can maintain a family dog with your friends and have some intense pleasures during your 2-week vacation on Mallorca in a 4-star hotel. On vacation, you enjoy a bottle of sangria and be carefree as you've worked hard throughout the year, and you deserve a bit of fun some and then. A little bit of moderate excess during one's vacation is fully justified. You will not create anything special, do not have any significant worries, and live a healthy life, as being healthy is important to you. For some, being healthy simply means to feel good and not to be in pain. For others, it's important to not have any bodily dysfunctionalities. In any case, the Turin style makes it possible to enjoy a quiet and healthy life without any significant worries. You follow the demands of the one, this man, have a job, a family, and friends, and don't have to worry too much for the future. As you live in a political system which is well developed, social insurance system, public education is free, the public health insurance covers all significant diseases and comes along with your citizenship. In the event that you lose your job, you will receive unemployment benefits for a while, and even if things go terribly wrong, the social security with the government provides enables you a decent standard of life and an excellent house insurance. The maximum of excess you allow yourself occurs during your vacation. Maybe you meet a prostitute in order to escape from your regular everyday existence. However, most of the time you do your job, support your family, and spend a bit of time with your friends in a soccer club. The Turin style is characteristic of Nietzsche's last human being. However, the letzte Mensch. However, it also has some traces of an Epicurean hedonism or a common sense account of the good life. There's nothing entirely problematic with this lifestyle besides you not having any time to dedicate yourself to any of your own special interests. You're like a slave. A slave is someone's property. You're a worker who gets a little for being able to survive and for being able to sustain your family and have some fun with your friends. This is it. You neither have the time nor the means for living luxurious pleasures as expect for a 2-week vacation during which you can grant yourself the luxury for the masses. The Milano style. Milano is a city of money. Upcoming, disciplined business people work hard to improve their financial standing. They get up early, go jogging or to the gym, have a clearly worked out diet, and try to take control of the aspects of their lives. Thereby, they often adopt a stoic attitude in order to bear the suffering which needs to be endured. It's the attitude of getting rid of suffering which is characteristic of the Milano style. There are different ethical theories associated with the goal. Negative utilitarianism focuses on minimizing suffering. The ethics is particularly relevant for political challenges. The Stoic ethics is concerned with developing virtues such as suffering can be endured best. It's a virtue ethical response to the challenge of suffering. Its Schopenhauerian ethical position seeks to get rid of suffering by means of overcoming the desire and ego. The ethics of the good life was inspired by the Buddhist take on dukkha. The desiring ego is responsible for suffering. By getting rid of the desiring ego, it's possible to overcome dukkha. However, while one is alive, there's always an ego. Hence, it might be impossible to completely get rid of suffering in this way. The temporary relief from suffering can be achieved through aesthetic contemplation, according to Schopenhauer, as it makes it possible to free oneself from one's desiring ego and to enter more fundamental levels of existence. By means of instrumental music, it might be possible to become one with the will itself. By means of the other arts, one can at least reach the realm of Platonic forms. However, it is the best way of dealing with suffering. According to Nietzsche, it is a life-denying attitude. In addition to suffering, you also free yourself from pleasures. To get rid of suffering and still retain capacity to enjoy the great variety of pleasures in life doesn't seem to be a realistic option. So far, at least, no one has provided a convincing argument which demonstrates that this option is realistic. I understand that life can be unbearable sometimes, which rendered the Milano style as plausible. Cicero was devastated by the premature death of a beloved daughter. That's how he adopted sort of the Stoic ethical account, which are part of his ethical approach, which enabled him to deal with such terrible challenges. According to the Stoic virtue ethics, possessing virtues is necessarily as well as sufficient for living the good life. If faced with the death of loved ones, one's own mortality, suffering, diseases, failure, humiliation, poverty, war, as well as famine, the challenges of suffering can become so immense and overwhelming that everything else can become irrelevant. Then various elements of the Milano style might be meaningful. If this is not the case, then it seems life-denying. We all face failures, diseases, and the loss of loved ones. Trying to get rid of suffering is one approach for dealing with these challenges. However, in tracing suffering and reinterpreting it so that different goals can be achieved, or a different meaning can be given to the suffering, are alternative approaches for bearing the pain, Nietzsche argues, and I agree. By getting rid of suffering, you also get rid of the possibility of experiencing pleasure. However, don't these intense emotional moments represent the most meaningful elements of life? Which emotional moments should we aim for? What are the most meaningful moments that can be experienced? Is there a hierarchy of special goals that we should strive for? For Nietzsche's the will to power ontology of becoming implies certain suggestions. They can be distinguished in a naive Nietzscheanism and an elaborate Nietzscheanism represented by the Rome and Florence style, respectively. The Rome style. A naive understanding of Nietzsche identifies his will to power ontology with the understanding that all humans strive for political superiority. Such a reading cannot be tested by Nietzsche's text, at least on the subject of the highest feeling of power. However, his understanding of power also implies that power is perspectival. Hence, it depends on the criterion of the interpreting entity which criterion of power gets applied. Nietzsche has his criteria of what counts as a highest feeling of power. This is not shared by most. In the Vatican, power might be identified with a religious hierarchy, with the Pope as a central representative of God on earth possessing the highest power. If the Pope makes a judgment ex cathedra, is this universal valid? Catholic dogma declares the Pope to be infallible. This means that if a Catholic doesn't share the infallibility of the Pope's judgment, then this is a reason for excluding the person from the Catholic community. However, it needs to be noted that the infallibility of the Pope only concerned the Pope as a public person, not as the Pope as a private person. Only if the Pope makes an ex cathedra judgment that it becomes a universally valid judgment. The Pope both has the political power in the Vatican as well as religious power concerning the Catholic community. With the Vatican being within the borders of the city of Rome, the center of Catholic power can be identified with the city of Rome. Rome cannot only be identified with an important center of religious power, but also with relevant center of political power, as Italy is the top 10, the largest economies in the world. But both political as well as religious power relates to dirty business, and both Nietzsche and Foucault have analyzed all of these in great detail. And you need to overcome morally problematic obstacles to establish yourself in the circles of religious as well as political power. However, if you manage to reach such a position of power, then many others depend on you. It might even be the case that your decisions lead to the death of hundreds of thousands of people if you decide to enter war into another country. Power corrupts, at least a common phenomenon. Any kind of power implies the possibility of abusing this position for your own interest. The logic of striving for religious and political power is that by gaining such a position, it's intrinsically valuable for you. Feeling your own situatedness above others provides you with an intrinsically valuable emotion. It's this emotional state that allows you to invest your life with meaning. Undoubtedly, it's the case that power plays a central motivating factor when it comes to human motivations. However, is it the only central factor? And are political religious powers related to stage which Nietzsche identifies with the highest feeling of power? There's a Florence style. So it's not just the political and the religious power, it goes beyond that. Nietzsche stresses the central relevance of is a feeling of power, and that the criterion for power, the highest criterion for power, according to Nietzsche, depends, well, it's a perspectival interpretation. Decisive power criteria differ depending on the respective perspective. Nietzsche stresses that the highest feeling of power can be realized by interpreting the world of becoming as a world of stable being, which then becomes culturally dominant so that it changes human perspective for centuries. Nietzsche only reaches his personal goal if his interpretation of the world becomes widely accepted over many centuries. That's what he explicitly stressed. In the same way as Plato's interpretation of the world, according to Nietzsche, Plato's interpretation of the world of becoming as a world of being has become dominant in significant parts of the world over millennia. Now in the meantime, nearly 2,500 years, as Nietzsche identifies Christianity with Platonism for the people. This is the highest power one can reach, according to Nietzsche, as changing philosophical and religious perspectives of human beings determines their acts. The task can be achieved by means of philosophical as well as artistic activities, interpreting the world of becoming as a world of being, and by successfully advertising it, people's acts can be altered, as acts depend upon one's foundational understanding of the world. And I refer to this response of the challenge of suffering as Florence style. As Florence has been a cultural, artistic, as well as philosophical center for many centuries. Here, artists, philosophers, as well as intellectuals retreat to dedicate themselves to their intellectual, artistic, as well as philosophical creation, by means of which philosophical perspectives can be altered. Thus, successful cultural creators manage to experience the feeling of intellectual power, the highest kind of power, according to Nietzsche. You need to work hard on yourself, be extremely disciplined, have realized an enormous amount of control over your cognitive, artistic, and intellectual capacities to bring about cultural creations. It's an extremely tough, demanding, and disciplined lifestyle, which goes along with the realization of impressive cultural capacity. Such self-control goes along with the affirmation of pain. So you justify the pain by means of sort of the power you achieve, the feeling of power you achieve. Self-discipline, self-control, and being reclusive and solitary. Solitude is one of the central virtues in Nietzsche. Are painful states and activities which are justified by really realizing the achievement of power, which is the central driving force according to Nietzsche. Hence, the Florence style affirms pain. Pain is embraced to realize intellectual, philosophical, as well as artistic power and capacities. The reward is a state of feeling and intellectual superiority, which is the highest kind of feelings possible according to Nietzsche. By affirming pain and aiming for power, you can justify the pain, gain intellectual, philosophical power. Achieving a moment of enormous philosophical power can justify an entire existence. Yet to reach this goal, many obstacles must be overcome. Hence, great help is needed. It is important to recognize this insight. He actually has two different notions of health. Nietzsche recognized the relevance of health, both concerning the last human being, the letzte Mensch, as well as for the overhuman. Health is important for both. However, the definition of health can differ, and the last human being embraces a different concept of health than the overhuman. Nietzsche was rather critical of health being a praiseworthy goal, as when he identifies it with the lifestyle of the letzte Mensch, of the human being, of the last human, in the Turing style. He was very critical. Cultural creators, however, do need what he refers to as great health. Great health does not imply the absence of disease, but the capacity to overcome illnesses again and again and again. So you challenge, you struggle, but you manage to overcome. That's sort of the great health. Resilience is required, as well as strength and the capacity to deal with obstacles. All these capacities can be identified with Nietzsche's concept of great health. However, it's not an intrinsically valuable goal, as the fundamental human drive is the will to power. And the highest kind of power gets identified with a feeling of intellectual power when the world of becoming is interpreted as a world identified with the world of being. And this understanding is sufficiently communicated with the wider public. If one's own interpretation dominates the acts of others, it's possible to experience the highest feeling of power. And it should be noted that for Nietzsche, it's a feeling of power which matter intrinsically, not the pleasure which goes along with it. It's a feeling of power. And it's this issue where some further reflection seems to be needed from my perspective. Power is relevant as a means. However, what really matters in life are exuberant states of joyful fulfillment. And that's what I call the Naples style. There are many elements in Nietzsche's reflections with which I agree. However, the ultimate justification of existence seems to lack a decisive moment. Is it really the feeling of power we strive for? Is experience yourself as superior to others the sufficient condition for finding contentedness and meaning? Is power an intrinsic goal, or is it instrumentally relevant? Uniqueness, having evolved capacities, putting effort into disciplining yourself, and being able to control your body, your mind, your thinking are aspects of power. Possessing all these traits are amazingly relevant without doubt. However, they are sufficient for experience moments of utter bliss, ecstasy, and fulfillment. Are they sufficient for that? I don't think this is the case. I agree that the most stable capacities, the most lasting, most impactful capacities are our intellectual, philosophical, and artistic capacities. Nietzsche is correct in that respect. Doing art and philosophy is identical with living a post-human life of leisure. However, something is missing. Moments of utterly overflowing joy are states of intense pleasure. Here's a circle between the various lifestyle closes itself. I want to get my kicks right here, right now, but the demands that go along with base hedonism are not appealing. Base hedonism is self-destructive. Hence, a different kind of hedonism is needed. Not a state with little pleasure, some and then, but a lifestyle with ecstatic intensities. These intensities apply both to the feeling uniqueness with respect to one's capacities, but also with respect for the amazingly special state of overflowing pleasures that are realized. The refined post-human hedonism. The refined post-human hedonism agrees with the utmost ecstatic states of living in accordance with your idiosyncratic special needs. And they are idiosyncratic depending on each specific constellation of tribes. Your special needs that lie beyond the borders of what one does, of normality, of our everyday existence. However, they cannot be achieved easily by going to KitKat or Bergheim. They demand certain powers, uniquenesses, and capacities as necessary prerequisites. Powers are a means for special moments to justify dukkha. These moments of utterly overflowing bliss must not be identified with the naive hedonism that undermines health. These utmost moments of fulfillment demand powerful people and the possibility of being with other powerful people with whom it's possible to agree to experience these special moments together. A companionship of strongly resonating others is needed. Constructive interferences with others with whom correlating special needs are shared. Thus, it's possible to live beyond the boundaries of the normal, a certain discrete reclusiveness might be needed, as the one would never be able to relate, understand, and accept these tribes, affects, and longings. Maybe some events need to happen behind closed doors. Raffinatezza, grandezza, fiducia are three prerequisites for experiencing the most intriguing, intense, and refined moments of explicit pleasure pains. It is important to highlight not only greatness and refinement, but trust is utterly fundamental too. Without trust, you're solitary. However, trust demands a long-standing foundation. It needs to be clear that your close companions are trustworthy, besides embodying greatness and refinement. It is extremely rare that all these demands come together. Once all these conditions are given, it's possible to openly let go and live in accordance with one's most special, idiosyncratic, and extreme drives, affects, and longings. Extreme kinds of uniqueness lead to intense types of unity, of hijinks. Power is important. Nietzsche is correct in this respect. But to be able to justify your existence and all the pain which are necessary, constituent of your existence, it is central to experience moments of utterly ecstatic bliss by living beyond the borders of what the one demands. These moments usually demand refined and strong others with whom you're connected in a strong bond of lasting trust. The trust is essential for freely opening up and for revealing your own idiosyncratic special needs. If the relationship with these others consists in constructive interference, you can openly live all your intensively special drive and experience overflowing moments of utter fulfillment. And thus it's possible to justify the dukkha, the suffering. This is what I understand as a refined version of hedonism, which is fundamentally different from base versions of hedonism, which are representatives of the Berlin style. The aristocratic Naples style stands for refined posthuman hedonism. Being close to Mount Vesuvius, you're constantly confronted with the possibility of dying. Still, you're dedicated to your grandezza, develop a sense of raffinatezza, and embody a strong version of fiducia. This lifestyle goes along with a lot of suffering, so be it. However, you strive for and might manage to experience moments of utterly overflowing bliss. And these moments justify all the pain you need to face and endure and go through on a daily basis. I'm coming to my concluding remarks. In this paper, I deal with how to respond to the central human challenge of suffering. Dukkha is the basic condition in which the basic condition in which we exist. However, how should we respond to it? This has been the central philosophical as well as religious challenge over millennia. And I've been concerned with various lifestyle choices that each represent possible responses to the issue of suffering, and critically reflect upon the various suggestions. It's not the case that I can and do claim that any lifestyle is ultimately superior to any one of the other possibilities. Maybe different psychophysiologies demand different lifestyles. Hence, it's important that a political system is structured in a way that a great diversity of different lifestyles is possible. However, given my own experience, philosophical reflections, and intellectual engagements, I embrace the aristocratic Naples style. By being able to experience a moment of utter bliss, an entire existence can be justified. As I regard the great year of Heraclitus, Nietzsche's concept of the eternal recurrence as a plausible meaning of life. By experiencing one moment of utter fulfillment, your entire existence is justified. As you are aware that this special moment will recur again and again and again, just as you have experienced it before, you will have to endure and go through an enormous amount of pain and challenges. However, you will be able to meet your loved ones again and again and again in the very same situation you've dealt with them before. And most importantly, the awareness of having lived a moment of utter fulfillment, if you experience it, your entire existence is justified, as you will live this moment again and again and again. The very same moment. It's a circular understanding of time. All you need is to experience such an utterly fulfillment moment of overflowing hijinks. Grandezza, raffinatezza, and fiducia are necessary prerequisites for experiencing such a unique bond, moment, and entanglement. Such moments are incredibly rare, yet such moments are worth all the dukkha. Goethe's Faust was correct. Wenn ich zum Augenblicke sagen, verweile doch, du bist so schön, dann magst du mich in Fesseln schlagen, dann will ich gern zugrunde gehen. Dann mag die Totemglocke schallen, dann bist du deines Dienstes frei, die Uhr mag stehen, der Zeiger fallen, es sei die Zeit für mich vorbei. Many thanks for your attention. Looking forward.
Thank you, Stefan, for this inspiring and provoking speech. And now I'm officially opening the first Q&A session. I'm sure that there are many questions and comments here. So, if there are questions, Stefan?
Jesus, dedica. No, dedica there. Dedica there. No. Asha.
Is it hearable online? Is it working?
Yes.
Hi everyone. Thank you for being here.
Line keys.
My name is Stefan. Oh,
Jesus. Asha.
is it working?
Yes.
My name is Stefan. So I'm one of the moderators for this. Thank you very much, Professor Gordon, for this wonderful opening, actually. It was very interesting. In my opinion, I think philosophy goes, in a way, goes in a circle, in the sense that you were talking about a theme, a topic that's been around for, I don't know, 2,500 years, or more. In philosophy, and I'm very happy that you brought this up because this is a topic which is basic for philosophy, because this goes to the core of philosophy. For example, in the ancient times, in the Greek Roman philosophy, the core of philosophy is an ethical philosophy. And what's interesting is that you have brought about this topic about ethics and about behavior and about, for example, about ethical goals of our life and about philosophy as some sort of it has always been. It's some sort of a lifestyle. It's basically the most important kind of lifestyle, or the most important kind of theory of lifestyle, or practice of lifestyle, if we go beyond this idea from philosophy of being just theoretical. But my question was quite simple. What's different between, what is the difference between your proposal of a post-human hedonism, refined human hedonism, and an ancient hedonism? Because, well, as well as I can remember, hedonism in Epicurus, for example, is exactly the opposite of the solutions that you were talking about, especially the first ones. You had made basically a hierarchy of hedonism up to the philosophical, the most important one, the philosophical hedonism, which is somewhat a reverse hierarchy. The first example is the anti-philosophical hedonism. The last example is the one that should be a philosophical. So my question was, what's the difference between a post-human and a human hedonism? Because we see the same solution in Epicurus, and we see the same solution in Lucretius, for example. I mean, to enjoy life and to be aware of the suffering, to be aware, to accept the suffering that life is. So, what would be the difference between a post-human and a human? Thank you very much.
So, yeah, many thanks for that question, and sort of directly from what you said at the beginning, that strongly resonates with sort of my understanding of philosophy. Now, philosophy as a way of life. That's also why, as you rightly noted, that's why I praised and stressed the various lifestyles which go along with certain philosophical approaches, and that's the central question, sort of the good, the question of the good, the idea of the good in Plato. That is the central issue around which philosophy resolves, and yet that is also the reason why I've been dealing with sort of the entire post-human debate, basically, particularly with the latest technological challenges, because the technological and cultural challenges which go along with this, with the various beyond humanism movements, they basically make you rethink very, very encrusted structures which are widely shared in the world, in the cultural, and you need to rethink the meanings which go along with it. And now you wonder, yeah, what is the difference with the refined post-human hedonism in comparison with an Epicurean person? And the central issue here is really the connection, which I did at the very end. So, firstly, the important comment is sort of, I'm not presenting it as a final response. So I'm representing it, that's sort of, and as good as it gets, that is what resonates with my own drives and longings. And I'm just presenting, giving a survey of different responses and an invitation to reflect upon what resonates with you, where the constructive interferences are with your perspective, with your constituency. But here there was a connection. So it was with this utter moment of overflowing hijinks. But why? Why? Because it is related with a new question of meaning, and the new question of meaning goes along with that great year of Heraclitus, with eternal recurrence, and that is sort of from a non-dualist understanding, which is part of the post-human paradigm shift. So it's no longer the explanation that the hope for an otherworldly afterlife. So the question is there, but the question of the meaning of something which goes beyond is something which is widely shared, which is concerns many human beings. Jung says most of his clients sort of were struggling with the meaning question, even though they had a very fulfilled lifestyle and reached all the regularly accepted goals of the common sense understanding of the good life. And here, and that is actually the great year, this eternal recurrence. That is a plausible reading, and sort of all the various premises necessary for that eternal recurrence. Actually, they're highly plausible, and they go along with the non-dualist understanding of an ontology of becoming. So here, the justification actually of these refined post-human hedonism is these moments of utter bliss, overflowing bliss, are justified and lead to a meaning-giving function because they will recur in an eternal circle. You just have one moment of that utter fulfillment, which is beyond you remembering it, being aware of it, knowing that you will recur. You can say yes. You can affirm all the suffering because you're aware that it will happen again and again. And so it's a way actually to combine and to find the question correct. So here the question of the good life, the lifestyle choice is connected to a meaning-giving question and with the non-dualist ontology of becoming. And in the beginning, I was sort of stressing, highlighting, and it can be reached in a great diversity way of different ways. So you can, I've seen sort of some development of now moving reproduction, sexuality, getting disentangled as part of the technological innovations. So there's a strong distinction actually between this understanding and the traditional Epicurean response to the good life.
Yeah, so I suppose this is the connection to Nietzsche.
There is a very close connection to Nietzsche. However, and that is why I was sort of distinguishing between the Rome and the Florence style. We really see it is just about the feeling of power. And I say, no, it is not. It is not power. Power, the feeling of power which goes along with the feeling of superiority, but that's not enough. So you need, it's a means. It's a means for that utter feeling of being able to say yes, and that has to do with this, joyful yes, a moment of utter joyful hijinks. It is, and that's why it's a refined post-human hedonism, which So it is a criticism of the will to power, acknowledging the relevance of the will to power, but stressing in the end that is the power is only as a means for something else. And so that's why there's a criticism of the Nietzschean response. But while still embracing and thinking, no, he was pretty good in respects.
Thank you, Stefan. We have another question. Many
Three.
questions.
Yes, you have the microphone.
Okay.
Up.
Does it work?
Yes, it is important for us.
Thanks for the delightful tour through Italy and Berlin. I have a question just about the structure of the talk that you gave, because you began with some reflections on automation and technologies, and you kind of ended with some reflections on, I think, intersubjective experiences. And so I wondered, what is the connection between, where is that intersection for the good life between the development of these technologies and the possibility of finding others with whom you have resonating experiences?
So in the first part, I was trying to show some of the central developments which go along with the latest technological innovation and the cultural challenges which go along with it. And as a consequence of these descriptions, you can see that it leads to an alteration of a lot of cultural constructs which have been widely accepted and justified. So you realize that there's a need to move beyond. So it's no longer the justification of many established cultural relics and structures. And it makes you challenge and it makes you face the issue of the central issue of suffering, which goes along with our striving. So what are the fundamental constituencies of life? Because I was reflecting on sort of what that life is. And life, and in the beginning, that's how the connection is reproduction, self-movement. And then, but what we all face with is that, it is, we are, living self-conscious entities. We are egos which are striving, which are moving, and it's an explanation so the initial structure was the cultural challenge which would go along with the post-human paradigm shift, and the leaders to basically being confronted, what are the central challenges the basic human condition which we all need to face, and that is, the dukkha, the suffering, which I think is I agree with Schopenhauer, with Nietzsche, that is what we need to deal with, what we need to, and then in the end I was just getting the summary of different possible responses, whereby, I was highlighting some reasons for the Neapolitan, the Naples style, without saying, well, you read it, you reflect upon it, now you need to decide what is your understanding. And then with the additional demand, no, we need to embrace the political situation in which it's possible to live these different lifestyle choices, and when it's possible to also consider the disentanglement of sexuality and reproduction, and in addition, the possibility to embrace the various types of technological innovations to which I briefly referred to in the first part of the talk.
Thank you, Stefan. The next question.
Sofia, sus. It's working, yes. Dalla sento, questa non
Hi, Professor Wagner. Thank you so much for a wonderful talk. I really enjoyed it. And I have many questions, but I'll ask one. So, eternal suffering requires eternal affirmation. And eternal affirmation requires intense feeling of power. So the question that I had is, how is this intense feeling of power kind of rooted in one's physiological or psychophysical conditions? Because I'm inclined to believe that this is more related to the question of value. However physiologically or psychologically strong we are born, we have to test many lessons of life.
And so my question was, how do you respond? Could you please shed some more light on how this intense feeling of power is rooted in physiological, psychological things?
Exactly. It's a very important point. So how does power constitute itself? So power as being perspectival, and I refer to sort of tossing a timber to the trees in Scotland. There are certain sporting conditions in Scotland. They stir these trunks, and in that specific cultural situation, maybe the one who stirs them further. That's associated with a strong type of power. If you did the same type of sportive activity here in Cluj, no one would be interested in it. So it represents a strong type of power in Scotland, in a specific cultural sporting context, but in the rest of the world, no one really cares about it. But there's a lot of recognition. You're the winners, you're the strongest, you've got the capacities to deal with that in the best possible manner. And that applies to all various different contexts. That applies both to intellectual powers, that applies to sporting powers, that applies to just being able to have some kind of order in your life and do properly whatever job you do. So it is all different type of capacities are different types of powers, and whether the criterion, whether it actually counts as a power. Something might only count as a power for yourself. Maybe it's you feel strong because you've got the biggest Walt Disney collection in the world. And that might be you might be utterly happy about that. Not many people may be able to relate to that. And maybe some other things, it's just you, and no one cares about it. So the criteria of power are related to the interpretations. And then on the other hand, then Nietzsche also was making the judgments concerning, are there something, and he was claiming sort of each one of us has to make such a choice. We need to make a choice concerning, what is important. As you said, the valid question. This is exactly, you rightly highlighted that. What is important for me? And here for Nietzsche, response was he wants to interpret, he only achieves his goal if entire centuries turn around his understanding. Just like the Platonism for the people, Christianity is turned Plato's interpretation of the world of becoming and the world of being as extremely, extremely central, which attributed power. That's how he achieved the power, and now Nietzsche wants to do the same. So his interpretation was a world doing philosophical interpretation and changing the perspectives of the others is actually the highest kind of powers. Because you actually change the action of the people, and that is a if you look at the impact it has, that is whoever has such a convincing understanding of the worldview, that is a strong understanding of power because you have an enormous effect on the people. And then afterwards, I tried to go beyond. I said, no, that's all good and fine, and it is important for each one of us to have certain capacities we can relate to, just to be able to stand up for ourselves and to make a living and go beyond that. Not just make a living, because making a living is not just. It is also just to having an impact, changing something in the world. And then, but is that sufficient? And then, in the end, the justification needs to be some kind of joyful, ecstatic state, and that's what he forgot to consider.
Thanks so much. That's helpful.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Paul. You touched upon two important things in Nietzsche: one is power, feeling of power, and the other one is the suffering, joy, suffering. I think there's a loose ends here that we would try to bring up together. Maybe lots of loose ends in Nietzsche. This is one of them. So basically, feeling of power, I think, is intrinsic in Nietzsche. We're always becoming, but still intrinsic to our values. We drive always these drives that work within us. So then the other thing is the power, as you know, the active versus reactive power. So how would you bring these two things together, the suffering, joy, and also the power, how, the active, especially Nietzsche is for active power, which is life affirming. So on the other hand, how we deal with our sufferings, I agree that suffering is inevitable. We all suffer. All beings suffer. But the goal to eliminate suffering, I completely don't see how that could be. Those who are trying to do that, I think they're looking at suffering in a very limited way. All beings suffer. Even, nothing is permanently here. So our loss itself is the cause of suffering. So the thing is how we can suffer and also enjoy or have the joy of life, as Nietzsche calls for, and yet also pursue active forms of power, acting in life affirming. So in thought on that is bringing these two good hands together. In our evolutionary process, I think Thomas Stein had a question in the
Yes, it comes.
Chat box, kind of related, but I posed the question in a different way. The question it poses based on our evolutionary process. And anyway, so I'll end it here and to let you know if there are any thoughts on this, on how you relate these two things together.
Yeah, thank you, Jonas. So and you're right, sort of just getting rid of all the suffering as a goal, and like David Pierce, hedonist imperative. I like him, but it's just a utopia. That's not something realistic you can actually achieve, and that's why I don't think one should even. Utopias are extremely dangerous because you sacrifice the present times for a future which can never, or a state or a situation which can never be achieved. So that's why I think it is utterly important to recognize, as you also stress now, the issue of the inescapability of suffering. With reactive and active forces in Nietzsche. And sort of he's making a very stronger evaluation. And he's making the importance of not life affirming, it's not life denying. Why is that important? Well, life denying, there are different types of life denying forces in Nietzsche. They're either life denying because you try to, you refer to something which cannot be achieved, a blissful life, a blissful good life in the afterworld. And the different types of life denying force in Nietzsche would be it is a Schopenhauerian response. Basically, you numb down your drives so that you get rid of the pain, but then you also get rid of the pleasures. So there are different ways of life denying, and there are also different types of sort of reactive forces in Nietzsche. Basically saying, well, for some it actually might be they don't want to have reactive, they just want to be told what to do. It's a basic psychophysiological constituency. And the question is, why to affirm the one rather than the other? So he presents these things as if there was the one thing was clearly superior than the other. And I don't think he has a criterion for doing so. He can't justify that. He can't even justify it on the basis of his own understanding, because in the end it's a will to power, but the will to power is perspectival. And so, well, others, might just simply have a completely different criterion for what that counts as power. Well, you could say in a way, in order to justify that would be sort of criteria which are more widely shared than other criteria. Something as, timber tossing is not as widely shared as interpreting the world. However, in the end, it is a contingent null point. It's a contingent criteria to which you subscribe to, and that's what I'm trying to cover. So that's why I'm saying, again, I don't. Maybe the Turing style is perfectly fine for some. You need to, engage with it, and if the Turing style resonates with you, live it. And I've just made a personal confession and say, no, I prefer my tries resonate with the Maple style. But maybe someone, the Berlin style is widely shared too. So but this is a way of meditate to reflect upon, this fundamentally different ways of how to respond to the suffering. And then in the end, it's up to each one of our idiosyncratic bundle of drives to make a decision about that. So that's why I think, to have such a strong evaluation, you need to have the active forces rather than the reactive. I don't think you can justify the ultimate superiority of the one or the other. They're different narratives, and in the end, it's just a way of whatever resonates with your own bundle of drives.
Thank you, Stefan. And because we are running out of time, maybe we can answer in 1 or 2 minutes to Thomas' question. We have the question here. The reason for the affirmation of suffering in the eternal recurrence relates to the suffering of life cutting into itself in beyond good and evil. It is the will to power that forces the interlocutor to speak with the devil, so the scope of suffering of Nietzsche's concern is suffering as for the agency of will to power to evolve itself. Your refined posthuman hedonism leaves the evolutionary project quite behind. So, in 2 minutes.
I don't think sort of that evolved concern, which are part of the will to power. It is in the end. So the will to power and the eternal recurrence in Nietzsche. So it's like the content. It's the content and the form of an ontology of permanent becoming. So you've got the content. We are all different bundles of tribes, bundle of different will to power onto entities, but not stable entities in permanent becoming, interpreting the world and making refinements in the world. And sort of then eventually all the different interactions will have come about. And once the same state of the entire world, of the world have been there, because the fundamental rule remains the same, the circle will return again, but return is the wrong word, because it actually would have to be a circle. And circle doesn't mean it's not a return, but it's always the same. And that's when you talk about sort of it, I don't consider the evolutionary product behind it. Well, no, I do, because the evolutionary product, it depends. The evolution it depends on the various interpretation of what constitutes, what gives you high chinks, or what gives you power, and the interplay between these criteria. And something you might be able to realize something. Maybe it is important for you to live in a family with, to have a kid with 3 biological parents. Maybe that's what makes your life fulfilled. And now you've got the possibility, given the specific technology which is already legal in the UK, you can take 2 eggs, take out the egg cells, put one of the egg cells into the egg of another, fertilize. Then you can have a child with 3 biological parents. That wasn't an option 2,000 years ago. So with the new technological innovation, you now have a different possibility. You might have had the dream before. Tiresias, the seer, had the dream. He was able to switch from a male body into a female body and back into the male body to experience the intensity of sexuality. That is part of the myth. Maybe, I don't think that's possible, but there are others who actually do think, no, if mind uploading was possible, then you can put your personality on a hard drive and back into a different organism. I don't find it plausible personally, and I've got reasons for doing so. However, you never know what's going to happen. I'm not excluding the possibility. So here, the evolutionary count is basically depending on different cultural, technological circumstances. You can actually apply and live in accordance with different criteria. But you need to take the given criteria into consideration. And so it's an interplay, and the criteria, but in difference in contrast and in difference at least to Nietzsche, it is not just a criteria for power, it's also a criteria for ecstatic joy. for overflowing moments of hijinks. And that might be, and probably we all, each one of us sort of, just before going to bed, we have our fantasies and understandings and longings. And probably each one of us, once we reveal these ideas, they would be shocking for everyone else. We have our very idiosyncratic and special understandings. And these are, and these in different times can be related with different technological possibilities. And so the evolutionary account depends upon, or is being taken into consideration for realization, and the interpretative account, it is not just power, it is also related to ecstatic moments of hijinks. And that's what I was that's my suggestion, but I'm stressing it's just a suggestion. Maybe you say that's utter bullshit. It's just power. I just want power. Maybe that's fine. But I'm giving you the possibility to reflect upon with the various styles of life, and that's what traditional philosophy has been concerned with, and that's what I've been trying to do with my talk.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you for your talk. Thank you for this very intense Q&A session. And now, because you are running out of time, we have a very small coffee break. We're coming back in 10 minutes. So.
It's unmuted.
Și să scot și asta cu coffee break-ul.
Să adaugă
din present. Să scot aia cu coffee break-ul. It works.
It works because this is enough. You know?
You're online.
Yes, I'm online. So, yes. Well, hi everyone. We begin now our first session. Nietzsche, classical transhumanism, and Euro-transhumanism with two presentations. The first presenter is Nicolas Rojas. Nicolas has a BA and MA philosophy from the University of Chile. He is currently a PhD student in philosophy at the same university. His areas are philosophy of Nietzsche, Foucault, contemporary ethics, speculative realism, science fiction, and transhumanism. He's an editor. He's editor of the academic journal Ethica Plus and member of Intempestiva, a Chilean network of research on Nietzsche. His presentation is entitled "Overcoming the Transhuman Condition: Is it possible to philosophically enhance transhumanism?" Nicholas, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you for being here, and thank you for the organization. And amazing work, Stefan, doing the opening show. I'm glad for that. Separate presentation. I got an existential crisis now about how to work as a philosopher. You know? And in our university, there are two kinds of schools. You know, like the fascist one who asks you, "But where Nietzsche say that? Where Hegel say that? Give me the reference. You have to give me the reference." And the other school is more free, you know, more hippies. Ah, yeah, that's fine. We can think about that. I raised myself with the faith. So I like to ask for the quotations for the data. No? So one of the common questions that we make ourselves is why the topic that are you researching is philosophy. Huh? They ask me that why transhumanism is philosophy. And I didn't know how to answer that back. So I wrote an article called Contra Bostrom and for a second generation transhumanism, in which I used some kind of arguments from Marcus Gabriel, the new realism of Marcus Gabriel to analyze the Nietzsche boson thought. And I was wondering if you can say, you can I was wondering if it's possible for transhumanism to self-improve. But it's weird because we can self-improve ourselves as a machine, you know, like we can improve ourselves uh, as change of parts of ourselves. But what's about transhumanism? Because transhumanism is not a thing. My idea was study transhumanism with the focus of Foucault. Now it's a discourse of truth, and we have a lot of presuppositions that are not evident for themselves. So obviously it's not the same study transhumanism only as a way of life than an academic problem. And my issue is academic problem. Because when you read the first spokesman of transhumanism, you find ideas like it's a poorly defined movement, said Bostrom, a philosophy of life, said Moore. What is that? What's a philosophy of life? We are dealing with hippies or what? You know? I think you don't say something like that in an academic debate. No, it's weird. So if we have this kind of lack of precision, we are not getting serious as scholars to deal with transhumanism. So my question is, it was possible to improve, to enhance transhumanism, but with a philosophical background? And when I make the question, I'm assuming that Bostrom and Moore ideas are not philosophical. Okay? Maybe we'll fight argue a little bit with that, but I have two concepts which I would love to use in this context. You know, Harry Frankfurt wrote a concept called bullshit, right? and bullshit can be understood as indifference to truth. Yeah, if something is focused on impression, something who wants to show as authentic, but don't care about truth, right? And bullshit is something dangerous for all ways of communication, for the social life. I think in the classic ideas of transhumanism, you can find a lot of bullshit. And yeah, I said bullshit is related not to the truth. Maybe you're against my idea because you don't believe in truth. But if we are doing philosophy, we have some kind of nuclear assumptions. And as far as I know, as far as I understand, as transhumanism, we accept a naturalist approach to the world, right? Okay, the other concept is capitalist realism, right? You know the book from Mark Fisher, and realism does not mean real in a Lacanian sense, but is a kind of phenomenon that is presented that is no alternative. So it's an ideological position, not universal obviously, but that we believe that are necessary, that have been naturalized. So my intuition was, I can find something like that in transhumanism, because I think, and I'm following Mark Fisher in this, in transhumanism you can find something like a business ontology. You know? Get better yourself, but for what? For anything you can say, right? And I think there are two questions who show how bullshit and realism, capitalism are inside the classical transhumanism. The first question is why would it what would be a good idea to overcome the human condition, and what are the ontological limits of overcoming the human condition? So, for the first questions, I think you know the why I wanna be a posthuman when I grow up for Boston, you know? And the answer is pretty awful. You know? He wanna be a posthuman because he wanna live 18 years and have a full of joy, achievement, friendship, love, stuff like that. And he don't wanna die at 15 years old. I'm not sure. So you can live 15 years old fighting in a revolution, and that will be more exciting than being an American with 18 years old doing nothing but consuming, right? And in this kind of perspective, I think there are practical consequences, because in this capitalist realism, you find yourself in an obligatory individualism, right? You cannot think beyond your own self. You only want your evidence from yourself. So there are no narratives projected to new forms of communities. That's why I think this kind of post-Trump transhumanism is that kind of dystopia. Uh, the other idea, the limits of the classical ontology of transhumanism are presented by Max Moore. A couple of months ago, I did a couple of what's the name? Archaeological work, reading all the XRB journals, and I found a lot of bullshit. Yeah? When Max Moore was not known as Max Moore, but Max O'Connor, he said, for those who don't believe that physical immortality is a possibility, the rational trade-off between pain and longer life will be different. If you don't expect to live more than a few years after recovery and during the pain might have insufficient reward, the longer you expect or hopes to be around, to enjoy life, the more pain is rational to be willing to do. So I'm not arguing that it's always wrong to choose death. Just that death, especially for the mortalist, is virtually always the worst thing, and that death may be the thing you have most reason to avoid, even if you currently want it more than the painful economic. And in order to fulfill it, to achieve it, he wants to present this kind of idea of extropia as an overcoming a law of thermodynamics. What means that? So, if you have a naturalistic approach of the worldview, what means overcome a law of thermodynamics? You know? You can say, yeah, that's metaphorical, but it's really metaphorical? I don't think so. So, if you accept this kind of materialist approach, then you face these other ideas. What do you have to think about transhumanism? Why to live forever? Why to live more? Only for enjoy? And I thought that's why a lot of people, at least in my continent, think, well, we don't have to study that shit. It's not for us. It's not philosophy. It's ecology. So how to face it, right? How to face it? And in the book, who is around here, the Black Book, I found two interesting quotes. One from John Danaher, another from Steve Fuller. Right? It's interesting because Danaher accepts the idea that transhumanism must be an utopian understanding of the world, and Fuller accepts that immortality is not merely metaphorical; it's a real goal. Who will deal with that? Who will deal with this approach? That is contradictory. The world is not unlimited. You don't have a lot of resources. In Chile, if you live if you have a long time, maybe that's because you have a lot of money, and if you have a lot of money in Latin America, that's for bad reasons, you know. You're a drug dealer, or you have relationship with the dictatorships. So, I could make a summary, and I could say that there are four characteristics in the classic transhumanism. The notion of good is equivalent to a first word humanistic good. Understanding of materiality as infinite is a contradiction in front the naturalistic approach. The faith in science is not rational, and they want to overcome the human condition without limits, without boundaries. That's pretty weird. So my question is how to overcome it. And here is when Stefan get inside. I think you are familiar with the Posthumanism book of Stefan, and he created an interesting concept, twisting, verbindung. Yeah? So when you do philosophy, at least in my school, you have to be clear with your assumptions. But when you read more Bostrom and more, they are not evident. They are not clear with the assumptions. So, but Stephen did something interesting. He said, well, I'm going to start with Nietzsche, and the consequence must be different. Obviously, if your assumptions are different, the consequences are different. And if we ask the same questions, why it's going to be a good idea to become post-human, I think in the Sognerian perspective has no sense because we have always been cycles. So why we're going to be post-human if we already are post-human? So that's an interesting idea because we can take the idea of overcoming the human condition, but not literally. We are not machines, literally, but we can change, we can twist it or self-understanding in a Foucaultian way, in a care of the self way, right? We can change assumptions. And if we change assumptions, we don't need to overcome ourselves until to become a law of thermodynamics. That's really interesting because existing as a cyborg implies an existence beyond the human that not necessarily needs to embrace a first world perspective of hedonism. And that's related with your speech, right? So I think this idea of twisting Verbindung, transhumanism, it could be development as an strategy, but like an hermeneutic strategy. It's not my work, it's your work, so you have to do it. Because I'm not sure, but I have the intuition that this twisting idea can be also related to the weakening of transhumanism with the pensamento debole di Gianni Patti. And Stefan said, overcoming leaves behind and separate itself categorically from the past, whereas a twist develops the past further in an inclusive manner. That's pretty interesting, because if we keep the ideas of Wolfram and Moore, maybe we can have one immortalist. Maybe we can have the immortal Joe from Mad Max, if you watch the movie. But in this new kind of metahumanism idea, we don't find that. But I have an issue with this approach, because how much of the transhumanists keep in the metahumanism if we twist the transhumanism? I mean, we are related to transhumanism, or we are abandoning it and we are becoming posthumanists. That's why I don't think your approach is. I think your approach is more close now to posthuman than transhuman, and it's dangerous because you cannot sell more books about humanism. So, for finish, I think this twisting functions as a strategy or methodology that seeks to ground from a coherent premises the ideas that are worth to rescue from movements like transhumanism and discarding others to respect both ethical nihilism and the achieve of negative freedom. However, I don't know how much this kind of movement is related to transhumanism and not abandoning it. That's not my business, is yours. But that was my idea. So that was my idea. I think not all transhumanist inspirations are philosophical, and I don't think that everyone who has a grade in philosophy as a philosopher. I'm not. At least at maximum, I'm a scholar. So if we do that, if we try to Verbindung, the transhumanism, the classical one, are we related to him? Are we close of the option for transhumanism and we have to be posthumans, transhumanists? That's my question for you. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicholas, for your presentation. Questions, comments? Yes. First.
Thank you for hearing you. I just want to thank Stefan Gonzalez because without him, there's just a hybridization between Berlin style and Turing style in your Los Angeles style.
Servidăm și pe Cezar. Așa. Salut.
Yeah,
I tend to agree with most of what you're saying, particularly our experience through the same university, where we have to choose between a very strictly, rigorous readings of the authors we are studying, and the other side, which is like completely complete hermeneutic freedom. Um, So, as to post-transhumanism, or at least classical transhumanism in this sense, particularly with post-human more, of course, one can find many ideological claims that are disguised as philosophical claims. But that's the case as well, like on the other side of the pond. So, if you go to post-humanist philosophers, you can also find a lot of ideological claims. So maybe what is a discussion is that maybe not like throw away these projects, but as you said, overcome their ideological limitations. Transhumanism did not earn the title of the ideology of Silicon Valley for nothing. So. Yeah, I think with what you are claiming, it stands for a lot of philosophical theories that have practical implications. I don't know what you think about that.
I think you cannot avoid ideology. Everything that you said is about ideology because you are an entity in a position. You have to say something that is not necessary for everyone else. But we also have a beauty with the world. Maybe you're against that, but we can. I think we can talk at a global transhumanism idea because we share a world, right? And we share a limited world. So in this respect, I think yeah, obviously in posthumanism we find a lot of ideological stances, but are not so violent or paternalistic as the classical ones. And for me, that's the point. At least, like you, we come from a destroyed country by the neoliberalism. So I'm not agree with the Silicon Valley ideology. I don't want that for me. I made it for you. So yeah, I think we're gonna fight against Italy. Every word I'm saying is ideology. But there are ideologies who can talk with another. And this is a point of Max Moore, optical dynamism. He said we are gonna overcome the ideology. That's worse. How can you overcome the ideology? I don't think it's possible.
Okay, and we have another third short, possible note, fourth question, last question. Yes, the question.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have the same doubts as you. However, just as an counter to you, what would you say if your boss from come here and say, well, I'm just a liberal. I say everything should be allowed until you prove me this is a problem. And I wrote an article why I always made why I always want to be a posthuman or transhuman, and I show why these things are working. So in the end, I show you that we have this human essence, we have more pleasure, we have more happiness, but especially we have more potential. We can enjoy birds of cruise very deeply and music. And I understand this is also slightly against my perception of what philosophy is, but you claim that you have to prove that it's wrong. And you will say, well, it's some kind of attacker scenario where we have a multiple societies, well, maybe we should adjust this. General idea, the more, the better. How do you react to this?
Okay, can you make the question in a line?
Yes. He was saying, he says, my assumptions also are I'm liberal and everything should be allowed until it's proved it's bad. This is basically transhumanism.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So what is it? So how would you oppose this?
Well, the point is, he has to show me that's right. Now, and if he don't show me that's right, I cannot share the idea. So the proof, the church of the proof is on site, not online. So I don't believe in free market and stuff like that. So you have to prove it, not I. That's the point. And he's not proving in the papers. He's not making papers about that. He's assuming that it's real.
Sorry, the question is who has the burden of proof?
Oh, I think he did. He did. Who is it?
As you said, you have. Sorry,
Good question.
Yeah, no, great presentation. I agree, and that's sort of also why I've been struggling referring to this metahumanism as pure transhumanism. So it is struggling. It is a way to struggle is finding the right kind of terms in order to distance. I think what you say. It's like a twisting. It's important to see the challenges like of classical transhumanism, which is all about achieving immortality by means of mind uploading. Now some of these really having that as a goal, which is not a plausible, which is not a goal which can be defended in a plausible manner on a philosophical basis. But in the same way, that's why also I think it's important to see the challenges related to critical posthumanism, where basically some of the radical versions of posthumanism, which basically say, well, it's not just the binaries which are problematic, it's also, you always need to take the position of the weaker one, and in the end, the humanity is the challenge, are the cancer of the earth, so we can only achieve, the goal should be to get rid of humanity altogether. And so in the same way as mind uploading is problematic for classic transhumanism, so for some radical version of posthumanism, that is a challenge. So I think it's important to think in a beyond human binary humanist condition to find ways, and the elements of transhumanism, the elements of critical posthumanism. I think this is what you highlighted as well. No?
Yeah, I suppose that it was be your answer because you wrote it. We have also this level. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, this concludes our first presentation. Thank you very much, Nicholas. Thank you, the topic, for the questions. The second presentation is by Marius.
Markuckasz. Cred.
I hope so. Do you need help?
No, it's okay.
No? Okay. Okay, Marius, let me say a few things about you. Marius Markuckasz. Yes? Okay, thank you. Marius Markuckasz completed his doctoral studies in philosophy, defended his dissertation entitled The Idea of Transhumanism from the Perspective of Historical Ontology, and obtained his doctoral degree at the Faculty of Philosophy, Vilnius University in 2022. He has given presentations at international scientific conferences in the UK, Hungary, Serbia, Italy, Cyprus. His main research interests lie in bioethics, transhumanism, posthumanism, social and political philosophy. Marcos, you have the floor.
So, hello to everyone, and I would like to begin this presentation by expressing appreciation for the opportunity to participate in this great conference that we here together with you all. It is said that a person is long as they keep experiencing their first times in life. Transhumanism gives us the promise of eternal youth. But it seems to me that sometimes one needs only to think about transhumanism to keep themselves strong. And here I am today for the first time in my life in beautiful Romania. So thank you, and thank you to the transhumanism. The title of my presentation has already been mentioned, and I would like only to remind you that the controversy between Stefan Sorner and Boston centers around the question of whether Nietzsche's philosophy should be considered as an essential conceptual resource for the development of transhumanism, which has been going on for almost 15 years now. It originated in the appearance of Sovner's article, Nietzsche, the Overhuman and Transhumanism in 2009. In it, Sovner tried to demonstrate that the Bostrom's approach, which underestimates the relevance of Nietzsche's philosophy to the transhumanist thought, is misleading and attempting to reason why Nietzsche's philosophy should be considered the conceptual basis of transhumanism. I wonder if Nietzsche himself, who was famously skeptical in regards to various dualisms, would have liked this either Nietzsche is a transhumanist or Nietzsche is a non-transhumanist distinction. Therefore, I will try to rescue Nietzsche from this dualistic tension which was formed by the aforementioned controversy, Sovner's and Bostrom's ideas. In my view, both thinkers were paradoxically simultaneously wrong.
The microphone is not open.
So, therefore, I will try to rescue Nietzsche from this dualistic tension, which was formed mostly by the aforementioned controversy between Sovner and Bostrom. In my view, both thinkers were paradoxically simultaneously wrong and right in their assessment of Nietzsche's philosophy. However, before I start explaining why in more detail, I will state now that this paradox is based on the fact that Nietzsche's anthropological visions are conceptually vast, yet empirically limited. In this presentation, we will not be losing sight of the question of anthropology. But before we begin to discuss its main question, can Nietzsche's philosophy be considered relevant to transhumanism? Let us first ask this. Do transhumanists and Nietzsche essentially view the relation between science and reality the same way? The reasoning behind this question is likely easy to understand. After all, as supporters of transhumanism claim, it is precisely science and technologies based on it that are fundamental transformative power we can put humanity's hopes, greatest hopes in. That is the power capable of radically changing not only the human existence, but also entire reality. According to many transhumanists, there is nothing fundamentally impossible for science and technology. It is a view which the researcher of transhumanism, Benjamin Ross, calls epistemological certainty. According to it, humans are capable, due to their rationality, not only to recognize everything, but also to remain, for the better, or good, the various facets of their very being or essence, their anthropological aspects, and the world around them, with its ontological aspects. Please note the words I just used here, for the better or good. The Transhumanist project is focused on the betterment of the human condition in the most general sense, as in creating transhumans or posthumans out of existing humans, thus opening for them a path towards a new, much more perfect existential condition. Indeed, bioconservatives talk about the fact that in the context of the development of transhumanist project, this condition can be worsened or even made disastrous to people or something. However, even then, I think we most likely agree that the transhumanist project itself is intended primarily to improve. Its potential results or unforeseen consequences are a different matter. Now let me turn back to Nietzsche and ask you some questions. So, did he pose all these questions about good and evil in the same way, considering that his philosophical belief is the killing of God? I mean, the same Nietzsche, whose philosophy based on this famous death also became famous for another leitmotif. A call to think beyond traditional categories of good and evil, free oneself from value slavery and become value masters instead. Moreover, one may ask why he urged this. Was it his true desire as a man and a philosopher? The fact is, Nietzsche was a fantastic diabologician and an undoubtedly perceptive thinker, having witnessed a rapid development of anti-metaphysically oriented modern science. He was well aware that an era of universal relativism and nihilism was inevitably coming. From the perspective of philosophy of science, it can be stated that the thesis of killing God also contained the potential of killing theory. Why so? Because it is likely not possible to have a theory, strong theory, without a relying element, as clearly attested actually by the etymology of this term, as in theos. It's about that. But which specifically Nietzsche's case is of course not religious, but philosophical or metaphysical. Accordingly, is truth possible without this immutable element as well as good and evil at all? The answer to all these questions was provided by Nietzsche himself. The only thing that is possible is power, or will to power, and everything else are merely manifestations of power and its dynamics. It is my belief that these philosophical, cultural, and scientific diagnoses of modernity or postmodernity provided by Nietzsche in an almost oracle-like manner should nevertheless not be confused with an ideal. Again, let me ask you, did Nietzsche himself really desire for the killing of God, or the elimination of metaphysics and all its related attributes from philosophy, and especially our true lives? Or does he simply state it as a fact, and is one of the first thinkers to boldly accept it? Did Nietzsche understand this killing as the empirical liberation of the human from their existential conditions defined by tradition, similar to how Renaissance and Enlightenment thinkers thought primarily about the institutional liberation of the human and maximal dispersion of the rational principle scientific consciousness, which was supposed to lead us to a comprehensive improvement of human existence? And finally, can Nietzsche's Übermensch origin really be identified with this enlightened, liberated man who knows what exactly needs to be done in order to fully improve themselves and the world around them? This new knowledge has been accordingly embodied in the emergence and development of modern political ideologies. So my answer to all these questions would be no. That is why I agree with Bostrom, who believes that the origins of transhumanism are best to be looked for in the Renaissance and Enlightenment paradigms of philosophical thinking, and not Nietzsche's books. My approval of Bostrom is mainly determined by Martin Heidegger's interpretation of Nietzsche's philosophy, in the context of which the category of the Übermensch is explicated not as a specific anthropological aspiration, but rather as a new metaphysical principle, and simultaneously an anthropological fate. The fate of the modern human. What is it about? It is about overcoming oneself, but which does not mean finally discovering oneself or creating oneself as complete perfection. Nietzsche's Übermensch is certainly not equal to the Marangola's Adam, who will eventually create himself as an almost divine being or by means of scientific and technological knowledge, will turn himself into a perfect homo those revered and promised by some of the modern proponents of transhumanism too. It is for this reason that I would not be inclined to agree with the idea that we can relate Nietzsche's Supermensch to any concrete concept of the transhuman or post-human existing in transhumanist visions. Stefan tried to do that in his aforementioned article by comparing Boston's and FMS and Rao's interpretations of the post-human, but I'll admit I wasn't convinced by it. It's so because any attempt to empiricize Nietzsche's Übermensch, in my view, inevitably makes Nietzsche's philosophy dynamic. I mean, to lift him up to actualities of nowadays and obscure what is truly philosophical, essential, and I would say timeless in this category of dream. Namely, that the Übermensch is primarily a figure and not empirical energy that represents the principle of radical power opposed to the fate of modern human. That is to greatly embrace the constant change of reality in themselves by accepting that nihilistic nature. However, after accepting this fate, it is important to nevertheless find the strength to live according to one's own will, perhaps by proclaiming life itself to be the true and only purpose of one's efforts, as there is simply nothing beyond it. Accordingly, in the perspective of Nietzschean thinking, science, like art, in my opinion, can be considered as those cultural forms that try to provide meaning to, or in the broadest sense, aestheticize the aforementioned nihilistic nature of reality, to inspire us to live. It is once again a paradoxical situation in the perspective of Nietzschean philosophy, modern science on the one hand, is power that revealed the nihilism of reality, but on the other hand, only science and art can effectively mask the nihilism of nihilism and provide meaning for this ever-changing world. It is Nietzsche to whom the famous words, which in my opinion also aptly describe science and Nietzschean philosophy belong. We have art in order not to die of the truth. Nietzsche likely got this words from another famous author of nihilism, Fyodor Dostoevsky, who wrote that beauty will save the world. Now, words we now frequently hear repeated urbeatorically by participants of various beauty contests across the world, most often right before becoming winners. Right? Now that I have tried to explain in a broad theoretical, not only shows why Nietzsche's Übermensch should not be identified with any concrete, empirically tangible, even in the form of visions, either of transhumanism, and purposely use the term economy, I would like to return to the paradox I mentioned at the start of my presentation and say a few more words about why Nietzsche's philosophy can still be rightly considered to be relevant to present thought, or in what respect Sorner is undoubtedly much more insightful than Boston. To save my remaining time, I will immediately point out that I believe that Sorner is the philosopher who best understood and most adequately defined the ontology of transhumanism, describing it in a particular detail in his excellent work we have always been silent as an ontology of continual coming. I'm not sure if it is a consequence of Nietzsche's philosophy that the true rather than naive ontology of transhumanism is exactly such. Perhaps this is what the nature of modern science is like, which Nietzsche in turn has understood perfectly, and which he was also able to embody just as perfectly in his philosophy. However, I am sure that Nietzsche's philosophy is really well suited to conceptually represent the ontology of transhumanism. And for this reason alone, Nietzsche can be considered a truly important author whose philosophical insights can undoubtedly help us better understand the essence of the phenomenon of transhumanism. And Stefan demonstrated it really very well. What is this essence exactly? I will answer in a way that is rather existentialist, but at the same time quite Nietzschean as well. The essence is to have no essence. It is to be that constantly and willingly perpetual state of becoming, self-transforming overreach, but transforming not in transforming into something specific, but being in a perpetual state of becoming. This paradoxically means being an ideology without an idea without a final goal, a project without an end. And Stefan rightly refers to this as non-utopian Nietzschean transhumanism. Just to conclude this presentation, I will say that when evaluating Nietzsche's theoretical significance in the context of transhumanism, we will inevitably always face the issue of understanding and defining transhumanism itself. Can there really exist transhumanism without an ultimate goal? Isn't utopian transhumanism naive and non-utopian self-defeating? There are the questions that I unfortunately don't have the time to try to answer today. But however, in their perspective, the controversy generated by Oscar and Soldner indeed unfolds not as an ideological opposition, but rather as a mutual conceptual complement, a real enhancement, if you want, right? Which enables to a better understanding of both Nietzsche's philosophy and the main challenges faced by the scholars in the field of transhumanism studies. So I can only wish for ever more controversies like this kind. So thank you, Stefan, and thank you to all of you.
Any questions? First one, please. Microphone, sorry. Thank you. So I want to make maybe two comments. One, I don't agree with your reading of the Nietzsche's overview on environment.
Nietzsche was not an idealist. It manifests itself in history. He gave also examples. So human is real, should be empirical. So if you use your term, or should be implemented. But for Nietzsche, it's not only ideal, there's only one type of overhuman. We can be overhuman, degrees of overhumanness. Overhuman is to be the best of yourself, to put it in everyday speech. Best of it, try to be the best of yourself, improve yourself, transform yourself. That's what it is. Now, we don't have to go for heroes. Yes, maybe Nietzsche thought ideas as well. And in terms of these heroic overhuman models, yes, we also need them. That we should inspire us. Overhuman for us, or other sort of models that we so that's on overhuman. As you know, we have this thing with Transhumanism that I also edited. Stefan has lots of responses, both transhumanists and also Nietzscheans. Three things that I want to highlight that I see as incompatible with transhumanism and Nietzsche, and since you are mostly transhumanists, the further utopianism, Nietzsche showed amply the bankruptcy of utopianism. It also connected with idealism, we talked about the different things related and higher ideal, whereas for Nietzsche this is the only life we have. Right? God is dead, there's no actual life, we need to invest in what we have today, which is also consistent with the idea of humanness. The other one is the Enlightenment. That was with capital E, but it's the climax of things that go back to ancient Greece, Socratic rationality,
the problem is excessive scientific rationality, which also transhumanism embraces. The problem there is even scientists or the scientific culture doesn't understand that it boils down to creation, creativity. As I'm going to highlight in my talk later, tomorrow, that creativity is the key thing for Nietzsche. And we can also create ourselves, create works of art. But science are two creations, but scientists often don't understand it, even dismiss the arts because they are so much stuck in this abstract scientific thinking. The last thing is incompatible with utilitarianism. Today you didn't touch upon that, but that's also, it seems like transhumanists are more utilitarian, and Nietzsche critique utilitarianism. So that these three, that we more, but I'll cut it here, so three areas that are incompatible between Nietzsche and transhumanism. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. It's really very good, but I don't know if I can to comment it, in broad sense because but the main idea, and I think we can agree about that Nietzsche do not have an idea to define the idea. He tries to prove that we have to strive to overcome ourselves, but he do not think that it is possible in the end to reach the point of ideal being. I'm doubt about that, but there are some transhumanists who believe that it is actually possible to reach the perfect state of being. For example, Hans Moore is well known. He's that thinker who talks a lot about the possibility to reach that perfect state of being. But I do not think that the same that Nietzsche thinks in the same way. He thinks that we have no choice. We live in the nihilistic world, and we have to strive to change something on it. But he does not believe in ideal types to create ideal human or to create ideal state of being. That is the point.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe just a short comment. Great talk, but a short comment concerning the overhuman. And so, you stress that it's more of something which cannot materialize, which cannot be reached. No, stress. No, there are overhumanly traces in some which Nietzsche stresses. On the other hand, well, actually, the overhuman doesn't. Nietzsche doesn't mention the overhuman. He's like I think less than 10 times in his writing. So there are not many references. It's not very clear what the overhuman stands for actually. And I like to highlight in particular one passage in his published writings in Zarathustra, where he stresses it's sort of the human as a bridge in between towards the overhuman, and it's in between the animal, the apes, and the overhuman. And if you highlight that passage from Zarathustra, then it's just a way, basically, his way of affirming evolution. So in that way, it wouldn't be just an ideal entity; it would be something which actually materializes if evolution comes about. But if that is the case, well, can some have overhuman traces? Well, it depends on how you define species. No. Is it a new species? Is it not a new species? But so I think that is a central passage, and so it's really difficult. The notion of the human overhuman is an extremely difficult passage. So I'm quite reluctant to sort of try to say, no, this is what the overhuman. But at least the one thing I think which needs to be considered is a reference to embracing a dynamic evolutionary ontology of becoming, and what the overhuman stands for, it's not so clear in detail.
But I don't think that he admits the whole of evolution, but I don't feel that he, as I said, we think that it is possible to reach the end of this process, right? And what is more, he refers to the Goethe, right, as an overhuman, but it raises much more questions for me because we know Goethe is a very creative person, and that is why I think he refers to him as an overhuman in his words. But it is the principle of creation which is the main principle for Nietzsche. And of course, science is the form of creation too, so that's why I mentioned science.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we have time for another question at this presentation. Thank you, Marius, for your presentation. The next presentation is by Day1 Tanya. Yes, I got it right. This presentation will be the non-enlightened part enhancement, reading Transhumanism, Nietzsche and Foucault, something about Juan has recently graduated from philosophy at the University of Chile. His area of interest are the philosophy of Foucault, Derrida, critical posthumanism, and transhumanism. Juan,
Thank you very much. For these two interesting presentations by Nicolas and Marius, looks like it's my turn to talk. I would like to start thanking Professor Alan Schuster and the organization for this great instance and this beautiful city of Cluj, and all of the participants here present, of course. This is going to be a very short presentation. Thinking that we are already off the schedule, but as you can tell, the name of my presentation had a bit of an error when writing the title because I was too excited when I was writing this abstract, and I'm pretty sure you can see how anxious I feel right now. This is the first time I leave my country in order to do an international conference, so I'm really glad I'm here as well. What I would like to present here is the result of an investigation I started doing on my undergraduate thesis, particularly on the topic of Foucault's relevance to posthumanism and the theory of the subjects. So, starting by positing the death of man in his famous book, The Order of Things, Foucault runs into a little bit of trouble. The trouble is the trouble of man as a finite entity. This is what he calls the analytical finitude. She attributes the analytical finitude to a certain circular reasoning that he finds when analyzing the subject as he understands from his readings of Immanuel Kant. This is a problem that, according to some authors like Beatrice and Pyle, it's the problem that is transversal to most of Foucault's work. One might not immediately agree with that sentence, but that is not the topic of this presentation. So, how the problem of the analytical finitude and its resolution is essential to understanding, for example, the topic of enhancement. In a much later work, with almost a 20-year difference between the publication of The Order of Things and when I'm going through things now, Foucault writes his famous essay, What is Enlightenment? That's in order to formulate a fully modern subject that does not contradict itself, as he claims it does in the analytical finitude, starting from the enlightened subjects, one must look the other way around. So what does this mean? If Kant occupies himself on researching the limits of reason, that is the research of the necessary, Foucault says that we should instead do research of the contingency. As you can tell by the title of this presentation, I will try to look as well as what you may call a non-enlightened enhancement. But I will try to present a more nuanced and soft version of enhancement, as Professor Sorner, who is here present, understands that. What I mean by non-enlightened is how classical transhumanists understand the root of their own movement, that is, rationalism and the Kantian enlightened notion of freedom, dignity, and autonomy, particularly, will be the concepts I will be addressing right now. It is very important here to add that Foucault makes a very important distinction between enlightenment and humanism. Whereas humanism is the belief that the human is the only subject and object of study, hence humanities, enlightenment, according to Foucault, is the spirit of an epoch, particularly the epoch of critique. So Foucaultian critique is very distinct from Kantian critique, but by this earlier statement, the analysis of the necessary versus the analysis of the contingent. What Foucault means by the analysis of the contingent is a very straightforward idea. It's the notion that the subject is contingent to the power relations it finds itself in. So instead of the Kantian idea that one might deduct certain universal attributes of the human, such as dignity and autonomy, the genealogy of the subject is what enables us to ask us our very next question. Are these particular notions of dignity and autonomy defended by classical transhumanists achieved? If so, are they truly achieved by enhancement? One of the classical critiques of transhumanism is that transhumanism is just a form of hyperhumanism. It is certainly fair to say that humanity, since its first origins, has been enhancing itself, approaching the resources given by nature. And during all these thousands of years of evolution and technology development, we still haven't achieved the full deployment of these supposed innate qualities of dignity and autonomy. In fact, one can argue that enhancement is not always desirable. An example given by Francesco Paolo Adorno is very illustrative of this. So he presents us with a hypothetical situation. So imagine two subjects who currently show socially unacceptable behaviors. The first commits himself to psychoanalytic therapy or cognitive behavioral therapy in order to correct this behavior because of his own will to be better. The second one is an lithium-based therapy, which at first glance can diminish in a short term this behavior, which the subject is trying to eliminate, but at the cost of developing an addiction to certain pharmacological medication. This actually goes in detriment of the notion of autonomy, subjecting this person to the loss of autonomy due to addiction. This critique can be further developed by introducing a difference that what was already posted in the year 1976 by Hungarian philosopher Cluj. Cluj presents two notions of dignity, one being dignity as a definition of virtue and excellence. So in other words, being a worthy person, this dignity is acquired through customs and can be associated to the original Latin word dignitas. The second notion of dignity presented by Cluj is that of human dignity, or German Menschenwürde, which is the trait that elevates us above all living beings. These different notions of dignity are not unknown to Nietzsche. He defends both of these notions of dignity and the idea that through enhancement, the subject increases this first notion of dignity. So let us add here that classical transhumanism does not perfect this particular type of dignity de facto. This type of dignity consists in the overcoming of certain barriers associated with our defective nature. But classical transhumanism advocates for the removal of these barriers instead. Having said this, dignity here is not defended, but removed altogether because there will be no barriers to overcome in the first place. So instead of advocating for the restricted utilization of technology in order to enhance ourselves, the example that I just given shows that at least these notions of dignity and autonomy are not necessary or even actualized for that matter. For the posting of enhancement, instead, we'll try from a Foucaultian approach to present this sort of non-enlightenment, considering, of course, the nuances and differences I presented earlier approach to enhancement, which is very similar, I think, to Professor Zorner's proposal, and I will explain why in a minute. As I showed with our previous example, enhancement does not necessarily increment our autonomy or dignity. Having considered this, we can ask ourselves about conceiving enhancement without any of these values in mind. That's what we can call the transvaluation of the moral values of classical transhumanism. Due to our contingency, we still have the opportunity to enhance ourselves without necessarily appealing to these abstract and innate ideas of the human nature. In this sense, Foucaultian critique resembles the dynamic of the Nietzschean ontology of process. Since we are subjected to the power of the contingent, we are always reshaping our own subjectivity, which is similar as well to the power dynamic posted by Nietzsche with his will to power, something that Professor Sogner works in his book on transhumanism, where he states that it is a common point of classical transhumanists and Nietzsche as well. If we bring Foucault into account, then we also find similarities between the three of them. But Foucault presents this critique as a project of understanding our modern subjectivity, particularly presented in his way of understanding power relations. The Foucaultian manifestations of power as potestias cum potentia, potestias being as restrictive power, like in the case of a subject who passes from one addiction to another, and potentia as empowerment, such as the case of the first subject who effectively overcame his original problem. This is a classical, I believe we can say this is a classical case of power relation analysis. So in doing this type of analysis, Foucault says that we have the potential of acting over our contingent forces. This is what Foucault calls the ontology of ourselves, which is presented on the same essay, What is Enlightenment, from 1984. So in my undergraduate thesis, I argue that by taking this ontology of ourselves into account, we can start formulating something similar as a posthuman subject. That is, a posthuman subject that perceives every theory of subjectivity, a priori, and by not tracing back the subject to these fixed moral values, for example. Since enhancement is a direct relationship between technology and the body, one can do this type of analysis from a posthumanist perspective as well. Now, classical transhumanists present the enhanced subject as a posthuman one. That is partially true. In as such, enhancement, being a relationship of technology with the body, can be considered a posthumanistic trait of the subject, but it is not the only thing that could make us posthuman, as we have learned from Catherine Hales or Carrie Wolf or even Rossi Garigotti. On the other hand, and beyond these positions I mentioned earlier, we can find a bioconservative position that also claims that transhumanism does not advocate for these ideas of dignity and autonomy, but eliminates them altogether, but for different reasons. It is a little bit difficult to overlook these critiques, of course. Fukuyama, for example, enhancement of the human means the loss of humanity, hence using our mentioned word. Fukuyama presents us as well with the idea that transhumanism could lead us to totalitarianism based on the fact that the access to technology of enhancement is not equal, leaving us with a breed of enhanced posthumans and the weaker non-enhanced humans. So on one hand, we have our Foucaultian critique of dignity and autonomy, and on the other hand, we have bioconservative critiques of transhumanism. Our first Foucaultian approach provides us with an account where transhumanism is not rejected as totalitarian, but as post-complex, it's a work in progress. Sogner's idea of transhumanism subjected to an ontology of process, along with our notion presented of power relation, allows us to think of a more nuanced and softer version of transhumanism, one that does not rely or presents the moral values of unity and autonomy particularly as rigid and necessary, but also one that does not trembles in fear with the dystopic version of transhumanist totalitarianism as conceived by Fukuyama. Here, the idea that transhumanism seeks to enhance the quality of life instead of the utopic idea of eliminating all of our limitations seems more in accordance with our Foucaultian critique. One can always be better could be the slogan. In other words, a deeper understanding of the power forces and relations that go through us and in a certain way determine our subjectivity. So it's the power plays between potestas and potentia as entrapment or empowerment allows us to understand in a deeper way the consequences of transhumanist ideas while also helping us to overcome, not eliminate, our own limitations. In this sense, one could argue that Sorgen's philosophy finds itself in a middle position between classical transhumanism, Bostrom and more, I'm thinking more particularly, and bioconservatism. It is very important to any philosophical proposal to do these kind of exercises in order to detect and funnily enough, as my friend Nicolas would say, overcome their own limitations, to enhance themselves. Transhumanism is an essentially flawed philosophy created by essentially flawed humans. So in any sense possible, enhancement is the way for both parties. An example of what could be considered an idea of enhancement under this paradigm that I'm proposing, we can find the interesting ideas of the Italian posthuman philosopher Roberto Marquesini. If you were to take enhancement as just an evolutionary concept, then we actually could be in accord with what Marquesini calls phylogenetic evolution. What he means by phylogenetic evolution is basically the idea that evolution is a complex process of hybridization between the human, its surrounding, technology, other animals, or even plants. The interesting part of this idea does not have to do with the idea of studying one side or the other of the relationship taking place, but to study the relations themselves. Something similar as we have stated earlier with our power analysis. It is safe to say that while in the study of these power relations, we are doing the work as well of transvaluating these fixed moral values of transhumanism towards a better understanding of its own ideas, while not depending on the liberal humanist notion of the subject, which is by excellence the subject of classical transhumanism. So, on one hand, we got the negative idea of eliminating the liberal humanist subject, but we don't have yet an exact positive formulation of what the post-human subject should be. It's very easy to defend this enhanced liberal subject as a post-human solely because of its etymology. Sogner claims that we have always been cyborgs, but if we take into account what Marquesini has to say, the post-human subject is not necessarily a cyborg. The cyborg relegates itself to a relationship with technology, whatever that may be. The hybrid, on the other hand, may or may not be a cyborg. The cyborg is necessarily hybrid, but the hybrid is not necessarily a cyborg. This leads us to two things. So, Sogner's Euro-transhumanism is a first step on understanding the consequence of classical transhumanism and its current development as a weak or soft version of it. But what does this mean? It opens up the questioning of new possibilities of the subject and redefines our relationship with new technological developments. That is, as Marquesini puts it as well, the reformulation of technique. So these last things that I mentioned here are, of course, not eternal truths, but are always subject to change. One of the basic premises of Sogner's transhumanism is, of course, dialectic nihilism, and the process ontology characteristic for opening the question about the moral values that we have discussed in this occasion. Here we can see a quite unorthodox but somewhat predictable opening from a post-humanist perspective towards the discussion of enhancement. So what we are originally meant to propose here, specifically about the non-enlightened way of enhancement, has to do with the evolution from the static to the dynamic, a process that is yet not finished, if it ever could be finished, of rethinking transhumanism from a post-humanist perspective, something that some people may call metahumanism. That will be all. Thank you very much.
Question, I have to remind you that yes.
I have a quick question. So having done some work on populism, specifically concerning the notion of transgression, I'm wondering whether you could see the possibility of the transhumanist projects in the form, taking the form of a transgressive act, less so aligned with the norms and like institutions of power structures, and more so kind of attempting to push against them in some sense, maybe producing a kind of critical coevolution.
Yeah, I mean, Foucault considers transgression as the same act as Bataille does it, but Bataille has very strict limitations because of what could be transgraded in the first place. So, well, some authors, and I tend to believe that myself as well, Foucauldian notion of transgression also means it's a very Kantian notion of transgression, which means the breaking and the overcoming of the own limitations. That is the Kantian sense of what do you call it? Like reaching the age of maturity. Yeah. So, oh yeah, I had something prepared for this, but I nervously forgot about it. If you give me just a little minutes to think about it.
Oh, we can talk during the break as well. That's fine.
Oh yeah, of course.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Juan, for your talk and also bringing Foucault and posthumanism. Just about Foucault and enhancement, I would say he would support a singular type of enhancement where we enhance ourselves, but he would not support the normalizing form of enhancement. The critical normativity in Foucault, discipline and punish. I also do some work on Foucault. I think Foucault should be more in posthumanism circles. There are some transhumanists who argue for any kind of enhancement, including, for instance, I think the Ceausescu claimed that the so-called criminals should be genetically modified. That is extremely dangerous. You would treat the whole society for that. They're all transgressors. The point came up before. So the norm, try to normal, he focused on the genes that we should. The sociopaths should be genetically modified. For one thing, to be sociopaths, the genetic physical conditions are not the only reasons. Many sociopaths are so they were abused as children from psychologists, most of them. You have to also look into cultural conditions, not just the physiological ones. So basically, yeah, this tendency to normalize, because unfortunately is among some transhumanists, is very dangerous. We are singular beings. So I would go for singularity in transhumanism in this regard and connect it to Foucault rather than these normalizing trends in transhumanism. Okay, and go on here. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, and yes, I do tend to agree that one must not take enhancements as it is thought of by classical transhumanists as the thing humans desire and must be achieved by any means possible. That's how it becomes an apparatus of power. That's how you can, that's how, in the same example you provided, modifying sociopaths, modifying serial killers, for example, will be a form of discipline through genetic enhancement.
Which Foucault would disagree with. But the court trial may be more in alignment with Foucault in this regard, with the singularity thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, great reflections. Classical transhumanism, there's a lack of concern, lack of philosophical reflection concerning the notion of autonomy, concerning the notion of subject, and there's still a lot of philosophical work which needs to be done in order to sort of think about these issues. The question for me is, don't you think, so by reflecting about subject autonomy, in the end, it is a political question? In the end, it's a political question, so what type of social political organization we would want, we see in our interest. So, for example, I defend the liberal ethics of fictive autonomy. Autonomy, there's nothing ontologically related to autonomy. However, I think it's a great notion. It's a great notion. It works. It's an as good as it gets solution. So in the end, because I defend sort of a social, not a neo or libertarian version of political circumstance, but a social liberal. In the end, that I do refer to social liberal democracy. I think that is a great achievement in order to avoid totalitarian structures. Whereas many critical posthumanists, not all of them, but many of them, they would affirm, they would move away from even from a social liberal version of democracy. And my question would be sort of how what's your stance on that issue?
I mean, I understand transhumanism as, of course, it has real practical effects on on, for example, how science, the direction science is taking today. But yeah, I mean, of course, it has political implications. That's why we have to think about these things because they are not widely discussed. I mean, transhumanism, you can see the earlier works of Max More. Max More is it's a raging libertarian. And the thing is that these values that I tried to discuss very briefly, they relate as well to these libertarian thinkers. They always fill their mouths with these concepts, while, as I tried to show here, not really fulfilling them. So, yeah, I believe what the work you have done with transhumanism, it is a gateway to having like these more political discussions about transhumanism. Besides the bioconservative position, of course, that it is the most dangerous idea in the world. Is it dangerous? Yeah, but not the most dangerous. There are worse.
Okay, thank you very much. And I guess this should end our session, our first session here. We will reconvene after lunch break, so at 2:30 here. Yeah. Thank you very much, everyone, for
Okay, so welcome back, everybody. We are about to start the second session titled The Overman, Posthumanism, Metahumanism, and Posthuman Art. The first speaker is the organizer herself, my colleague Aura Schussler, lecturer at the Babes-Bolyai University's Department of Philosophy at the Faculty of History and Philosophy. Since 2020, she has been in charge of organizing the Human Nature, Culture, Technology series of national conferences here in Romania at our university. Here at the same university, at the end of 2023, she set up the Posthuman Studies Research Group, and in 2018, the Transhumanism, Posthumanism, and Metahumanism Circle. Among her primary research areas are the posthuman, transhumanism, critical posthumanism, sex bots, eroticism, and pornography. She has written several articles on topics related to trans or posthumanism, religion, sexuality, in published in well-known international journals. Aura, you have the room.
Thank you, Anton, for this kind introduction. So the title of my presentation for today is An Approach to Patricia Piccinini's Posthuman Artworks through the lens of weak Nietzscheanism. So, as we know, Patricia Piccinini's art reflects the posthuman aesthetic, embodying a world that blurs the boundaries between humans, non-humans, nature, culture, and technology. Through her hyperrealistic sculptures, she creates a fluid and interconnected interspecies relationship where humans and non-humans coexist and become entangled through scientific and technological means by revealing a natural, technical world of state. As outlined by Sorner in his book Philosophy of Posthuman Art, posthuman artworks embrace a state of non-duality. This non-duality for Piccinini arises from the framework of an ontological process of permanent becoming, encompassing the hidden unity of hybridity and monstrosity that characterizes the relationship between humans, non-humans, and more than human life. This unique perspective brings a twist to the realms of art and ontology. According to Sorner, posthuman art is predominantly characterized by the constant process of permanent becoming, understood both in a Nietzschean and a Heraclitean paradigm. Similar to Heraclitus, Nietzsche perceived the world as a continual process of becoming in every aspect. What posthuman art and artworks represent in this process of becoming is still an ongoing and unpredictable phenomenon characterized by inclusiveness, plurality, and perspectivism. Thus, in my weak Nietzschean interpretation, which brings a fluid perspectivism into the spotlight, Nietzsche's posthuman artworks involve Sorner's concept of twist. In such a Sornerian paradigm of thinking, the concept of twist reveals a non-dualistic approach within the posthuman paradigm shift by encouraging a fluid integration of various disparate elements that were previously segregated within the confines of humanistic ideology, such as human, non-human, nature, culture, beauty, ugliness, organic, technological, and so on, that creates new unity. Thus, in Piccinini's posthuman artworks, the aesthetic of twisting results from the interwoven aesthetic categories of beauty and grotesque into a new unity, that of monsters, as well as from a non-dualistic anthropology of permanent becoming under the images of hybrids and chimeras. In addition, the affirmative nature of her monsters and chimeras points to the complex relationship of posthuman discourses grounded in ontological and bodily fluidity. In a weak Nietzschean paradigm of thinking, Piccinini's sculptures reveal the twist rendered by the resuscitation of the concept of chimera from the past as a transgenic organism in the present. It follows that her sculptures present such a twist by opening new perspectives that bring together unity and difference in a continuous flow of interconnections and becomings that develop the past further in an inclusive manner. In order to show this, I analyzed two of her posthuman artworks and exhibition in the form of still life with stem cells and alone with the gods. Piccinini's installation, entitled Alone with the Gods, made in collaboration with Peter Hennessy, encompasses the concept of the overhuman in various aspects. The installation explores the fluidity of ontological boundaries as a twist brought about by the posthuman condition. It reveals an evolutionary step that gives rise to the posthuman as to the overhuman as the posthuman, out of the image of the higher man in this post-death of God paradigm. As she declared in an interview for the Museum of Contemporary Art Australia in 2016, Along with the Gods is about a group of people, survivalist type of people, that have secluded themselves away. They have a different way of seeing the world. For me, this group of people who secluded themselves from the world reminds us of the figure of Zarathustra, who in his journey encountered profound insights into the meaning of life, loneliness, isolation, darkness, and enlightenment. These people who in the installation tell the story of the Armageddon on a TV screen, here you can see the image, are aware that God is dead and find a new opportunity in this by bringing about the overhuman. That are all the gods. Now we want the overman to live. In a weak Nietzschean interpretation, they serve as observers of the emergence of the overhuman. The big guy, or the leader, as Piccinini called her sculpture in this installation, represents a metaphor of the chosen one, from whom the overhuman will be born, and who possesses characteristics of a higher humanity, or as Nietzsche says, from you who have chosen yourselves as chosen people shall grow, and from them the overman. Indeed, the earth shall yet become a site of recovery. And already a new fragrance lies out it, Telubrious, and a new hope. This new environment, created by the artist, is full of hope and fluidity. It is a new beginning that brings into discussion the posthuman as a new species. The well-known quote by Zarathustra characterizes humanity as a bridge connecting the animal and the overhuman. Mankind is a rope fastened between animal and overman, a rope over an abyss. The human being is a bridge and not an end. In Piccinini's installation, the figure of this overman is not depicted in the form of the big guy. It is found rather in the form of his daughter, the sculpture entitled The Osculating Curve. As Piccinini explained, this leader is a kind of pusher. He wants to push science. He wants to push the body. He wants to push his vision, and he does. He does a great thing. He makes his body give birth, and he gives birth to a girl, a daughter. This leader is thus the higher man who possesses a remarkable ability to separate pure energy and redirect it towards unconventional paths that involve science and emerging technology, and which seems surprising but inherently appropriate for the posthuman paradigm shift. Additionally, the isolated individuals symbolized in a Wagnerian interpretation the societal collective. They represent the workers who enhance the potential for the emergence of the overhuman by providing the higher man with all the means needed to achieve this goal, while the big guy represents the cultural creators. This community consists of the few cultural creators and the many workers who supply the creator with the daily needs. Thus, the big guy mirrors the will to power, ingrained in his existence and as a principle of all organic life. Life, as such, is will to power. However, the daughter is the new image of the overhuman as a posthuman. She's a great creator, and she creates these life forms, these beings that have no boundaries between them and animals and even things. Under the daughter spell, the will to power moves in the further direction. The daughter, who is also a chimera, is the one who transforms will to power into a general ontological principle where the organic, inorganic, and material world are twisted, creating a new unity, and where the world seems from inside, the world determined and described with respect to its intelligible character would be just this will to power and nothing else. By reinterpreting Piccinini's story in a weak Nietzschean paradigm, this will to power as a general ontological principle in the posthuman condition, rendered in the form of the image of the daughter as the overhuman, reveals that all matter is a vibrant energy, imbued with an unlimited potential to expand. In this process of permanent becoming, everything is rendered as a cycle of life, incorporating an eternal return. Therefore, all things around her are seen as opportunities for growth and transformation in an unpredictable flow. According to Piccinini, in the daughter's hand, every object is like a seed containing the potential for growth and nourishment. Space is not simply an empty void, but a place for development and expansion, and energy is not just a force, but a source of pure light. Shapes and structures are not static and predetermined, but rather are constantly changing and evolving, from seeds, fruits, animals, minerals, and machines to monsters, transgenic organisms, and organic and artificial chimeras. In this context, fungal growth acts as a natural recycler, breaking down waste without requiring light, and plants are using light to create physical matter, turning energy into substance for various animal-pomorphic creatures. Animals enhance themselves by absorbing other entities. Crystals form in a mysterious process, transforming from liquid to solid forms, and machines evolve through efficient systems, merging with organic elements. For the daughter, everything in the world is interconnected, constantly evolving and full of potential for growth and transformation. These outcomes in Piccinini's installation are beyond anticipation. However, they become the mirror of the twist that intertwines the posthuman osmosis in the realm of humanimals, monsters, chimeras, and the amorphous. In the same order of ideas, Piccinini's artwork entitled Still Life with Stem Cells shows the posthuman paradigm shift concerning human evolution towards the overhuman as the posthuman. Still Life with Stem Cells is not just a sculpture, but a profound interpretation that highlights the fundamental capabilities of stem cells. Stem cells, known for their role as the foundational building blocks of life, possesses an extraordinary capacity to differentiate and renew themselves, showcasing their inherent fluidity and the intelligence of living matter to self-actualize. These stem cells emphasize the idea of life as will to power, which is an ever-changing and unpredictable cycle of generation and degeneration, where each living particle possesses an innate potential and inherent will to actualize itself as part of the process of permanent becoming. They play a significant role in the organization and stratification of matter across various dimensions in the post-human natural artificial osmosis. This stratification exposes the merging points of connections among different entities instead of starting with their totality. This approach challenges the differentiation between organic and inorganic, and as well the boundaries between nature, culture, and technology. Such an unrealistic emergent ontology as revealed by Piccinini in Still Life with Stem Cells shows once more that there is not a fixed, unitary, and neutral form of life in the realm of biotechnological advancements. There is rather an interchangeable potentiality given by the variety of connections and entanglements of living matter that emphasize the inexhaustible potentiality of life itself. The appearance of the stem cells, depicted as an asymmetrical fleshy masses, bears no similarity to any known living organism. This unique visual may be the reason behind the conflicting emotions of empathy and repulsion that arise during this aesthetic encounter. It suggests that each being is a complex entity, transcending mere individual characteristics. It reminds us of a particular kind of human and non-human transversal alliance, which depicts that we, as embodied and embedded agents, are the results of millions of cells, microbes, and bacteria that are integrating and coming together continuously in order to shape who we are. Thus, at first glance, Piccinini's stem cell sculpture provokes reflections on the current landscape of biotechnological advancements, delving into the uncharted territory of life, boundless and uncertain possibility. Simultaneously, it raises profound ethical concerns with regard to genetic technology. However, when we explore the artist's carefully crafted world and still life with stem cells, we can imagine how future biotechnological advancements might evolve and how new life perspective may arise. Such a scenario is rendered by the formless and shapeless masses distributed across the floor, embraced tenderly by the little girl. In a weak Nietzschean interpretation, this sculpture symbolizes the three metaphors of the spirit, in which the spirit becomes a camel, and the camel a lion, and finally the lion a child. Each stage is relevant in a weak Nietzschean interpretation concerning of Piccinini's Posthuman artistic expression. As we know, in common thought, the camel is often seen as an animal of burden, loaded with heavy things that it must carry. All of these heavier things that carrying spirit takes upon itself, like a loaded camel that hurries into the desert. Thus, it hurries into its desert. The stage of the metaphor of the camel symbolizes the reflection of our desert-based paternalistic societies, which have been infiltrated by biased social judgments against those who are considered different and diverse. As camels, we also bear the weight of various regulations and biases that also enter the realm of science and technology. These burdensome precautionary principles often hinder progress by impeding innovation. As camels, we frequently find ourselves adhering to paternalistic norms, reluctantly saying yes when we truly desire to say no. However, this stage is not a final one. In the loneliness desert, the second metamorphosis occurs. Here, the spirit becomes lion. It wants to hunt down its freedom and be master of its own desert. This is a stage in the emergence of negative freedom and nihilism. In this phase, we say, I will, uttering the sacred no. The same weak Nietzschean interpretation refers to integrating emerging technologies, unconventional aspects, difference and otherness, by accepting their place in our lives with greater openness and inclusivity, and by uttering the sacred no to all paternalistic norms and universal valid values. However, this stage is not marked by its full potentiality or by boundless creativity, experimentation, and relationality. It is only the stage that requires a deconstruction of all paternalistic values and norms that are symbolized by the image of the great dragon. Thou Sals is the name of the great dragon. The final phase is symbolized by the metaphor of the child as a word human. This particular stage highlights the moment when the individuals are receptive to various possibilities and new perspectives, thereby boosting creativity, rationality, and freedom in all their aspects. As lions, those who declare I will stop contradicting their values with the commandment thou shalt. Thus they transform into children, embracing their own values for the joy of creation. This accentuates the state wherein people are open to limitless potentialities that foster their innovative capabilities, because the child, according to Nietzsche, is innocence and forgetting, a new beginning, a game, a wheel rolling out of itself, a first movement, a sacred yes saying. The child joyfully exclaimed the sacred yes that celebrates the beauty of life and the endless potentiality for creation, and the ongoing demonstration of pure affirmation. This is the stage in which all the fears, anxieties, and paternalistic norms regarding technology and difference, rendered by the metaphor of the camel and that of the lion, are dispelled. Despite common misconceptions, still life with stem cells does not portray a dystopian or doomed world. Instead, it offers a realm where imagination, curiosity, cutting-edge technologies, and the symbol of the child as the overhuman can turn fear, repulsion, and uncertainty into something beautiful and untamed. The nonchalance with which the child cares for these lambs goes beyond bioconservative skepticism. Thus, by enhancing this fresh viewpoint, it was just to recognize that despite the drawbacks of genetic research, we must be willing to face the unexpected outcomes it may bring and prioritize the inherent value of all living beings. And coming to my conclusions, in a weak Nietzsche interpretation, Patrizia Piccinini's posthuman artworks delves into the realm of non-duality rendered by the process of permanent becoming, where the idea of the overhuman finds its place in future scenarios involving biotechnological advancements. Her work of art challenged the paternalistic norms with respect to art, science, and technology by twisting the distinction between human and non-human, natural and artificial, organic and inorganic, and so on. Piccinini aims to illustrate the osmosis of these various elements in the posthuman paradigm shift, showcasing a fluid and open approach to life and existence. Through her art, she highlights the intricate layers that make up both natural organisms and those that are genetically engineered, an aspect that emphasizes the continual variation of matter through advances in technology. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Aura. It's time now for questions. Stefan? Please? Yeah. Can raise your hand? Okay.
Thank you, Aura, for your talk. It actually connects with also my talk on the arts and aesthetics. One thing that I want to reflect on, your reference to Nietzsche, the three metamorphoses, the camel, the lion, and the child. You presented very well, but I don't think we can read them in a linear way. They actually they could be co-phenomenal traits in Nietzsche, the way Nietzsche sees them, meaning they could coexist. They're not necessarily, it's not we are first camel and then child at the end. So they can, in fact, in the second untimely meditation, Nietzsche has something similar, some similar ideas when he reflects on history, the antiquarian, monumental, and the critical. They sort of somehow correspond to these three modalities as well. That's one thing that I want to say. The other thing is, I'm not familiar with Puccini's works, but Puccini was influenced by Nietzsche as well. I forgot a few.
No, I pushed the boundary, so it's my interpretation on her artworks. I tried to find some convergences between her artworks and posthuman philosophy and Nietzsche's work. So this was she wasn't influenced by Nietzsche. It's just on me.
Okay, just curious to know. Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry, I think I realized that in the second untimely meditation, there is something that hits this subject because Nietzsche says, the child of the next generation. So he speaks with to the children of the 28th century, not his century, the next century. He says their duty somehow, let's say, it's not a good term for Nietzsche, their duty is to smash the present concepts. And these concepts are mainly history and culture. They must
builds something anew, and this is I think it's quite similar to this stem cell. It's a transformation transformation capital of the youth, and that's in the it's in the at the end, yes, that's.
And wraps things up, yes. Addressing the youth.
Yeah.
Youth, they have to build their own.
Yeah, it's that idea that they acquire a science that it's outdated, and it has nothing to do with life, and they have to build it anew.
So every generation gets their own needs. We have time, I think, when we
Okay, we have here a question, please.
Thank you. I'm always impressed by the fact that artists are, I think, much more than philosophers or psychologists at the edge or are on the frontier. They are much more ambiguous, creative, with risky thought in a way than philosophers and so on. What do you think about that? And I also think about an artist, Marion Laval-Jantet, May the Horse Live in Me. Maybe you know that artistic performance. It's an hybridization with horse, blood of horse injected in the artist's body with lots of consequences. Emotional, physiological, and so on, and a prosthetic, horse prosthetic, and so on.
Okay, some very short comments. First, thank you, Aura, for your interesting connection. My first impression when I saw the images, because they are powerful, I reminded myself of that famous movie by Paul Verhoeven, Total Recall. If you remember Total Recall and that scene when you have that homunculus, which is created by a man, basically, and goes out or lives inside another male, which is interesting. So this is the first image. The second image was another image of the same kind, but less grotesque. Was the film Junior, which was it was played also by Schwarzenegger. And Schwarzenegger, I don't know if you remember the movie Junior. It's a comedy, basically a comedy, but the idea behind it is serious in the sense that it's a comedy about a man giving birth to a child. So it's interesting, yeah. So that's the beautified form or of that other image, which is very resemblant to that image.
To the big guy.
That was the first thing that came up in my mind. The second thing is a question. You were speaking about the weak Nietzschean interpretation. What do you mean by weak Nietzschean interpretation of your paper? Thank you.
In the sense that I'm not following Nietzsche's writing, so in a very strong way, I'm trying to reinterpret them from both a transhumanist and posthumanist perspective. It's rather a reinterpretation of Nietzsche's writing than rather to use Nietzsche's writing as they are in a raw way. So as a general idea of this methodology.
So you're using Nietzsche as an intonation?
I'm using the Nietzschean interpretation, reinterpretation.
It's a framework.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you.
A short question.
So this is based on one intuition that I have, which is that the art of opportunity in this case, to me, it appears like it is entirely localized in some sense to the gallery, in the sense that it is, I might even characterize it as being representational, in the sense that it doesn't actually differ or cross outside of the art gallery into like a generalized social body or like other social structures. So in this sense, I would wonder if you see, and you have mentioned that in some sense it does attempt to break with the norms of art. So I'm curious if you see this as more of as a starting point, or like as a point of inception for that sort of breaking out and actually re-encoding and modifying the human being, or whether you see it as this project actually already established in this form of art. So do you see other forms of art possibly like spanning from this, or like starting from this, developing further along these lines?
It's not only Piccinini's art going in this direction, in deconstructing some codes and system and so on and so forth. It's about the work of most posthuman artworks are going in this direction. Piccini is only an example, and the whole story from the gallery, the exhibition, is not just stuck there. It's not just the exhibition. Rather, it's the way she's perceiving, seeing the world we live in, and to try to analyze it by bringing new open perspective to the way we can engage with life, with new entities that in the future may or may not live together with us. So it's just the new open perspective that are not hierarchical anymore. It's just like interpreted in this Deleuzian horizontal rhizomatic paradigm.
So yeah,
We are running out of time.
We are 7 minutes late.
Okay,
So
I'm free for any questions at the coffee break. So thank you for your attention, and I'm giving the floor to our next speaker.
Thank you, Aura. Okay, so we have an online talk by Abhinav Bhattacharya, who holds an MA in English and Translation Studies from Kolkata and Annamalai University, respectively, and a Master's in Philosophy from Delhi University. He has published on diverse topics, to include papers on absurd drama, politics of sequencing, Shakespeare's sonnets, Indian literature in English and translation, and diaspora literature. He has presented papers in national and international seminars, both in India and abroad. He is presently pursuing a doctoral research from Gurukul Kangri Vishwavidyalaya in Haridwar, India. If the presenter is ready, we are.
Am I audible?
The paper titled The Metahuman Overman Béranger, Nietzsche, and Metahumanism in UNESCO's Days.
Okay, so I hope I am audible.
Are we ready?
Sir, am I audible?
Okay, so we need you to turn on your mic.
Sir, I have to mic. Am I audible now?
Can we turn on his mic?
Okay. Am I audible now? No.
Okay, so we will ask you to hold for 2 minutes. Okay, while we manage to fix the sound problem. You can confirm that in the chat if that's easier. Problem I have? Și ce trebuie să facem noi?
Am I
Dar nu
audible
putem de
now?
pe... Nu că Ștefan e conectat, la el nu putem.
Hello?
Okay,
hear
so
me?
we'll just ask to bear with us.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Q. Hello? Hello? Am I audible to you?
Okay, so it should be okay now.
Okay, so am I
Can you-
audible now? I can hear you.
Confirm that you're hearing us.
I can hear you.
Dar
Am I audible to you?
Okay, we can hear you. We can hear you now.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
I can hear you. Okay, so shall I proceed? Hello?
Încep așa să... Yes, you can start.
I'm audible?
Can start the presentation, yes. I have managed to introduce you to the audience, so we can start.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just a second. Okay. So in the revised manifesto of Metahumanism published in 2022, James Delvalle refers to the metahumanism as akin to the Nietzschean overman. The similarity is based on the fact that both engender a new sensibility that overcomes the reversal of values of symbiotic nature that has become dominant over the past 10,000 years. Metahumanism critiques the foundational premises of humanism that found voice in the philosophy of Nietzsche when he pronounced the death of God. The declaration of the death of God was a significant moment in the history of humanism, for it eventually was the metaphorical death of values associated with godliness. When Nietzsche's madman declared God is dead and we have killed him, it at once declared the destruction of the values associated with godliness and also imbibes man to take responsibility for the destruction. Oh, what happened to the slides? Some. Okay. The contents of the slides are not coming in. Maybe some technical issue. Okay, anyway, I am just reading it out. The plays of Eugene Ionesco, which Martin Esslin referred to as belonging to the tradition of the theatre of the absurd, present a situation of crisis that provoked the audience to think differently from the conventional rationality. The crisis, according to Petru-Brijan, is a symptom of imbalance, the manifestation of determinism, abstract and fatal alike. There is also a dramaturgical meaning of the term, borrowed from the Greek tragedy, itinerant from Aristotle to Hegel, designating the turning point of a relentless process. The crisis in Nietzsche's genealogical analysis of the tragedy emanates from the suppression of the Dionysian drive from the theatrical practices. In the genealogical analysis of tragedy by Nietzsche, a proper balance between the Apollonian and the Dionysian drive is a necessary component to achieve the great heights of the Attic tragedy. In their attempt to arrive at the heights of the Attic tragedies, the plays of Ionesco promotes a deepened understanding of reality as unquantifiable field of relational bodies that takes its audience beyond the outdated religiosity and morality, thereby enabling it to evolve as the Nietzschean overman. Nietzsche's concept of the overman presents a wonderful vision of self overcoming and transcendence of conventional human values and limitations. Nietzsche's overman embodies the desire to rise above established norms, achieve personal growth through struggle, and attain elevated state of being. The overman represents the highest principle of development of humanity. It designates the affirmation of man's full potentiality and creativity. It is the affirmation of one's fate, whether pleasurable or painful. Central to the concept of overman is the idea of amor fati, love of fate, which underscores the acceptance of life's challenges and suffering as essential part of human development. The overman is Nietzsche's attempt to overcome the conventional morality. The overman, therefore, is a philosophical transformation rather than a pursuit of physical augmentation through technology. Nietzsche conceived the overman as the expression of man's creativity and affirmation of his full potentialities. For him, uh, yes, the overman is the essence of human being and representation of highest ideal of human greatness and excellence. There are other thinkers who have reflected on similar ideas. In the Republic, Plato argues that the philosopher king represents the highest expression of human excellence, knowledge, creativity, and the right qualities to govern the state. For Plato, the philosopher king is a ruler who is not only knowledgeable but also possesses wisdom. The philosopher king has an understanding of the form of the good, which is the ultimate reality and the source of all knowledge. Plato argues that this type of ruler is essential for creating a just and egalitarian society. The philosopher king is fit to rule because he has the eye of the he has absolute knowledge of good. He has now arrived at which they must raise the eye of the soul to the universal light which lightens all things and behold the absolute good. For that is the pattern according to which they are to order the state and live lives of individuals and remain and remainder of their own lives also, making philosophy their chief pursuit and ruling of for public good. Nietzsche's philosophy of power culminates in the dual vision of the overman and the eternal recurrence. Nietzsche's overman is not a product of historical progress or evolution, but rather a product of individual self overcoming and sublimation of one's instincts. According to Firestone, the overman is Nietzsche's ideal person, the person who represents the best or most well lived life. Nietzsche used his concept of overman to challenge the predominant traditional religious and metaphysical beliefs of his time that teach that the meaning of life should be sought in afterlife, heavenly hopes, or supernatural world. He notes that even the philosophical man have a presentiment that under this reality in which we live and have our being lies hidden a second, totally different reality, and that thus the former is an illusion. Nietzsche admonished his audience not to listen to the teachers of heavenly or extraterrestrial hopes because they are mixers of poison. Nietzsche celebrates the imperfect and suffering nature of humanity. He suggests that our limitations and sufferings are intrinsic part of our existence and have played a vital role in shaping our values and development. For Nietzsche, it is the drunken joy for the suffering one to look after from one's suffering and to lose oneself. From this, we can infer that we will lose an essential part of being human if we follow the Apollonian transhumanist aspiration of eliminating suffering through technological means. It will lead us to self alienation and we will lose ourselves. Nietzsche notes that he once cast his delusion beyond human, just like every other hopes and aspiration. He once thought, like transhumanists, that beyond human is truth. But he later observed that the truth is in human experience and being faithful to our body and the earth. The Nietzschean overman, a figure who is defined by a sense of transcendence and overcoming, reinvigorates the importance of considering those who do not conform to society's rigid structure of acceptance and those who evolve beyond the ordinary constraints of humanity. In Thus Spoke Zarathustra, translator Graham Parks argues that the precise use of the word overhuman works to emphasize the necessity to overcome the human. He says, part of what this means is that the overhuman emerges from our going beyond the human perspective and transcending the anthropocentric worldview. In an interview in 1961, I'm now coming to Eugene Ionesco. Ionesco asked, have I written anti-theater? This question was not an invitation to contemporary literary critics and playwrights to investigate his work. Rather, like his plays, Ionesco performs a pompous, creative persona that demonstrates both a desire to be understood while simultaneously rejecting that possibility. His inquiry was not a concern with the present, but whether his works enacted the desired change he understood was necessary for modern theatre to overcome its static existence. His play Rhinoceros subsumes many of the questions explored in his earlier plays. Berenger, preoccupied with this being in this world, is ontologically insecure. He feels a sort of anguish difficult to describe, out of place in life among people. He says, I can't seem to get used to myself. I don't even know if I am me. I sometimes wonder if I exist myself. He therefore does not find the appearance of the rhinoceroses in a all of a sudden in the city so astonishing. Life itself for him is an abnormal business. In contrast to Berenger is the character of Jean, certain of his existence, ontologically secure, questions only specific things in life, that is, the untidiness of his friend, the appearances of the rhinoceroses. Life for him has meaning. It is logical, orderly, and nothing must upset the natural order. Berenger has no inclination to resort to logic. He refuses to think what Jean says, since thinking leads to acceptance and compliance with the absurd. He knows that it's all gibberish, utter lunacy, and so he clinches to his being, even if it means isolating himself entirely from the rest of the society. The struggle is between man's desire to experience and enjoy the wonder of being true reality and society's insistence upon cluttering his life with unreality in the guise of reality. In his next play, The Exit the King, Berenger comes to grips with the death. He is King Berenger who has reigned over his kingdom, causing the sun to rise and set, the stars to shine, the seasons to occur and reoccur, as well as all the happenings of this world takes place. He says, behind everything, I exist, nothing but me everywhere. I am the earth, I am the sky, I am the wind, I am the fire. Like every man, he believes that without his being, his consciousness, all would cease to exist. He is not only king of the universe, before him nothing was, and with his death all will stop. His being embraces all that man ever was. Margaret, his wife, complains he imagines he is everything. He thinks his existence is all existence. The entire play, in describing the king's last few hours of life, reveals mankind's ordeal in coming to terms with the human condition, with the fact that every man who lives must die. King Berenger clings to his being. He cries to his people for help, asks that they die for him, complains at being warned about his death too soon. Save me! Someone must save me, as I can't save myself. Unlike humanitarians or every man of the moralities, King Berenger cannot be distracted by fear of the last judgment, nor the fires of hell. He has no good angel to fight off the world, the flesh, and the devil, and promise him eternal life in a world beyond as a just reward for his travails and repentance in this. Beyond a doubt, Exit the King deals with dying. Indeed, the play concentrates with peculiar intensity upon this single theme. This is not to say that it is about death or that death is a subject. It is death not as a subject to write about, death as a felt experience. The sense of having to die as inwardly defining life that engages Ionesco's attention. Ionesco's plays have generally been read against the label of theatre of the absurd in their depiction of the failure of man to relate to the chaotic socio-political and religious environment. However, Ionesco is not a crank writing meaningless absurdities or colorful vagaries. His plays are different from the conventional types of plays. He writes neither from the viewpoint of psychological realism nor from the viewpoint of political ideology. Because of this, the form of his plays is neither the form of the well-made play nor of the epic theatre which immediately preceded it historically. But his plays are not formless. Artistic unity, he maintains, and I quote from him, satisfies an inner need and does not answer the logic of some structural order imposed from without. The apparently absurd form and substance of the theatre of Ionesco appears to be in sync with the concept of metahumanism, which is defined by James Delval and Stephen Lawrence as, and here I am quoting them, a critique of some of humanism's foundational premises, such as the free will, autonomy, and superiority of anthropoi due to their rationality. It deepens the view of the world as field of relational forces and motion, and of reality as immanent embodied process of becoming, which does not necessarily end up in defined forms or identities, but may unfold into endless amorphousnesses. Monsters are promising strategies for performing this development away from humanism. In Nietzsche's understanding of the tragedy as a balance of the Apollonian and the Dionysian forces, the character of Eugene Ionesco's Berenger in his multiple forms find a place as he is able to provoke the audience to undergo the fluid experience that is characterized by the appreciation of the fluidity of identities, thereby making able to adapt the philosophy of amor fati, the love of fate. Thank you.
Managed to get right back on schedule. It's now time for questions, comments. Okay, do we have questions or comments? Please, Professor Tunsel, yes. Can just a second, if you say something so that we.
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Can you hear?
Can you hear me? No.
Yeah, I can hear you.
You can hear me, but the next speaker.
Well, what?
Yes,
So
I can hear both of you.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hi. Thank you. Thank you for your talk. If I followed it correctly, here's the question: do you think Nietzsche's assessment of Greek tragedy is already a critique of humanism? So we understand Nietzsche's critique of humanism. You pretty much highlighted some of the things. And do you think his present understanding of Greek tragedy in The Birth of Tragedy is already a critique of humanism? Could you get that question?
Yes,
Yeah.
I got
Okay.
it.
Okay.
Thank you. Well, I have already said, and actually, this is very close to my research topic also. Uh, you see, Nietzsche is something like he views the entire human development in its totality. The rationality that in the Birth of Tragedy, Nietzsche refers to the two drives of the Apollonian and the Dionysian, and his text is a genealogical tracing of the development of the tragedy till the 19th century. Now, what happens is he traces the development of Apollonian rationality from Socrates onwards, and it at once traces the suppression of the other Dionysian irrationality that, according to Nietzsche, has isolated man from the uh, to use I'm not quite fond of this term, but in that I can't get any other term right now. Baser human instincts, maybe. But what Nietzsche emphasizes is the fact that these two drives taken together comprise the entire sense of humanity and subsequent humanism. Therefore, Nietzsche's genealogical analysis that is that finds mention, according to me, in these absurd theater. UNESCO being one of the one in case, uh, is actually a depiction of the Dionysian drive. The need for these playwrights. My argument is basically that Nietzsche's concept of humanism as as a proper balance of the Apollonian and the Dionysian drive finds its reflection in the plays of UNESCO. So yes, from your side, what I totally agree with you, sir. When you said that Nietzsche's Birth of Tragedy is already a critique of the contemporary humanism.
Thank you. So we're still waiting for the next speaker to join. So there's time for another question or comment. Okay. Do we have? Then I might have a small question. Did you, or are you considering other plays by Ionescu, for example, in your analysis, or is it restricted to rhinoceros?
I discussed two plays, sir. One is
Okay.
the rhinoceros and the other is the Exit the King.
Okay, okay. Because I remember the character of Beranger and his, no, at the beginning of the play, I remember him being depicted as this kind of non-involved, the guy who's always judged by everybody for being late. And how does that relate to your analysis? So the initial image of Beranger and your image of him through Nietzsche.
It's Ionesco's this character, Berger, is actually traces the process of evolution into Overman. That is what am saying. Initially, he is the traits of the dinosaurs are there, and when he comes to acceptance, although that is also he doesn't have a choice at the end of the rhinoceros. He's not a hero in the sense that he's doing it by his own choice. He isn't left with a choice. Now that is kind of maybe irony, maybe kind of I really don't know, but it's a kind of irony. It's a kind of anti-hero sort of stuff. That Berenger is even eventually coming up to. But yes, that he's the sole survivor at the end of a, this term has been in use. This is a kind of a plague sort of stuff. Rhinoceritis, that is a term that has been used in the context of that play. So that he is able to survive a kind of a catastrophe shows his strength to be able to survive.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you
for joining us. Thank you. Thank the audience for questions and answers. Okay, we have with us the third speaker, Professor Philipp Wolf, adjunct professor of English and American literature at the University of Gießen in Germany, has published widely on early modern literature, modernist and postmodernist literature, as well as on aesthetics, ethics, memory, politics, or neuroscience. His recent book, Death, Time, and Morality in the Rhetorical Novels of Don DeLillo, was published in 2022 by Routledge. Currently, Professor Wolf is working on post-human perception and a monograph on Don DeLillo and mimesis. Professor Wolf, you have the room.
Thank you very much. I wonder about my PowerPoint presentation. Here it is. As I did not know whether this would work, whether the acoustics would work, I have just copied all of my presentation onto PowerPoint after this morning. Okay, let me begin. I will comment on the. Can you hear me? Okay. I hope you can hear me. Is that okay? No answer?
We can hear you perfectly fine.
You can hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, then it's fine. Okay, I will comment on Mike Tyson's quotation if I have plenty of time or enough time towards the end. So, but this does not go on now. Okay, I will just read it out as my forerunner and try to be as understandable as possible. So let me start with the fundamental affinity between Nietzsche and posthumanism, which is, here it is, which is their antagonism to a hierarchical subject-object dichotomy, which is founded
on the metaphysics of transcendental reason, along with the metaphysics of presence. They both, posthumanism and Nietzsche, the ensuing hypostatization of the human mind and the degradation of the body, together with all that which is other than human. Clearly, the subject position in its normative contradistinction to all objects is the central, is the it doesn't work, is the central issue of it's a bit slower. It's a bit slower than my reading. It's a bit slower than my reading. Okay. The genealogical purpose of reason has been, according to Nietzsche, the determination of identity in its interrelation between the synthetic concept of the ego I and the object other. In order to ascribe properties or predicates to both subjects and objects, they must be conceived of as something uniform, withdrawn from the vicissitudes of temporality. Language was even more determinant for Nietzsche. Indo-Germanic grammar, subject, object, predicate, and so on, firmly anchored the idea of an instrumental ego in human minds. In fact, we are conditioned, quote, by a prejudice in favor of reason, which proves to be, quote, a rude fetishism when we call to mind the basic prepositions of the metaphysics of language, which is to say of reason. It is this which sees everywhere deed and doer, this which believes in will as cause in general, this which believes in the ego as being, in the ego as substance, and which projects its belief in the ego substance onto all things. Only thus it creates the concepts thing. We cannot, however, do without synthetic judgments or language. In fact, they are inevitable. Rational thought, he wrote in 1887, is interpretation according to a scheme which we cannot escape. The human animal, deficient as it is, required help. It had to use petrified reason to express his and the others' needs to survive in community and herd. However, self-consciousness as regards the whole of life is not only superfluous, it is also dangerous because it takes as real, true, and substantial what is only a surface and sign world. Everything thereby becomes corrupted, universal, and common. Under the self-delusion of our conceptual language, we equate what is unequal. No leaf ever wholly equals another, and the concept leaf is formed through an arbitrary abstraction from these individual differences, through forgetting distinctions. Human conceptual consciousness does not do justice to the individuality of the environmental multifariousness. It offers an utterly reductive, subject-controlled, and exclusive perspective of the world. It comes down to an objectification of the fluid transformation of the given, which is another important point Nietzsche shares with critical posthumanism, concerned as it is about the ecological acknowledgement and the specificity and becoming of each being, thing or object. And life is for both an ontic mode of many faceted experiences which precede all binary categories of rational and irrational. However, ego is only a small and insignificant subdivision of the self. The faculty of reason is very small in comparison to the great reason of the body. Cartesian ego consciousness is only one organ which the body uses for its purpose. Instead of introducing another binary dichotomy with the stress on the body, Nietzsche conceives of the body as a self-organizing integrity in its continuous relationality with its environment. This organizational and ontological consistency is equally important for a post-human ontology. For Nietzsche, the human body, including the cortex, is governed and motivated by the same principles as the organic and inorganic world. It becomes, the body becomes an existential alive, which I do not have, but which I am. Through the organizing and expressive medium of the self, from Zarathustra, he introduces the self in Zarathustra, we may have some access to the large manyness of bodily processes, impulses, and effects, and to their mutual strives, that is, the will to power. Qua analogy, we may thereby understand the ecological system in toto. Everything is subject to the will of power, to the will to power, self-overcoming and incorporation. Effect and counter-effect. Nietzsche replaces the unit of an atom with what he calls power quanta. Power quanta are not imaginable as static and closed objects, but only through their dynamics, the effect they exercise and they resist. They only exist in and through their relational tension to all other dynamic quanta. From the pathos emerges a becoming, an efficacy. This agonistic and fundamental interaction between mastery and demise is incomprehensible in rational terms. Quanta, interestingly enough, are at the basis of both the organic and inorganic environment and essentially animate agents whose impetus is to thrive or vanish, and, and who even have a forward-looking and proactive perception. As we are material body determined by the same force, we are also able to get some, if hazy, clue of what the world is about. Quote, it is not permitted, is it not permitted, he asks, to ask the question whether this given would not be sufficient for understanding on the same basis the so-called mechanistic world as holding the same rank of reality as our effect possesses. Yet, our eco-consciousness is structurally inept to communicate the abundant becoming of the world. By focusing on ourselves, we may sense our breathing, heartbeat, the tonus of our nerves, and call it mindfulness or meditation or whatever, but this remains an ego-subjective activity without onto-epistemological consequences. The crux in Nietzschean aporia then is that this becoming or fluid form of life is also only discursively describable by means of concepts, namely the concept of becoming. So we come into a circle, but Nietzsche is adamant. In spring 1883, he writes, I have always striven to prove to me the innocence of becoming. He does this by way of an aesthetic justification of being. Art gets its way where science or knowledge or causality fail. Other than discursive language, it can bring to bear the multiple and changing perspectives in their processuality. Nietzsche attributes to art an existential and psychosomatic experience, turning thereby explicitly against all idealist, that is mainly Kantian and Hegelian aesthetics. Aesthetics is indissolubly tied to biological prepositions, he writes in the case of Wagner. He follows the guidance of the body. The body acts injudiciously and spontaneously according to a non-normative intuition. The body as life is the more so a great reason since it proves a non-categorizing registry of the most differentiated sensory impressions. Consequently, Nietzsche takes recourse to the classical theory of aesthesis, that is, of sensory perception. You have that already in Aristotle, but that would lead too far. The senses, as opposed to falsifying reason, show becoming, passing away, change, they do not lie. The noumenal sense in singular is supplanted epistemologically and physically by numerous senses, numerous perspectives. It is our desires which interpret the world, each drive, each with its own perspective. In a state of refined sentience, the somatic system of affects provides autopoetically the corresponding and adequate perspective. Thus, the aesthetic act is referred back to the self-experience of the organizing performances of life. The quote by Volker Gerhardt, a German scholar of Nietzsche. Only thus we might be able to get a non-restrictive idea of the subject as manyness, of power quanta as they emerge and die in their determination of their fluid boundaries of power. In German fließendes Machtgrenzen bestimmen. It is important, though, to understand the master and his subjects as of the same kind, all as feeling, willing, thinking, and that from everywhere we see and guess motion in the body, we learn to infer a related and invisible life. End of quote. In the physical sphere, underneath the accidents of our consciousness, a permanent change takes place, a shifting and of unconscious perceptions and sensory expressions and perspectives. The question then is, how do we realize which of the numerous and ever-changing perspectives might be life-enhancing, beyond la polar, and what might be the ecological benefit of art? Nietzsche wants becoming let happen, but how can the artist be aware of this becoming? How can individuals adequately self-express themselves without grammar and object? Nietzsche's will to power may be a self-organizing and self-referential ontological principle underlying all physical processes. But what is the point if the artist, in their back and forth between their bodily forces and the material counterforces, without a discontinuity, do not become aware of that creative power? The answer is that Nietzschean artists do both. They give themselves to a naturalistic or true to life relationality and retain, that's important, retain this relationality in the work of art. Physiological art responds to the will to power of the power quanta, to drives and instincts, and realizes at the same time the possibility of freedom by the realization of appearance or form. The artist abandons herself to a Dionysian ecstasy, steps out of their ego identity to supply and communicate the spontaneous impression in a dithyramb. Rather than intoxication or drunkenness, the later Nietzsche has an oversensitive and highly excitable nerve system in mind, which is capable of perceiving, quote, a thousandfold complexity. Due to a vast amount of sensory input and neural stimuli, and by way of proprioception, that is, you feel into your body, the subjects are incorporated into a psychosomatic commotion to create an adequately processual likeness. Nietzsche goes as far to suggest the same motive and power behind art and the sexual act. He was a great fan of Raphael and Ingres, but I cannot go into this. I don't have the time. Subjects are drawn into the relationality of self and other, blurring the subject-object duplicity. One experiences oneself as gliding or glissé between the poles. The artistic body is not fixed in the static and singular being, but in a progressive Heraclitean plural being, since their perspectives are innumerable and dynamic, quote, involving indefinite interpretations. And since there is no physical ontological difference between inside and outside, the world has become once again infinite. The artist is most open to the plethora of endlessly interpreting and interpreted centers of force. Her field of bodily experimentation embraces the punctuations of will or power quanta emerging from his physical vigor. For the time being, they perceive and feel an individual fulfillment of the will to power. The virtue of a mimetic impulse artists manage to cast the ever becoming will to power into by virtue. They manage to cast the will to power into material form, which then allows ex post facto only for voluntative interpretations and projections of the physical effects. Modern artists realize themselves by disappearing as subjects in self-referential projections of the imaginary, which burgeon or unfold in many perspectives. In the literary art, poets in a Dionysian state give themselves to the physical materiality of language, its condensations and mimetic qualities. They slide, as it were, on the signifier. Tempered by an Apollonian mood, the poet sets out to communicate the floating punctuations of the will. Nietzsche, in his Zarathustra, or late fragments and poems, does this with a large number of predications, with narrative set pieces and mythologisms, and a highly energetic diction through fragments and silence indicated by punctuation. Nietzsche thereby evokes an attunement, a Gestimmtheit, to impart the unspeakable Dionysian state. The poetic intellect, as a master of dissimulation, celebrates its Saturnalia with creative pleasure by jumping up the metaphors and shifting the boundary stones of abstractions, so that, for example, it denotes the stream as the moving path which carries people to places to which they otherwise walk. A strong feeling of elation sets in with the immediate outflow of new transferences, metaphors, and metonymies. The bodily system of effects and neural stimuli transforms itself in an outpour of images. Beyond abstraction, the bodily exuberance sprouts, shoots out in 100 linguistic devices. What is true for literature is analogously true for sculpture, painting, and of course music. The artist abandons his affective perspective mimetically to the stone, color, to the pigments, and tune to feel and sense the experience of the materiality of the material in question. Nietzsche was highly interested in animal mimicry. The artist, as the recipient of art, the artists are subject to a similar process. That is, you are absorbed for the time being by the other. The subject disappears for a moment in the surface structure of the stony Greek statue to experience its energeia through and in their bodily feedback. When he
Professor,
watches, yeah,
so 2 or 3 minutes, if that is possible.
yeah, it's possible, yeah. When he
Okay, thanks.
watches a Greek sculpture, he feels the resonance of the Greek agon, which is contained and absorbed in the Apollonian stillness of the torso. This leads, in Nietzsche's terms, to a kind of reconciliation with nature. I just quote, under the charm of the Dionysian, not only the union between man and man is reaffirmed, but nature, which has become alienated, hostile, or subjugated, celebrated once more the reconciliation with her lost son, man. In Nietzsche's later writings, he gets very enthusiastic, very emphatic. I do not quote here. I just point the ontological affinities between Nietzsche and posthumanism. They should be clear. His refutation of the subject-object dualism, his questioning of instrumental reason, and the insistence on the vital multiplicity and integrative role of the body. Many post-human performance artists have made this point. Jaime Delval, Ostellac, and are probably the best known. Jaime Delval and Stefan Sorgner describe and proclaim the body as a field of relational forces. That could also be a Nietzschean quote. Sensory immersive art by the Danish-Australian collective Signa by Random and National should be other cases in point. One point I still have to make Nietzsche's aesthetic or aesthetic account of the vibrations that emerge between a human life, its punctuations of will or power quanta, and a work of art may appear a little esoteric. If this is so, it is worth looking at the recent studies in the phenomenology and sociology of atmosphere by Jean-Paul Thibault and Gernot Böhm, the studies on resonance by Helmut Roos. A quote by Nietzsche and the phenomenalist Heidegger will not do at the moment. But as you all know, atmospheres are charged. We only have to put out our feelers. You feel probably the atmosphere in your room in which you just sit which might be tense or not. I don't know. I have here quite a relaxed atmosphere in my room, especially with my cat behind me, who I feel. But ultimately, I would like to point to Jane Bennett's Vibrant Matter and Influx and Efflux. The books, especially the latter one, is about those subliminal material, organic and inorganic effects and effects that cancel out the traditional dichotomies, which nevertheless influence our being sustainably. The latter book, Influx and Efflux, is predominantly about the verse of Walt Whitman, in which corporeal and sensory materials are breathed out, among other things, as verse. Bennett does not mention Nietzsche in that book, though. Okay, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Wolf. We have time for a short Q&A. Please, if there are questions or comments.
Thank you. I was wondering about the power quanta. There was a dialogue between Pier Aldo Rovati and Gianni Vattimo in the 28th century, 1980 or 1990, and they had somehow a quarrel that now, okay, we don't have anymore the Cartesian subject, the substance subject, and now Vattimo was, Rovati was actually accusing somehow Vattimo that he's rather optimistic. Why? Vattimo says, okay, we don't have the stable identity. Now we somehow escape the surface of power objectification or so. And then Rovati, so he says we can glitch. We can escape that. And I was wondering, Rovati says that no, I'm not quite sure we can do that because, as Husserl says, we are subjects and objects in the same time. My point was that I was wondering if this power quanta, I see them as belonging to artists, but what about the herd? They may not have this, I don't know how to say it, it's not a trait, it's not a mechanism. It's something like, maybe I misunderstood everything, I don't know. But can you tell me if this is something similar to Vattimo's optimistic idea that we can escape this techniques of power, let's say?
I don't know Vattimo's statement about this, but the power quanta are Nietzsche's basic or fundamental ontology. They are the basis of everything. That's how I understand it. They are both at the basis of the herd and of those who are, and of the masters. Yes, but the herd responds in another way. And there is a permanent reshifting, you see, an incorporation and a permanent reshifting. The herd will be the masters at some time, as I see that, and the masters will subside. So my point was an aesthetic one. The aesthetic one is if we kind of abandon ourselves to this idea of basic energies in our life, call them power quanta, call them Willenspunktuation, call them effects. If we open ourselves up to them, we may reach a status as the child in the Zarathustra, what we heard, innocence of becoming. We may be able to give ourselves to becoming. So in that respect, I agree with Vattimo. If there, it's a soft interpretation of Nietzsche. Sure, it's an interpretation that's very much with Aura's, very much in line with Aura's interpretation of Nietzsche. Yes. I don't know if I've answered your question, but it's not so like, yeah.
It's great. I understood. It's okay. Thank you.
Okay, we can have another one if that's the case. Okay.
Hi, Professor Rolf.
Hi.
So you are saying that you're trying to understand Nietzsche as a forerunner of new materialism. I was just wondering if you could say more on this and how this is compatible with value creation in Nietzsche.
Yes, at least with Jane Bennett's version of new materialism, new materialism has a very strong phenomenological side. Could you do you understand me? With a very strong focus on the processes that are going on in the smaller to the smallest units in the environment. And I see a kind of aesthetic approach or an aesthetic approach as a way to get a feeling of that was what goes on in the other than human, in the non-than human world. And I think Jane Bennett is roughly telling us the same. So did Heidegger, by the way, and other phenomenologists. And I think there's also a close relationship between Heidegger and new materialism, although Heidegger would not accept that properly. Yes.
Okay. Thank you again, Professor Wolf. Thank you to all the members. It's nice.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks again.
Thank
It's
you.
now time for a well-deserved coffee break. Undeva la 15, 9 minute.
So you have to know where the room of the coffee is.
Now, let's not, well, we are approaching the last leg. We are not right at the last leg of our journey today. This session begins with a presentation by Diksha Tripathi. It's an online presentation called Beyond Humanist Ramification of Nietzschean Aesthetics. Dr. Diksha Tripathi, born on 18 October 1995 in Prayagraj, formerly known as Allahabad, is a distinguished posthuman philosopher currently residing in Vasant Kunj, Delhi. She completed her undergraduate studies at Jai Narayan University, Jodhpur in 2016, followed by a master's degree in English, where she was honored with the University Gold Medal for her academic performance. Throughout her academic journey, Dr. Tripathi has demonstrated remarkable cultural talents, earning 2 silver medals in youth festivals. Her passion for literature and language led her to pursue a career in academia, where she currently serves as a faculty member of English and as a manager at Sahitya classes in Delhi. Dr. Tripathi's study pursuits extend beyond the classroom, as evidenced by her recent recognition Viva on posthuman tradition and mainstream popular culture at her alma mater. Alongside her academic endeavors, she is deeply committed to social philanthropy, particularly in advocating for the rights and well-being of individuals with disabilities. Driven by her insatiable curiosity and thirst for knowledge, Dr. Tripathi aspires to delve into the depths of modern contemporary studies, emerging victorious with a treasure trove of unexplored and iconoclastic insights. She envisions herself as a beacon of enlightenment in the ever-evolving landscape of academia. Dr. Tripathi, you have the floor. Can you hear us?
I hope I am audible. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yes, okay.
Namaste. Namaste.
Namaste.
So, thank you so much for having me here. And I'm extremely humbled by the excellent views and insights that are presented in this room. So, thank you so much for welcoming me here. And yes, so before I start with my presentation, I have a very striking question, or I would simply want to quote one thing. We all have heard that this quotation that says, "Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder," right? So, does beauty really lie in the eyes of the beholder? Is something that I would want to ask right now. And I would like to answer this question in the last of my segment or my presentation. So, yes, here I would like to give a start to my presentation. The very first thing I'll be talking about the beyond humanist ramifications or consequences of Nietzschean aesthetics, right? So before everything else, we need to understand what is aestheticism, right? So when we are talking about aestheticism, it's about the beauty, the art, the truth, and how we perceive it. The very first perception or the very first sensory perception, I would say, is something that is being included in this sect, right? So it was a movement that valued beauty and the sensory experiences over socio-political themes. It said or it advocated that the beauty should be perceived on the very first impression and it should not follow any didactic or moral preaching, right? It began in late 19th century as European arts movement that was known as aestheticism, that focused on the belief that art should be valued only for its beauty rather than serving any political or didactic or any other purposes, right? And yes, so we have the progenitors. The progenitors was A.C. Swinburne, Walter Pater. We have William Morris, D.J. Rossetti, and I'm sorry, Gabriel Rossetti, yes, and Oscar Wilde, and so on and so forth. So after that, I would want to talk about the man of the hour, Nietzsche. Who was Nietzsche? So yes, as we all know that he was from Germany and he hailed from a really humble background. His mother was a Puritan lady, and of course he performed masters. But we need to talk about his backgrounds as well. So he was a military enthusiast. At the tender age of 23, he served in the military services, but just because he was nearsighted, he got dispelled from the army services. And he was, again, my favorite. He was a musician. He was really close to music. And there is a very beautiful quote that I am remembering here, is that without music, life would be a mistake. So as I am a musician, and I do understand the impact of music. So he was a musician by heart and by soul. And yes, was he a hikikomori? So I hope every one of you are familiar with this ideology of hikikomori. So for the ones who are not, I would want to talk about this thing. So hikikomori is basically a concept that is, or an ideology that is quite prevalent in Japan. So the people who do not feel drawn towards the societal or other forms of society, so what they do is that they find recluse in their own cocoon. They find recluse in their own, I would say, in their own comfort zone. They don't want to come out of it. And these tendencies, and yes, the depression is really prevalent in Japan. And I would want to say this thing also, that I was reading an article a few days back, and I found that people, or the youngsters especially, they were renting the relationships, or they were I heard that a few of them, they wanted some of the girlfriends or boyfriends or parents or any other relationship were being borrowed. So this is something that needs to be included here. Then he was the hero of an unreciprocated love story. Yes, Lou Salem was the name of his beloved, and though his love story, it left unreciprocated, and this thing, it filled him with bitter memories, and for lifetime he became a little bitter, right? Then, as we all know, that he was the progenitor of the Superman, overhuman, or the Ubermensch concept. Yes, and we will talk about it later on. Now, Nietzsche's aestheticism in post-human philosophy. So, what is post-humanism? Again, it's the umbrella term that includes so much. So, post-humanism is the iconoclastic ideology that talks about the aftermath of humanistic perspectives, right? So, it explores the intersection of art, beauty, and post-human thoughts, right? Here, if we want to understand the Nietzschean aestheticism, we need to talk about three prime topics. The first is authenticity, the API index, right? Authenticity, perception, and importance. So when we are talking about the authenticity, it includes the perspectivism. It includes the critique of traditional truth and life affirming truth. So for example, I am a woman, right? And I should be considered in many ways. I can be a mother, I can be a wife, I can be a sister, so on and so forth. Same is with the other gender also. So the authenticity has to be challenged. What if I want to convert my identity into a male? The authenticity has to be challenged, and if it was challenged, it should be taken into consideration. The second thing that comes here is perception. Perception, life's inherent meaninglessness, and you have nihilism, and then you have to create a meaning out of nowhere. Here I remember a very one of my favorite works from the theater of absurd. It was the characters like Vladimir and other and Estragon were there. So what matters is that you have to form a perception, and it should be iconoclastic, it should be path breaking according to Nietzsche and his philosophy. Then there turns the importance, the I factor. Importance stands for the master slave. Okay, so this master slave morality, it was discussed in one of his sorry works called Beyond Good and Evil. So we will discuss it later on, but this importance set, it includes the reevaluation of values and will to power. Again, will to power we will discuss in the later on slides, right? Now it's time to move forward to the bifurcation between aestheticism and Nietzsche's aestheticism. So I have a very beautiful quote that defines aestheticism. It was, beauty is truth, truth, beauty. That's all we know on earth and all we need to know. It was by Keats. So I have a question. What do we mean by beauty and truth? I mean, what is that? How they are relative? So according to me, if you'll ask me, beauty and truth are individuals' perception, are my perception, what I reckon or what I consider to be beautiful, what I consider to be truth, is something that should matter beyond anyone else's perception, right? So if we are bifurcating these two terms, aestheticism from Nietzschean aestheticism, we should reckon that aestheticism was the sensory apprehension of your truths of beauty and art, right? But when we are talking about the Nietzschean aestheticism, it was simply about the path breaking views of beauty. It was about that the beauty, as I said, and as I said earlier, it was about the individual perception, how I perceive the concept of beauty. That is just the crux of Nietzschean aestheticism and normal aestheticism. So here we should have a glance over these important things. That says aestheticism aimed to elevate the appreciation of beauty and pleasure to the highest level. It rejected the traditional and moral utilitarian concepts in favor of the pursuit of sensory and emotional experiences. And Nietzsche believed that the pursuit of beauty and pleasure was a reflection of individual and will to power, and also that art and beauty are instruments for individuals to assert their own creativity and value. Then aesthetic experience as the highest form of human aesthetic experience was actually the highest form of human experience. Art was taken as a mean to confront and overcome nihilism, and he considered life to be the most beautiful work of art. Now it's time to move forward to one of my favorite topics, the transspeciesism. Is transspeciesism the modern day post-humanist aestheticism? So we need to talk about what is transspeciesism. So it's simply about challenging your own species, challenging the set of boundaries, or challenging a state where you can consider yourself to be beyond human. Again, this is one of the most emerging topics that is being dealt these days. This term was propounded by Gay A. Bradshaw, right? So, uh, by the way, in I would want to quote, I would want to say a fact here. It is that in Germany, in Switzerland, and in so many European countries, what is happening is that people are celebrating their disabilities. Again, it becomes a part of transableism, right? It is slightly different from transspeciesism. So what transableism says is that if I am fine, right, I have no deformity, I am fine. But what if I want to step into someone's shoes who is not who is not fine, or who is not considered normal? So in that case, to I would want the doctors to infect me with some virus or with some other thing, so that I can feel their emotions. This becomes one of the most important studies of transableism. I am researching on this thing, and I hope that I will soon come up with so many important ideas with this. So here what matters is that, and the picture, if you people can see here on the screen, it's a mad crowd. So people here, they were celebrating their any deformities. They were proud of it, they were proud of their individual being. And this is something that matters the most when it comes to transspeciesism. And if we are talking about the examples of transspeciesism, very first that we have here, or the primos that we have here, is of Dennis Evener. I hope we all are well aware of this person. So Dennis Evener, what he thought was that, as I said, they are challenging the boundaries of their own species, or of being a human. He's a human, he's a male, but he in within, he considered himself to be a tigress. Yes. So he got I guess the operations done, and then he got changed into a cat. He meows, he eats cat food, and he behaves like a cat. So what are we following? What are we moving towards? Is that beneficial? Is that harmful? Whatever it is, it should be taken into consideration. All the eugenics, all the biomedical techniques, all the augmentations, everything, they should be taken into proper consideration. Because if you're following any such thing, they need to be paid a very proper heed, right? So I would want to move forward to my very next point, Nietzsche's influence on post-human thought. So as we have discussed what is the meaning of post-humanism, what Nietzsche opined that he challenged the binary of human versus non-human, right? He said that it was a perspective that goes beyond traditional humanism. It focused on the future of humanity. For example, we have so many things that comes into this umbrella term called posthumanism. We have transhumanism, we have philosophical posthumanism, we have critical posthumanism, we have biomedical posthumanism, and the AI takeovers, and so on and so forth. So we have so much here. But what Nietzsche means by the post-human thought, so I have a very I have a quotation that is coming into my mind when Nietzsche says that there is nothing called the end, there is no concept of end, and it's us who has created the concept of end. It's again one of the most important things and influences that we follow right now, right? That there was nothing called the end. He quoted that there is no God, and and the God is dead and we have killed him. So what does he mean by death? Okay, what does he mean by end? Because in Indian philosophy, right, in Bhagavad Gita and Upanishads and so many other scriptures, right, we have this shloka that says Antah Asti Prarambha. It means that from your end begins your beginning, right? So there's nothing called an end. The soul, the complete universe, it never ends. If it's ending, it means that it with something or some other thing will is going to begin soon. So there is nothing called an end. Again, with this shlok, I can remember the theory of Advait Vedant that says that the antarman, the intrinsic feelings, they are similar, or they are to be emerged with the extrinsic feelings, or the feelings that we have in outer. So I would like to explain this thing with an example. That imagine if we have a glass of water, right? And if we are pouring that glass of water in the ocean, right? So it will immerse, it will gel up, it will dissolve, right? So this was the concept of Advait Vedant that we follow, that we Indians follow, right?
Pati, I
Now,
have to remind you that you have, sorry, you have 3 minutes left.
I'll conclude my things. Huh?
Thank you.
Okay. So aestheticism in Nietzsche's Beyond and Good Evil, we have as talked about it, but I would want to conclude this thing very briefly. So Beyond Good and Evil, it talks about the master slave relationship. Master slave as in if something is beneficial to me, it has to be kept in master's category. If something is harmful to me, it should be kept in slaves category. So there's so much I should talk about, but as the time is ticking up, so I will not discuss about it. Maybe sometime later on we'll talk about it, right? Will to power, for me, it's one of the most important topics or theories, because will to power is again, it was mainly driven by the desire to have control and influence over themselves. And so people who have a proper control and influence on their feelings and emotions and surroundings as well, it is again very important. So for example, if I want to become a professor, and I could not become that, instead I was forced to become an engineer, or maybe a doctor who has done MBBS or something of that sort, it means that I do not follow the concept or theory called will to power. So it was again a very important theory being propounded by Nietzsche. Now, I would want to move forward to the last of my slides. It was conclusion. So Nietzsche's aestheticism, it provides a vital framework. Yes, it does. Art and beauty are essential in navigating post-human futures. And yes, encourages transcending limitation through creativity. It does. It encourages transcending limitation through creativity. We need creativity if we want to follow the Nietzschean post-human philosophical concept. And now it's time to actually, I would want any one of you to help me with the answer. That does beauty really lie in the eyes of the beholder? And if I could not get the answer, I'll surely answer that, because I have the answer. But again, it's open ending. So I would want to invite certain answers, and then the sect will be open for the question. And thank you so much for having me here. I'm enlightened and I'm blessed to be here.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Few minutes for questions. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a question towards the aestheticism in Nietzsche, because I always thought that aesthetics is not something that should be attributed to Nietzsche. Why? There are several thinkers like Heidegger is the first one, I think, or also Nietzsche, that purposely say they do not aesthetics. Why not? Because they are not like Schiller, like Goethe or Adorno, who say there's a specific sphere outside of my normal earnest life. So aestheticism is more like something that is not my normal usual life. And from this I would derive the question, Nietzsche would like, from my point of view, to see his artwork as something will to power, something that creates, something that's strong, something that's not just cherishful and playful, but something that really creates and forges and is brutal. And it's more, maybe it's more a comment than a question, but how would you react to this if I say Nietzsche doesn't have an aesthetic?
Okay, so I guess if I'm not wrong, you asked that why I connected or why I propounded or actually connected the theory of aestheticism to Nietzsche, right? So I have a very poignant reason for that. Nietzsche was, again, he dealt with certain concepts called the swarm theory. If you have heard of the swarm theory and the harmonization, right? So what swarm theory says that he has used certain sets of animals like the eagle, and if I'm not wrong, you have eagle and a serpent, right, in one of his works that he has used. I think in Beyond Good or Bad, I'm not confirm of the work, but yes, he has used the swarm theory. He has talked about the insects, the beehives, and all that. So because of the swarm theory and the theory of harmonization talks about that human evolvement should not be dealt without the recognition of transhumanism or technology. So he has talked about these key terms in his most poignant work, and I read those works, and which is why I can confidently say that we should definitely connect Nietzsche with aesthetic philosophy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Thank you for your talk. I have to stand up. There's too much sitting, and my body is hurting already. Thanks. It's just a response to aesthetics in nature, but maybe not in the class. Nietzsche deals with arts, deals with perception, deals with creativity, engages with artists, musicians of the past. Therefore, Nietzsche has an aesthetics, but it is post-classical, meaning it's a different kind of aesthetics. Plus, he introduced the Dionysian. It makes already. I have one. I know you're a musician. Nietzsche was a musician. He also composed music. One question for you, for all of us, those engaged with arts and music, is in what way was Nietzsche a postmodern, posthumanist musician? What did he do in his? What did he do in his? If you know his music, what did he do in his music that we can call somehow posthumanistic? Because we have 40, 50 compositions available there in CDs. We have, thanks to Jans, we have also his compositions, and also he has lots of ideas on lots of musicians. Wagner, of course, on top of the list, but he knew in person some 40, 50 musicians, and he reflects on lots of musicians. So anyway, if you have anything to say on that, Nietzsche on music as a posthumanist, somehow posthumanistic, that would be great. Thanks again.
Thank you for the question, Professor. But okay, so I have read these things. There are the articles and papers on Nietzsche being a musician, and he has certainly propounded certain more theories related to music. But for now, I do not have any. I have not heard any tunes that were being composed by Nietzsche in that, from that era. So I don't think currently I am ready to answer this question. But I'll surely get back to you once I'll have a proper glance over the musical, anthropology of Nietzsche.
Thank you. Any other questions for now?
So before we conclude, I would really want the answer. There are the distinguished and esteemed professors and organizers. Just a simple question: that does beauty really lie in the eyes of the beholder? Anyone can answer. Anyone can answer. Okay, so should I take it as a no, or should I move forward, or should I answer?
Do you mind repeating the question?
Okay, so does beauty really lie in the eyes of the beholder? It's a quotation, it's a quote that was said by Plato. So anyone can answer this. That does beauty really lie in the eyes of the beholder? Because as I'm dealing with the concept of aestheticism, for me, it's really important to get this question answered. We have the most, yes.
Your question, I think, has to be asked many times over. It depends on whom you are asking. If you are asking Kantian aestheticians, they will give you one answer. If you ask Nietzscheans, they will give you another answer. It depends on the school
Any
of
sect
philosophy.
can answer, sir. Any sect can answer. Any sect can answer.
There is a very Kantian hiding inside myself who said it depends totally also on you, but it's not contingent what you are engaging with. So this is a very philosophical non-answer in the sense that you must consider both. So you can, yeah. I'm not so sure that
So
it's
the reason that please continue, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Chibati. Next presenter is Tamara Kamatovic. Yes. With a presentation entitled On Becoming More Than Who You Are, a Euro Transhumanist Nietzschean Approach to Pedagogy. A few words about Dr. Kamatovic. Tamara Kamatovic received her PhD in German Studies at the University of Chicago in 2020. She has many years of experience teaching in a variety of subjects across the humanities, including human rights, literature, foreign languages, and history. As a postdoctoral research fellow and program manager at the CU's Yehuda Elkana Center, she works with OSUN faculty and students on developing their teaching skills on themes that include democratic and open classrooms, students' inclusivity, equity, and gender diversity. She also mentors fellows in CU's Global Teaching Fellows program. Her research interests include educational technologies, censorship, new philosophical approaches to technology, the history of science, and the history of books. Dr. Kamatovic.
Thank you so much. I don't know if you caught that, but my background was in literature, and I'm now an educationalist. And I've been observing this room the entire time. These tables are very 19th century. I'm not sure how any of your students get any work done because it keeps on sliding down. And also, everybody's fixed to the floor for a conversation about posthumanism. It's quite interesting how this space is just kind of put together. Anyway, I'm going to talk a little bit about education, and I'm going to talk a little bit about Nietzsche. And I'm going to begin with the question, what is education? So not all recognize the time that we are going through in terms of the post-human paradigm shift, but it's hard to avoid the sea change that's taking place in our social systems, driven both by environmental degradation as well as technological innovation. These changes force a reckoning for our systems, both informational and economic, and exhort them to respond to productivity challenges and barriers to social flourishing. Just as significantly, they call on us to revise notions of what we value in human capital, what we value in knowledge holders. Philosophers have had different responses to the question, what is an education? Their definitions flow from related but distinct questions. For example, for whom is an education, and under which conditions is an education best realized? Rousseau, along with other major Enlightenment thinkers, posited that education worked best when it was extended to all, stipulating, however, that without nature in the role of master or teacher, knowledge could corrupt. Nietzsche comes to quite other conclusions and was explicit about education being intended only for the aristocratic and those possessing traits of genius and excellence. Critical of the Prussian Empire's expansion of its administrative state and military alongside an enforcement of compulsory education and folkish reforms in secondary schools, he excoriated mass education for its deleterious effects on knowledge. As with Rousseau, nature plays an important role in Nietzsche's account, but where Rousseau's nature is beneficent, nurturing, and somewhat effeminate, Nietzsche's is a source of violence, suffering, and pain. To paraphrase in a language more consistent with today's pressing issues, Nietzsche theorized the relationship of education based on a bleak but realistic account of man's relationship to nature and his environment, which in our era stands under the shadow of crisis and the disruptive effects of what some refer to as a climate apocalypse. Nietzsche's reflections are also relevant for discussions about enhancement, as he considered education a major catalyst for meaningful and significant transformation and a means of inaugurating a desirable future of overmen. The aim of this talk is to show how we can approach the question of what an education is by adopting and applying Nietzsche's anti-enlightenment approach without taking on board his conclusions about educational access or subscribing to the notion that education should only be for an aristocratic class of overmen. Access and substance need not be enemies, and I will explain why. As bio and cyborg technologies change and transform human development and technological gadgets get confused with educational practice, Nietzsche's reflections promise to give us answers about the role of education during periods of dramatic change as well as transformation. I will unpack his views to show how his notion of education can support the bodies of knowledge to which Nietzsche felt responsible. Nietzsche's anti-dualism and anti-idealism further allow for the construction of an educational subject that is not subject to the cruelly belated conditioning of Bildung, which struggles to realize a future ideal self that can only be realized in the afterworld. So, with the transformation of education by digitization, AI, generative, non-generative, distance learning, proctoring software, apps, gadgets, tools, digital games, platforms, avatars, and widgets, those are just a couple of the technological uses of education. I'm not going to name the big elephant in the room, ChatGPT, because I think we've all heard enough about that. Ethics and education are becoming increasingly entangled. Debates on technological enhancements, whether biotechnological, so genetic, or technologically extensional, cyborg, call into question what it means to be a human. They also describe how the process of becoming relates to educational practice and its entanglements with technology. Where this debate is commented on with cultural and historic context in Nietzsche's work, our debates on the relationship between technologies and our bodies or our minds reflect a fractured understanding of the purpose of education. Although many educationalists today openly describe their practice as technologically enhanced without identifying as transhumanist or reflecting on the value of enhancement as a social or moral good per se, the goal of technological enhancement is linked less to notions of the good and more to economic efficiency. Educational technologies, particularly those valorized on the ed tech market, promise efficiency according to the implicit values of neoliberal economies. For example, enhancing educational outcomes, personalizing learning, helping more students meet basic proficiency in essential subjects, building competencies so that they can go out onto the labor market and perform well there, affording also more inclusive education. For those who oppose technological changes in education, there seems to be a lack of engagement with what it would actually mean to teach and learn in what is a substantially altered environment, and many progressive educationalists have difficulty translating educational practice into online or digital practice, choosing instead to focus on the inequalities in technological systems and plead for in-person learning for all. Ethics plays also a major role in debates about technological use or overdependence, and our discourse tends to stress the relationship of technology to power. Examples of this tension are reflected in conversations around overdependence on technological objects. You'll probably hear about this. I have a little girl who goes to kindergarten, and they work a lot now with very small children on trying to wean them off of technological objects like tablets and cell phones. They're trying to cultivate some kind of independence from technological objects, as well as the loss of equity caused by staggered technological developments. In a 2023 report led by UNESCO, its authors voiced a fear that online and distance learning had created a two-tiered system for the rich and powerful, those who have access to in-person education, and that given that our telecommunication systems are not designed to support digital learning in many nation states or globally, the rest of the globe must depend on unstable networks for online education. For Nietzsche, this characterization of the relationship between power and technology follows from the first of four great errors, that which confuses consequence for cause. To illustrate this error, he uses the example of the Venetian nobleman Alvise Luigi Cornaro, who recommended abstinence from heavy foods in order to extend one's lifespan. Cornaro, who had written a popular book on the subject, had, according to Nietzsche, sown great confusion and mischief by celebrating his health as a result of his diet. It was not his diet that had caused him to live long, but rather his slow metabolism, which led to his diet, Nietzsche says. And he was quite, he's quite vicious about Coronado. I think he mentioned something about its popularity next to the Bible. Have you guys heard of him? No. It is not our, I'm sorry. From this, we can conclude that the nobleman's specific constitution, or his psychophysiological needs, caused him to eat in such a way that he was able to flourish in senescence. It is not our technology which produces power, but power which produces technology. We thus confuse cause for consequence when we speak of technology just in terms of dependence or overdependence. Online teaching might work for some, while others might require interpersonal connections. No student satisfaction survey will ever conclusively yield results that can justify choosing one over the other. What we should instead do is characterize debates about access to in-person learning or online learning not as debates about teaching and learning, but rather as political problems that require political responses and solutions. For example, it might be possible to enshrine as a right in-person access to education in addition to free and affordable education as it is guaranteed in the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, given the failure of our technology systems right now to support seamless online learning for those without access to other means of education. Alternatively, we could speak of the failure of our technological systems and the improvements necessary to make seamless online learning for all a possibility. In addition to confusing cause with consequence, the role of enhancement is given very little thought outside of its economic benefits and alignment between educational practices and the labor market. Endorsements of technology-enhanced teaching, such as the following statement from a Center for Teaching and Learning at Ohio State, one of many such statements, I just Googled Teaching and Learning Center Technology Enhancement, do not make it clear why we should use technology in our teaching. Quote, students come to college with diverse experiences with technology and move on to environments where technology will play an ever-expanding role. In this rapidly changing digital landscape, technology can support, enhance, and even transform teaching practice. Students coming to university with technological experiences is not sufficient cause for disciplining teachers into teaching with technology. The fact that students will interact with new digital landscapes, which are rapidly changing, so maybe we can't even adequately prepare them for that landscape, tells us very little about what type of student programs, what type of student programs want to graduate, outside of those that are just seeking employment. Moreover, the place for these technologies in the classroom cannot be justified without an explanation of why education should make these adjustments in line with adjusting environments. Blanket statements about enhancement do not make clear what is enhanced or how. Even if we were to accept or believe that technology enhances teaching and learning by making, for example, teachers more accountable to their students, by offering more self-guided instructional activities, or reinforcing learning at home using digital platforms, to really understand the limits and possibilities of that enhancement, we would have to possess a very philosophically sound notion of educational enhancement that goes beyond the practice of just tacking on the value add of technology. We would also have to further engage with reasons for which technology bringing about enhancements in learning and educational subjects is a desirable and worthwhile goal to pursue. So I move to my next section, otium and education. Transhumanism, I think as we all have kind of discussed today, is a territory on which the most philosophically elaborate defenses of enhancement as a core value have been made. As this conference focuses only on one variety of transhumanism, and I have some limited time, I will only paraphrase the Euro-transhumanist justification for enhancement. Namely, there is a freedom that comes from allowing liberal use of technologies, and that freedom helps us realize a great plurality of idiosyncratic lifestyles, as the leading proponent of the movement, Stefan Lorenz Sorgner, has put it. Sorgner's views on technological freedom are based on the idea that we have always been cyborgs, technologically steered beings, which makes it possible for him to draw an analogy between education and genetic modification. This, Sorgner shows, is one way to respond to demands made to develop in line with environmental challenges, and he argues that parents should have the freedom to modify their offspring in the same way that they make choices regarding the education of their offspring. In his reflections on posthumanist aesthetics, Sorgner also invokes the Roman virtue of otium, or the cultivation of fine tastes that focuses on building resilience and strength. Otium describes the practice of disciplined reflection, and it is a form of the cultivation of the self. For Wagner, the automation of labor has forced the human labor market to reconfigure such that human capital is at threat, and many have become outcasts of governmental social security networks. This state of affairs, of course, requires a political solution, whether it's UBI or the development of other forms of politically economic systems which do not rely on the exploitation of surplus labor for productivity or the flourishing of our societies. For education, it may signal good news, though, for at the same time, automation has led to the dissolution between categories that Nietzsche once upheld, such as master, slave, labor, otium. We are free now, in line with Lafargue's hedonist Marxism, to embrace new ways of using our time outside of work. Wagner shows the ways in which we can spend that time by drawing a distinction between leisure and otium, where leisure is a form of hedonist relaxation, pursuit of pleasure for the sake of pleasure. Otium requires self-discipline, reflection, and thought. This definition of otium resonates with Nietzsche's own reprisal and account of aristocratic education in his oeuvre from the 1870s until his late work. A glance at his reflective biography, Ecce Homo, gives us a sense for whom this form of education is intended, namely someone embodying strong values and willing to take on education as a means of overcoming weaknesses, decadence, and even illness. He talks a lot about being ill in that late work. Not the aristocratic class that we know by inheritance or by title. The titles of his chapters, which are wonderful, Why I Am So Wise, Why I Am So Smart, Why My Books Are So Great, humorously dramatize a phenomenon culturally anathema to the self-constraining goals of Bildung, namely that it is never fully possible to realize one's education and that our striving may as well carry on into the afterworld. I'm also thinking about Freud, die unendliche Analyse, the analysis that never ends. It's quite hard to become gebildet. Although Nietzsche's early writings valorize Bildung over wissenschaftlich, scholarly or academic knowledge, in his later writings he derides Bildung as a way of living that had emerged historically with the consciousness of the bourgeois class. You can look at Koselleck's work on this for a good example, a very robust example of how these two terms are kind of coeval. For Nietzsche, the only real purpose of education is the practice of rigorous self-discipline that can lead to the breeding of new traits. Selbstzucht. Zucht in German, züchtigen means to like grow, to breed, yeah? So breeding new traits, qualities, and characteristics. But he did not understand this form of self-discipline in a militaristic or German nationalist sense. Rather, he kind of thinks of it in terms of a self-driven form of natural selection. His account identifies also the need for strong teachers. And as we can gather from his own writings about his teachers, his Erzieher, his upbringers, he knows that these should be men embodying, or women, embodying outstanding qualities of genius, Schopenhauer, Wagner, against whom a student will define himself or herself. Learning for Nietzsche is a form of struggle, generational struggle, that results in new generations possessing better characteristics, more robust traits, and better or enhanced qualities. By restricting education to a class of embodied supermen and ignoring the idealism of the Enlightenment, which sought to extend education to the masses on the basis of what was good for them, Nietzsche is better able to account for the relationship between self-discipline, self-cultivation, and human change and development. At the same time, he defends bodies of knowledge from social or political systems that seek to put those bodies at the service of the state. In this way, his account gives us a better sense both of what education is and how educational practice and pedagogy can remain true and responsibly defend certain historical bodies of knowledge. Trained as a philologist, Nietzsche's main concern with education lay in the corruption of language curricula, in particular German and ancient Greek and Latin, which he criticized for being distorted to fit a nationalist German agenda under the heel of the Prussian state. His lectures are a passionate defense of the difficulty of mastering ancient Greek, as well as a vicious criticism on the excision of German canonical figures, he talks about Schiller, from secondary education. The ideal educational subject for Nietzsche is not the gentry, nor is it the Bildungsbürger of the 19th century, but the person who understands education as a form of self-discipline and a process of biological change, not as a transcendent ideal. Nietzsche's account of his life in Ecce Homo gives abundant examples of the climactic and meteorological conditions best suited for his own rigorous thought. It's alpine and full of strong, bracing winds, as well as the diet that best suits the metabolization of his thought. He rejects wine and the practice of smoking and favors the Piedmontese diet. These are not virtues he promotes due to frugality, economization, or good living, as Cornaro did, but rather idiosyncratic lifestyle choices that allow for the proper metabolization of knowledge under the right conditions for him. Nietzsche implies the need for all of us to find the right conditions under which we can flourish and develop methods and practices of self-discipline to allow us to interact productively with bodies of knowledge. For all of his abrasive and irreverent rhetoric, Nietzsche's interpretation of the world can at times be characterized as liberal, ceding to others the opportunity to find ways in which they can flourish individually. Education is indispensable to human notions of the good life. Even under conditions of hermeneutic variability and weak ethics, which present us with the incommensurability of competing values, there are strong reasons to continue to value and finance education and to treat it as a collective good. Since 1948, when the right to education was adopted in the framework of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, access to free primary education and affordable higher education is identified with flourishing and well-organized societies, and it is legally enshrined and legislated both nationally and internationally. Data over the course of the last 50 years shows that by recognizing the right to education, there has been a sharp decline in the number of persons globally without access to formal education, from 50% in 1950 to 13% in 2020. At the time that Nietzsche was delivering his Basel lectures on education in the 1870s, that number lay at around 70% globally. Valuing education also does good to a society. Countries like Denmark, with inhabitants with very high levels of education, tend to be better places to live than countries whose inhabitants are not educated. Education and technology share common features, raising standards of living and promoting better ways of life. We have the means now to offer a wide number of people access to odium, a kind of education that privileges knowledge, personal inclinations, as well as the cultivation of the self through focused learning and learning how to self-discipline. The future is one of increasing automation, self-driving cars, we heard about that today, and other things. And our technologically modified and steered environment makes it possible to live less of our lives performing meaningless tasks and more of it cultivating ourselves. Valorizing only the economic function of learning, competencies, for example, and misunderstanding relations of power in relation to knowledge and technology, regimes of education, including higher educational institutions, reproduce meaningless and repetitive tasks in learning through the pedantic application of learning outcomes, competency-based assessments, and other forms of standardization, measurement schemes, and ill-suited frameworks for studying and engaging with different bodies of knowledge. We have arrived historically at a place where it is possible to go further than Bildung did, beyond its belated becoming, to embed educational subjects in worlds of knowledge, immerse them in their environments, and make them conscious of their own needs, desires, and methods of flourishing. Nietzsche translated this approach to education as based in the little things: nourishment, diet, location, climate, rest, and the casuistry of self-discipline. Under the right conditions and with the right form of self-knowledge, we can not only become who we are, but with the right luck and the right application of technologies, we might soon become more than we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kematovic, for this insightful and rich presentation. Yes, questions, please, Professor Zogner.
Thank you. Wonderful talk. I've seen a short video from what is being done as test runs in China and in schools. And they're putting EEGs around the heads. They've put up 100 cameras in the classrooms, doing eye tracking. They're checking the body temperature if someone's not feeling well. They're checking. They're permanently being monitored in order to see so if someone's attentive when watching video, when giving verbal explanations, when reading a text, in order to to see whether they fall asleep, the various reactions. The information is being sent both to the parents as well as to the teachers, which, anyway, raises a couple of issues. However, so in order to really personalize education, so we often don't understand ourselves properly. We might not know, whether we are more the visual type, whether we are the numerical type, whether we do better when we read a text, how the text needs to be written. And sort of when we do by means of such a digital analysis, it could both be very helpful for your own self-understanding, but it could also be helpful for the teacher to know, well, that person just, is not functioning at 8 in the morning. Maybe we should let them arrive at 10 because it's just not there. psychophysiological need to get up so early. So couldn't such measures be actually extremely helpful for like this digital data analysis, permanent surveillance in classes with hundreds of cameras and body sensors inside the body and so on, in order to promote both the self-disciplining process as well as for the teachers, professors to take the diversity of different student needs into consideration?
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, we don't have to go as dystopian as China and say, you know, in this instance, there's you know, bio data that's being collected for the purpose of perhaps not personalizing learning, but surveilling students. I mean, in our own classrooms, many of you probably use Moodle or some other form of learning e-learning platform. All of those platforms basically are powered by AI that allows you to track how often students access information on those platforms, for example. So I can see how long a student was, you know, on the platform, whether they've been learning at all. This is one way in which teachers can now hold their students accountable for their learning in our classrooms. I'm not sure if you're all engaging with those as in your teaching. But the point I think I'm making is that, you know, there's nothing wrong with personalizing learning. The point is that what is that learning for? What is actually the purpose? Why are we teaching students what we're teaching them? What do we want? What do we want? How do we want to engage with bodies of knowledge that are important? And are we going beyond? When I said that personalizing has this kind of neoliberal flair to it, I really mean this idea of consumption, you know, sort of like making something boutique and making it kind of available to a boutique niche in the market. I feel like this is the kind of language invoked when technology-enhanced educationalists refer to personalization. But personalization at the level of actually really providing personal support for a student, giving them a sense of the meaning of the fields with which they're engaging, that is something that's highly desirable. And if we use technology, I said at the end of my talk, is about the right application of technology. If we use our technologies in a correct way, if we have an understanding of why we're using them, then I think we can get there. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Can I? Yeah, thank you. Can I go? Yeah. Thank you, Tamara, for your talk. You raised some very good questions, like for whom and under what conditions. In the beginning of your talk, the only Nietzsche was aristocratic. I think we need to qualify aristocracy. There's no inborn aristocracy.
No.
Nietzsche clearly is the overhuman aristocrats. And there is a lot that Nietzsche says on overhuman. I disagree with my French Stefan here. It touches over. Nietzsche was a poetic writer. There's so many: the genius, the agonist, the visionary philosopher of the future. All the culture makers are, in a way, they relate to the overhuman. So there are lots of things on the overhuman, but there's not much as to how we could be over. There's no Nietzsche does not offer any program of formation for the overhuman. That's correct. But as far as what the overhuman is, I think there's plenty. The next thing I want to say is, you know, in German, there are so many words for educate. The Bildung, Ausbildung, Erziehung. Yeah. In English, unfortunately, we have only one. So
formation. We also use
formation would be why we don't use it that much in everyday English. But what I want to say is, for Nietzsche, I think the key thing is Bildung, not just Ausbildung. Although he did come from all these academic institutions, but he was also critical of his own university, Basel. He left early after teaching 10 years. So we have to look at formation in a very broad sense, from birth to death, not the way we look at it today in a very strict academic way.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that was the point I was trying to make, right? That there's a way in which, so I mean, at the very beginning, when you're looking at those lectures that he delivered in Basel, he talks about Bildung. Really, he defends this idea of Bildung over Wissenschaftlichkeit. Because Wissenschaftlichkeit at that point becomes, tied to the way in which education is made to service the state. But later, Bildung really becomes, obviously it still remains what it is, a kind of holistic education that takes place over the course of one's life. At the same time, it is sort of attached to a specific class, right? And a specific class consciousness, which he's always making fun of. So it's difficult to really sort of, I agree with you that German, it's quite difficult to deliver a talk on education when you're engaging with these terms. So I did my best to try and give a sense of the different etymologies.
One last thing that you raised, which is also important, and there's another loose, and in Nietzsche is the formation of these overhumanly types, the visionaries, as opposed to professional classes. Clearly, Nietzsche could not have been naive that professional classes had to be also trained and educated. But there's no we don't know the relationship between the education of the overhumans and education of the professional class. That I believe is a loose end in Nietzsche, which like other loose end. But you did touch upon that, and hopefully the automated systems will help us deal with the whatever our everyday functions.
Thank you.
Okay. I would have a question, if I may. Yeah. Dr. Matovic, what's your, well, it's a little bit off topic, but what's your view on ChatGPT?
Oh no, I said that was the one technology I don't want to talk about. I'm actually going to Bulgaria next week to go do a training on Chat. This is a lot of work. A lot of the work that I do in faculty development is about ChatGPT, and I can tell you that it's a conversation. I just can't.
Yeah, because it's like right, it's right here. It's right in
Sure. It's useful. It's great. Look, ChatGPT is great if you want to produce garbage text for a grant or something like that. If you wanted to do menial tasks, if you wanted to supplant the actual, if you wanted to edit, if you want to use it to brainstorm, it's fine. But the point is that in the sort of, in education, teachers need to be conscious of the fact that their students use ChatGPT quite liberally. They will do it to write assignments wholesale. And so they need to develop methods to engage with students on that topic, to talk to them about ChatGPT use. And they have to, for that, they have to first become ChatGPT literate. So that's something that we have. That's something that I do with faculty. I had like a 90-year-old lawyer who was teaching at an international school, because in Austria, that's the only place where you're allowed to do that when you're in retirement. And he was like, I was talking to him about ChatGPT, or the whole room, and his face like transformed, and he said, "Oh my God, but students can use this technology to write." I was like, yes, that is exactly what they can do. Okay, so there are people like that, and then there are, teachers who are engaging with ChatGPT, feeding it prompts to design their instructional activities, using it with students in the classroom. It's really, really diverse. But the point is that we don't have a panacea, because technology can't be that, because all of these AI detectors yield high false positive rates. They also discriminate against students who don't speak the native language of the language in which they're writing. They also detect things like Grammarly and other AI-powered tools like ChatGPT. They treat them like ChatGPT. So, I mean, what can I say? Like, it's a useful tool. Become literate in it. Engage with your students about it. And if you're concerned that students are going to unlearn how to think, well, then think about what the point is in your curriculum. Why is thinking important to you? And don't assign menial tasks. Don't wait until the end of the semester to give them an essay without any guidance, without any training on writing that essay. And hopefully that will help. But if it doesn't, then I guess we're just stuck with ChatGPT as the author of all of our texts for the future. I don't know.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Well, I want to learn an answer from someone who is already into it. Yeah, because we are already facing it.
All of us are.
Yeah, all of us. And at some point, I think it's I think it's a little bit uncontrollable.
Yeah, it's because we don't have but that was the point that I was making about politics. A lot of these things require political solutions, not educational solutions. So think about how your higher education institutions go about defending the bodies of knowledge to which they are responsible. How we are cutting modern language programs. I'm not a Germanist anymore because there's not a future for German studies at universities. Higher education institutions need to defend these disciplines, these bodies of knowledge, and not constantly, try and translate everything into just a kind of competency, a function for the labor market. ChatGPT is not the problem. The problem is how our higher educational institutions function.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yes.
Okay, so to sort of build off of the input provided by Professor Sogner, and also deferring into the work of Shoshana Zuboff, you have said that technology and AI and all of this sort of like the entirety of these fields can be employed for the betterment of education. However, do you find it likely that it will be? And if so, how would you go about providing maybe a political project, or like setting forth some boundaries for it so that it may actually be oriented towards that?
Okay, I mean, the debates just happened yesterday between Biden and Trump. I don't see a lot of hope for like the political future on a large scale. You know what I mean? Our political institutions are failing. Our higher educational institutions are in crisis. You can only hope that that we will arrive at a point where we understand that these technologies are not they are not the cause of the problem. The source of the problem are the ways that we think about them, the way that we use them, the way that we apply them. So I can't answer your question. I'm hopeful that these technologies are going to be used for good. I mean, one of the things that I think I've engaged with Professor Zogna on throughout kind of reading his work is, yeah, okay, fine, like technologies enhance life and can extend the lifespan, but they can also end the world, the atom bomb. So, I mean, that's kind of the situation that we're in with ChatGPT too, right? Like we can like push the button or we don't, right? Those are the two options, and hopefully we won't, but I'm not a soothsayer, so I can't say what's gonna happen.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Our last and presenter for this session is Andrei Nutsas.
How does this come off?
His presentation is
Okay,
entitled "The Übermensch, Transhumanism and Environmental Ethics: Navigating Notation of Possibilities." A few words about Andrei Nutsas. Andrei Nutsas is a research fellow with the Institute for Advanced Environmental Studies at the West University of Timișoara, Romania. He holds a PhD in AI ethics from the same university. His interests lay at the intersection of ethics, technology, and the environment. In his papers, he most often takes and defends a Euro-transhumanist perspective. Dr. Nutsas.
Thank you very much. Okay, so the grounding of the paper is somehow the situation in our current era where we're undergoing this rapid technological advancement. Like you can see all the graphs that go parabolic, like it's faster than ever before. But we're also undergoing this basically survival crisis of humanity, the ecological crisis, and it's sort of humanity is not only fighting right now for its identity going forward as what it is to be a human, but also for its survival. And I think in the light of this, and in light of this discussion, I was thinking to see how can we actually look at the way Nietzsche's conception of the Übermensch, which is important if we look into the Euro-transhumanist field, can intersect with transhumanism in general, and also with the current ecological crisis that we're dealing with. And if we look at the term of Übermensch, which I would translate it as overhuman, I'm not using the Superman or Overman translations because just they're not inclusive. And it's the idea that is proposed through the overhuman is not at its roots, about biological evolution of humanity. It's about a sort of cultural or spiritual, I'm using quotes because I'm using it metaphorically as a naturalist, and it's about this sort of cultural spiritual transformation. So it's trying to say in a way that we are not right now, or nor have we ever been at the pinnacle of human achievement or of achievement in general. Is trying to propose a sort of developmental embodied nature of humanity where we're always trying to become better. And that's sort of what the Übermensch in a way is, somebody that's trying to constantly overcome societal and personal limitations. So this concept of Übermensch has been both celebrated and criticized depending on where you are. You can either be seen as a Nazi because you want to go for this, or you can be seen as a radical libertarian. So both ends of the spectrum have something that they relate to this concept. So it's a very problematic and engaging concept, and this is the concept that I'm also gonna try to work with here when we're looking at transhumanism. And now I'm going to briefly split transhumanism into, let's say, two categories, which is the first one is the classical transhumanist school that is mostly coming from the UK, US, and it focuses primarily on individual enhancement through technology such as genetic engineering, AI, life extension, and it has promoters like Nick Bostrom, Max Moore, And the whole, I don't know, if we look into even more pop culture, we have Ray Kurzweil there, we have Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, we have the guy that is the most measured person on earth, who tries to extend his life or slow his aging every day. So this is what you have on the one hand. And these are sort of like basically often very rich people that are using their resources for personal gain by intermediating with technology. Now, Euro transhumanism takes into account the cultural context of continental philosophy of Europe, and it puts a greater emphasis on the social, cultural, and what I'm trying to also do is also extend it to the ecological context of what it means to engage in human enhancement and to define a bit broader this discussion around human enhancement. So, in light of this, I'm going to try to look at, okay, let's see what are first a few tensions. I'm going to be jumping around a bit with discourse. But I'm going to look at what are a few tensions between like classical transhumanism first and ecology. Then I'm going to see like how could Euro-transhumanism, like what are the ideas of Euro-transhumanism that can sort of fix this? And then we're looking to, okay, how can we reconcile the idea of Übermensch with ecology from a Euro-transhumanistic perspective and some practical implications on this? So, if we look at transhumanist aspirations and environmental concern, we can see that there is a strong conflict, a strong tension that emerges, because what these two worldviews fundamentally prioritize are often different. They see human progress different, they see the planet differently, they see well-being within these two categories differently. And I'm going to first deal with the idea that within transhumanist thought, there is a strong anthropocentric bias. And it basically is centered around human needs, it panders to human needs, and it pushes away all other important entities within nature and sees nature's primary value as being purely instrumental. It's there to serve human desires. Now, with its focus on enhancing human capabilities and overcoming biological limitations, it thus takes this anthropocentric position. And if we look at the prioritization of human enhancement, transhumanists typically would prioritize developing technologies that can enhance human cognitive, physical capabilities, make them feel better, make them immortal if possible. It's a soft idea of immortality. It's not that I can blow you up and you don't die and reassemble. It's more the idea that there should be no natural cause to death anymore. Like we can avoid these sort of natural, non-disastrous death causes. And in this view, what nature imposes on us is seen as something to overcome. So nature is a bit of the bad person in a way. It puts us into this really shitty world where we're suffering, and technology, so there's this dichotomy being created between technology and nature, that technology can lift us out of this realm of misery. So transhumanists often have a sort of dialogue that can easily lead to the interpretation that there is a final solution to suffering, but I want to also understand that this is a false interpretation. Like they don't necessarily believe that suffering can disappear, they just think that suffering can be better alleviated, not fundamentally eradicated. And when they're focused on suffering or on other things, when it comes down to this concept of creating the next version of the Homo, what they care about is centered on creating on human exceptionalism, where the only thing that morally is significant is this human well-being and how we can further address it. Now, all these technologies that they want to utilize are very resource intensive. So that would presuppose significantly damaging our planet with extractive practices in order to facilitate this technological infrastructure that we require. And not only extractive practices, but if we look at all the big computing infrastructures that are required, they pollute a lot, they consume a lot of energy, and they also will discriminate because whoever actually owns the technology, you can see if you look at economic graphs, you can see how the importance of capital within wealth development has increased over the years, how importance of income has decreased, and how there's a stronger and stronger relationship, especially like nowadays, if we look at the war that's also going on with Ukraine, somebody has satellites and they can dictate who Ukraine can bomb, and they're not a nation state, right? So these sort of technologies have both economic consequences, ecological consequences, and also are a source of material power within political interventions. And they're all resource-intensive practices. Now, they can create novel pollutants that can go into the water stream, go into the air, and also transhumanists don't really care about the ecological consequences because many of the classical transhumanists are also long-termist. So for them, as long as 0.1% of current humanity can survive with sufficient gene diversity, it's fine if everything burns, because we can be okay with technology, freeze ourselves. I don't know what happens, but if you add up all the well-being of the people on an infinite scale, you will end up with more well-being if everybody almost dies right now. So like you can argue for very tyrannical things through this process, and very non-eco-friendly things. Okay, so how does then Euro-transhumanism differ in this sense? So there are several key features of human transhumanism that actually make the sort of merger between the idea of human transcendence, Übermensch, and an ecologically lived, embodiedly lived human life possible. First of all, in Euro-transhumanism, we are embodied and embedded. So we want to emphasize the importance of understanding human existence as fundamentally being part then of also the social and ecological context. So we are aware of these sort of relationship, also given the historical and cultural niche from where we're coming from, where we think about influences from critical theory, from postmodernism, etc., within Euro-transhumanism. There's a stronger critique on the focus of the individual over everything else, and the individual is not necessarily seen being embedded in the world as that much of a true segmented individual. So it allows for a more holistic perspective when you look at humans, at technology, and at ecology. We can also advocate through Euro-transhumanism for the development of technology that both enhances humanity and also enhances nature. And if we draw on Nietzsche as an inspiration, we can actually have a philosophical grounding to enforce this sort of radical cultural, spiritual transformation that is required in our path forward, that also relies not just also, it has to be political, it has to be personal, it has to be environmental, it has to be social. And we can also have thus consideration through, by a decreased focus on an anthropocentric perspective, allowing for a more holistic perspective, it can also shift the ethics for considering non-human life and considering suffering in all its forms, you know, as a baseline through which we can attribute ethical value, not only to animals or plants or whatever, but also maybe other life forms that might emerge within the future, for which we have no proof if they can emerge or if they exist somewhere or whatever. We have no knowledge about this at the moment on the possibility. So if we try now to reconcile, we've gone a bit through how your transhumanism can allow for this merger, but the reconciliation of Nietzsche's Übermensch concept with environmental ethics also presents a formidable philosophical challenge. And it's at the heart, the challenge comes from how do we view human excellence, progress, and our relationship with nature. So I will first look into how we reevaluate excellence within an ecological context. So the reinterpretation of human excellence in an ecological context requires a fundamental shift in our understanding of greatness or superiority. Nietzsche's Übermensch is often associated with notions of power, self-mastery, the creation of new values. However, in an age of ecological crisis, we must ask, what does true power and mastery look like in relation to the natural world? One approach is in this reinterpretation is to consider the Übermensch not as being separate from or superior to nature, but as one who has achieved a profound understanding and connection with this ecological system. This aligns with what ecologist Aldo Leopold teamed Thinking Like a Mountain, developing a perspective that encompasses the long-term systemic impacts of our actions on ecological communities. The ecological Übermensch, then, might be one who has cultivated an extraordinary capacity for ecological perception and understanding. So they're able to read complex ecological systems and find a way in which to enhance them rather than degrade them in the process of also pursuing the self-enhancement. This reinterpretation finds support in Nietzsche's own light, particularly in his concept of amor fati. Nietzsche writes, "My formula for greatness is in a human being is amor fati. That one wants nothing to be different, not forward, not backward, not in all eternity. Not merely bear what is necessary, still less conceal it. All idealism is mendacity," sorry for the mispronunciation, "in the face of what is necessary, but love it." In an ecological context, this could be interpreted as an embrace of our fundamental embeddedness in natural system, recognizing that our fate is inextricably linked with that of the ecosystems we inhabit. Nietzsche's emphasis of self-overcoming takes on new significance in an ecological context. Rather than overcoming mere human limitations, the ecological Übermensch would strive to overcome the destructive patterns of human nature relationships that have characterized much of modern civilization. The Euro-transhumanist perspective promotes such an interdisciplinary approach to understanding and evaluating the opportunities for enhancing the human condition and the human organism, for an ecological reinterpretation of how we can do it as part of an ecological community. So I will now shift to how we can move away from the anthropocentrism and into more ecocentric values, considering other critiques to the Übermensch perspective. The reconciliation of the Übermensch with environmental ethics necessitates a profound shift from anthropocentrism with ecocentrism. It requires what Nietzsche calls a transvaluation of our values to extend them beyond human concerns in this case. Nietzsche is known for having critiqued the foundations of Christian morality and for having challenged basically ethical and cultural and philosophical foundations. We can take the same attitude that Nietzsche had to Christian morality and apply it to anthropocentric ethics and apply it to our current attitudes regarding the world. This shift towards ecocentric values also would align with what Holmes Rolston calls systemic values. The idea that values inhere not just in individual organism, but entire ecological system. The ecological Übermensch would be one who is able to perceive and articulate the systemic values, create new ethical frameworks that encompass the complexity of our ecological relationships. This would also align with, for example, the what ecofeminist Val Palmwood calls a mutual flourishing, the idea that human flourishing is dependent on ecological flourishing, and destroying the current cultural norms that seem to state that humans are an island would allow us to achieve this sort of understanding as well in our pursuit of becoming Übermensch. I think I'm a bit short on time, so I'm going to move on to some practical implications of what this means and how is this actually present in our lives, if it is present in our lives, this sort of reinterpretation. So the transhumanist interpretation of the Übermensch in an ecological context provides a compelling framework for reevaluating what constitutes human flourishing. The good life in the Anthropocene cannot be the same as a good life in the Holocene. This is something that we need to understand. And our new epoch demands thus this more nuanced and ecologically grounding understanding of human thriving. So, in particular terms, this reimagining of human flourishing in the Anthropocene might manifest as a shift from measuring success purely on economic terms and also measuring success in ecological flourishing terms. This aligns with the idea of donut economy and planetary boundaries, which looks at and the various institutes that are already working strongly at how can we continue to develop economically, but for economics to not just be the main thing that we're after. It's how can we be socially flourishing, ecologically flourishing? How can we make sure that all the things that matter for our planet and for the next generation to survive, how can we keep those going? Okay, I'm out of time, so I will stop here and yeah, you can go with questions.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, we have 5 minutes for questions. First one.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I was wondering, you explained very well the difference between Euro transhumanism and the classical transhumanism. But I was wondering, considering the relationship towards the nature, what is the difference between Euro transhumanism and humanism? Because both of them would argue, well, we need to take into account nature in itself. We need to have a livable place to live, and we must, at least Kant would argue, we need to sustain our planet. Why? Because of the dignity inside of ourselves. At least the practical consequences, I don't see how it differ. So my question is, do I miss a point, or aren't they so much in your presentation different?
Well, first of all, Euro transhumanism would argue for maybe similar things on a different basis. And because there's a different basis, like a basis rooted in naturalism and epistemic pragmatism, it can end up when you're discussing particulates in different implementations. Like, yeah, on broad lines, sure, we can say that practically both a Kantian and a Euro transhuman aesthetic could defend nature. But if we take it on a case-by-case basis, the fact that it's rooted in a different conception of the world as such would also end up resulting in different things. Also for the Kantian, the most important thing is this preservation of dignity. And what can have dignity? Well, a human can have dignity. There isn't really anything else that can be supported to have dignity. Hence, this is a big problem, because as a Euro-transhumanist, I would argue, you know, if the cat can suffer, okay, it might have more dignity, or a human might have more dignity or more capacity to suffer than the cat. I cannot ignore it. So that's...
Okay. Second question. Yes.
So I generally agree that humanism may be defined as the idea that humans are like separate from the rest of nature. So I think the ecocentric idea is very interesting, and the ecofeminism. However, I don't see the connection with the amor fati, because like someone could argue that extinction, for example, is the fate of all species sooner or later. And like love of fate could also mean a love, or at least acceptance of the fact of extinction. So why should someone choose life over extinction on the basis of amor fati?
So I'm taking this basically this idea that, you know, something that you can pursue for all eternity. So I'm for me, my interpretation of amor fati here is based on also the idea that a transhuman or the Übermensch or whatever takes control of their life and pursues a specific thing and develops it. So within this sort, if you have these characteristics within you, the fate that you create will, or that emerges as a result of these characteristics. Because this is also like a bit of a debate where I'm not 100% clear with how compatibilism would intervene in this, and what is actually fate, what is freely willed, and so on. So I don't have like a super precise answer to this right now. But I am tempted to go in the path where if your fate is partially dictated by this idea to transcend and transform values, it should be a fate that, you know, is livable, not that leads to death, ideally.
Okay. Yes, you had a question.
Okay. Andre, do you think that in Euro-transhumanism there is room for reflection on positive freedom? I mean, I don't know if you know, but Mark Zuckerberg has a book called The Green Leviathan, and it says that only with negative freedom we cannot face the environmental crisis, right? However, when we talk about Euro-transhumanism, as far as I know, we are thinking on Stefan works. So, and if I'm right, then we are thinking on, we have always been cyborgs. Then in that book, you don't reflect on positive freedom, only on negative freedom. So what do you think? There is room for thinking on positive freedom? And I think, and I mean for this autonomy. Now, what notion of autonomy may be fictitious, could be useful to face the crisis?
So I don't think Stefan is against saying you should not cross on a red light, you know, which is a form of positive freedom. Personally, I for sure am not against that. So there is, of course, room. Like the positive, negative freedom dichotomy, it is sort of an artificially constructed dichotomy to enable certain conversations. I don't fundamentally believe that it is a strong dichotomy. It's a soft dichotomy that we utilize for certain practical purposes within discourse. Now, I think there is room for positive freedom. I think positive freedom can also be necessary to ensure certain negative freedoms, because it's nice to state that, you know, if you just let everybody do what they want, nobody will get hurt. But in practical terms, that's not real. So you need to enforce negative freedom, in my belief, with positive freedom to political and legal means, and thus defend also negative freedom in the process. That's how I see it. Now, how you draw the lines and so on, I don't have a clear answer.
But just concerning, as you said, sort of the positive freedom is missing. Well, I do mention the relevance of the universal public health insurance. That's part of the positive freedom element, which already comes up in the Cyborgs book, and that in some other, in the backup book, no, Transhumanism, I do specify various types of positive freedoms. No, anyway, but but sort of concerning the humanism issue, I think it's important to first specify what do you exactly mean by humanism. And then you need to look back in the tradition, the meaning of humanism, going back to humanitas, translate to paideia, dignitas is related, Amuniosaka, Cicero. I've written a book on that. Anyway, but and the important part of that tradition is of humanism, of traditional humanism, is a categorical ontological duality. A binary categorical ontological duality, basically coming down to material, something immaterial. In Kant, causality, freedom. It's this kind of ontological duality, and that is and the ones who always have anthropocentric perspective, the ones who stand out, who deserve respect, they are the ones who belong to both realms. And those who are just objects, they just belong to the realm of causality, just to the realm of materiality. And that is the most dominant form of humanism in all parts of the world. There's, on a legal level, it's still dominant, with one exception. It's in Argentina, where an orangutan was granted personhood. Otherwise, animals are things, or supposed to be treated like things. Only humans are persons, because of the implicit categorical ontological duality. And that's sort of, there are other versions of humanism, but that's the dominant understanding of humanism. So it's not an evolutionary humanism, it's not a naturalist humanism. They wouldn't be covered by that. The other notion of humanism is the dominant one. And here we see sort of the difference between Euro-transhumanism, but also even transhumanism in the sense of Julian Huxley. Julian Huxley coined the term evolutionary humanism as well as transhumanism. He coined the term transhumanism in an article from 1951, and then he coined the term, both terms, evolutionary humanism and used transhumanism in the book from 1957. But they're basically identical. But that's a different notion of humanism than the dominant notion, which was always related to this categorical ontological duality. We stand out, we deserve respect because we've divine spark, we've got immaterial soul, and so on, autonomy, immaterial autonomy, we've got the soul, we've got created in God's image. These have been the justifications. And in contrast to this, and what I've been suggesting we've always been Cyborgs book was a person-centric ethics, developed version from Peter Singer, basically. What matters morally is the capacity of suffering, and that makes it person-centric because only suffering entities are morally should be considered morally relevant entities. And then we've got persons and non-persons, or various hierarchy of persons. So it's a different, completely, and that doesn't. And it's important to keep that in mind, that this is not a human-centric ethics, because some humans suddenly don't. In the initial 3 weeks, embryos don't have a brain and a nervous system. They're human beings, but they're not persons. Just as one example.
Okay, very much. I think this ends our. Thank you very much, Andrei, for this ends our session here, and we have like 15 minutes break. Yeah, coffee break, and then we'll reconvene. 15 minutes for the last session of our.
Okay, we've arrived at the final session of the day, and we have with us here David Roden. David Roden's work has addressed deconstruction and analytical philosophy, philosophical naturalism, the metaphysics of sound, and posthumanism. In 2014, he published a book called Posthuman Life, which explores the ramification of speculative posthumanism, the thesis that there could be agents originating in human social technical systems that become posthuman as a result of some technological alteration to their powers. His current work considers posthumanistic theories of agency and their implications for aesthetic and method. He also writes experimental fiction. His novella, Snuff Memories, was published by Schism Press in 2021, and his fiction theory collection, how do you pronounce this?
Xenoerotics?
Xenoerotics, thank you. Was published in 2023, also by Schism.
Thank you. You have the floor. Thank you. And I'd just begin by thanking Aura for encouraging me to submit and come to this excellent conference. I'm really enjoying it. Okay. Stefan Sorner's 2009 article, Nietzsche, the Overhuman and Transhumanism, employed a Nietzschean interpretation of the transhuman to critically examine the moral theory underlying rationalist or classical transhumanism. In doing so, Stefan introduced a belated and much needed speculative dimension into philosophical debate surrounding transhuman and posthumanism, and incidentally really got me into this whole area. It's, I think it was an incredibly seminal piece of work. Here I first consider the critique of rationalist transhumanism implied by his paper. This examination does not follow every contour of the original article, which has a more nuanced treatment of Nietzsche and transhumanism than I can provide. However, I will try to show how a critique of rationalist transhumanism can be derived from a Nietzschean naturalism. And then I'll consider the implications of a radicalized form of self-overcoming, hyperagency for this Nietzschean standpoint. So first, so rationalist transhumanists like Nick Bostrom sometimes employ the term posthuman to refer to descendants of current humans whose capacities exceed human capacities due to their enhancement by NBIC technologies. That's nanotechnology, biotechnology, information technology, and cognitive science. Enhancing capacities does not logically entail the enhancement of welfare, but it is also claimed that such beings could lead hugely better lives than baseline humans. So rationalist or classical transhumanism boils down to the claim that if NBICs can improve welfare by enhancing capacities, we should seek such enhancements, all other things being equal. However, Sorner suggests that there are no transcendent criteria for being posthuman and no general principles validating a human to posthuman transition. And this seems to follow from a Nietzschean ethical naturalism, which he espouses in that paper. And this claims that our moral ideas do not articulate freestanding moral norms, but are expressions of embodied power constellations, to use Stefan's term. Power constellations are heterogeneous and in constant ferment. Consequently, it makes no sense to take a single conception of the good and generalize it over humans, let alone to posthumans. The good of any body or constellation will be determined by its singular expression of power or becoming. Thus, there can be no universal relationship between enhancing functioning and improving welfare unless all goods are improved by enhancing any function. And this seems at least implausible. I'm not going to argue why, but I'm just leave it there. Thus, so in place of rationalist transcendent justification for enhancement, Sorner offers an immanent one. And this is conditional. This is conditional on the will to self-overcoming of secular moderns. who seek constant self-improvement. To quote, if you will to power, then it is in your interest to enhance yourself. Note, this hypothetical does not require that we know the result of enhancement, which is always uncertain. So Saunders' transhuman, like Nietzsche's Übermensch or overhuman, is not a prescriptive ideal, but an expression of a given constellation of desires and drives. Its inherent value cannot be prejudged because posthuman or transhuman bodies are still to come. And this is clearly consonant with a Nietzschean naturalism and process ontology. If values are manifestations of power, we can only discover new values through experiments in self-fashioning. From self-overcoming to xenophilia. The inherent futurity of posthuman ethics can, however, be radicalized if we adopt an unbounded posthumanism, for which there are no transcendental conditions that constrain the nature of posthuman agents. The most we can know a priori, given an unbounded posthumanism, is that a posthuman agent would have to become disconnected at some point from the wide human socio-technical network. And this is the position I develop in Posthuman Life, the disconnection thesis. And this tells us nothing about the nature or value of posthuman lives, other than that they will need sufficient functional autonomy to pursue lives outside the wide human network. And the wide human network can be thought of as a massive assemblage which consists both of kind of narrow humans, biological humans, and the various institutions and technologies and cultures and power relations that depend on us. Suppose with Stefan that a drive to become posthuman is indeed present in some constellation of powers. We noted that functional enhancement does not entail living better or even living well. However, becoming posthuman via disconnection does not even require enhancement, as I argue in Posthuman Life. Posthumans might result from a progressive enhancement of cognitive powers, much as in Werner Winger's recursive improvement scenario, the technological singularity. Or alternatively, our posthuman descendants might have capacities that we have no concepts for, while lacking some capacities that we can conceive of. So interpreting self-overcoming as self-improvement is inappropriate on two counts. Becoming posthuman requires alteration, not necessarily enhancement. And two, becoming posthuman might instrumentally eliminate selves or anything that we could recognize as a self or subject or agent. Thus, becoming posthumanism can only express an unbounded desire to become different or other through bodily alteration or biomorphism. And I've referred to this unbounded biomorphic drive as xenophilia. Unlike the Nietzschean subject, though, the xenophilic subject does not seek the maximization of power. An unbounded posthumanism, after all, affords no grip on what it is to become posthuman, whether that involves being happier, more powerful, more intelligent, etc. So insofar as xenophilia is, insofar as it's kind of realized, it has no object and cannot be satisfied. It's expressed philosophically in the deconstruction of filters on posthuman possibility. It is expressed aesthetically in the production of biomorphs, the asemic destruction of meanings and worlds, with, to quote the title of my present book, about previous book, Xenoerotics. Perhaps at bottom it is an expression of our imbrication within hypermodernity, within technological systems that ramify without end, a beheaded love. Hyperagents. Now, there are various ways of supporting an unbounded posthumanism, and I've sort of explored those over the years, and the xenophilic conception of posthuman becoming. But tilting in a Nietzschean spirit, the one I want to focus on here draws on the limit point of self-experimentation and self-fashioning, the hyperagent. With hyperagency or hyperplasticity, the concept of agenthood, self, or subject becomes impossible to regiment. Thus, we can no longer know whether iterated biomorphisms would result in more agency, less agency, zero agency, or some monstrously heterogeneous otherness. The minimal conditions for hyperagency can be delineated, though. A hyperagent would require an excellent model of its own functional or physical substrate and the capacity to modify that substrate. Every constitutive feature of its agency would be open to control and manipulation. Now, this capacity becomes of speculative interest if we assume a more modest naturalism even than Nietzsche's. And this is, a pretty milquetoast anti-reductionist materialism, according to which mental states, our mental lives, depend or supervene on physical states, but not reducible to them. Given anti-reductionism, there are no robust psychophysical laws or correlations. So a hyperagent could not reliably predict its own post-intervention psychological states by inferring them from post-intervention physical or functional states. Given a sufficiently wide scope for modifying its structure, its psychological future would be radically uncertain. It is often claimed that humans acquire a folk psychological understanding of our mental lives and actions, and it is on this basis that we can predict agents' beliefs, desires, and future actions and have some kind of social existence. And this seems to include rationality considerations. We impute the kinds of desires and beliefs to subjects that it would be rational for them to have, given their nature, their needs, and their circumstances. However, the possibility that a hyperagent's core desires or beliefs could be deleted due to modifications in its central nervous system could never be discounted on grounds of their rationality, truth, or ethical centrality. Consequently, hyperagents would have to be irrational and could not regard themselves, to use Sellers's term, as navigators of the space of reasons. They would consequently lack folk psychological capacities and require different forms of self-modeling capacity. In Rational Animals, Donald Davidson invokes what he calls the observability assumption, OA. And just a quote, an observer can, under favorable conditions, tell what beliefs, desires, and intentions an agent has. So it's the idea is that in ideal situation, given that something is an agent, we can figure out what it wants and what it believes by looking at the way it behaves through some process of intentional hermeneutics, if you like. Now, OA implies anthropocentrism of a kind regarding agency, and I suppose a kind of anti-realism regarding agency, because there couldn't be minds or agents, given OA, which transcend human powers to verify their existence, or at least under ideal conditions. So if we view realism as the idea that there could be truths of a certain kind that are verification transcendent, that transcend our powers to actually tell whether they're true or not, then the OA is a kind of anti-realism. Now, OA gives us a handle on which we could deny the possibility of hyperagency. We could retain OA, but deny that hyperagents are real kosher agents because we could not read them as agents even under ideal conditions. OA entails that augmenting my agency to the threshold of hyperagency would thus erase my agency. So, I could take, if that's the case, then you can take enhancements to the point where you get enhanced out of agency, you cease to be an agent. Now, intuitively, augmenting my agency cannot erase my agency, it can just augment my agency. Now, I don't want to suggest this intuition should be treated as an a priori truth, it's a hunch. But it seems no worse a hunch than the OA itself. After all, why suppose that the only kinds of agents that can exist are those that would show up as agents to us, even assuming that we can make sense of this? What makes us so special? Call this principle recursive improvement. That recursive improvement says if you improve an agent, you always get an agent out the other end. Okay? So there's a kind of tension between recursive improvement and the observability assumption, given if we assume the possibility of hyperagency. And here's the kind of nub of the argument for unbounded posthumanism. If OA and RI, if observability and recursive improvement, both, if you like, spring intuitively from our understanding of agency in the manifest image or the human life world, this concept, this understanding clearly tugs in two contrary directions and thus equivocates regarding the very scope of agency as such. It cannot bind human, it cannot thus bind post-human possibility. And if agency is unbounded, then speculative posthumanism is unbounded too. Okay, but is hyperagency really possible? Perhaps hyperagents are impossible in principle. If so, it can be discounted. The hyperagency argument for unbounded posthumanism can be discounted as an argument because hyperagents just wouldn't form any possible itinerary of enhancement or biomorphism. And I'm just going to briefly consider, very inadequately consider, three arguments for their impossibility. The first one I've already dealt with, really, agency elimination. Eliminating minds or intentionality implies eliminating agency. Consequently, and you know, if the OA is right, then if you're eliminating, if you're enhancing to or altering to the point that you become unreadable as an intentional agent, then you become literally mindless. You have no, there's no sense in which you have intentional content, you have beliefs or desires. Therefore, you're no longer an agent. The second one, self-ruin, is slightly different. It says hyperagency is naturally impossible because massive self-tinkering without a rational plan would cause any embodied agent to fall apart. So if hyperagents are irrational, they cannot, and they can't execute rational plans, and therefore, given this assumption, they would fall apart. So they would be naturally, if not logically, impossible. And then the third issue that's, I think, quite challenging for this line of thought is complexity. That the very capacities that I'm postulating that would allow hyperagents to constantly ramify and update their substrate would violate some sort of complexity bound on possible computations. So, as stated, yeah, I think we can just dismiss agency elimination since our conception of our understanding of agency as it stands just delivers these rather coarse hunches about the relationship between, okay, thanks, between observability and agency, and between the notion of improvement and the possibility of enhancement. I think we can dismiss self-ruin, or we can argue against self-ruin, because all a hyperagent needs is not a rational plan, but a reliable plan. That is, it needs some reliable way of computing updates to its structure that isn't going to lead it into Death Valley. You know, it wants to keep to the uplands of life and not Death Valley, and it needs a reliable way to do that. But reliability, a reliable system of representation doesn't have to be answerable to reason. So if all we need is reliability, then the absence of, then the irrationality of hyperagency shouldn't be a problem. Computational complexity, I'm going to be super brief on that. Okay, so the complexity considerations that I want to bring in here relate to the famous inequality between P and NP. So P stands for polynomial time hardness. An algorithm that runs in polynomial time will generally not take longer than a polynomial function of its input, and that's tractable. You know, it may increase by a lot given a certain increase of input, but we can manage it, and that's just kind of like most of the algorithms that we run are, you know, that are effective are polynomially efficient. An NP hard algorithm or NP hard problems are the ones whose solutions can be checked in polynomial time, but not necessarily solved in polynomial time. So P is so the P is not equal to NP inequality basically assumes that P is a proper subset of NP, that there's stuff in NP that isn't in P, and therefore there's a lot of stuff out there that is really, really hard and can't be computed efficiently. And the kind of example I want to give, though, isn't from the hypothetical capacities of hyperagents, but actual human agents. Human agents seem to have powers of rational belief fixation. That is, we manage to choose, we manage to make our belief systems coherent by selecting those beliefs that seem maximally, sets of beliefs that seem maximally coherent. But a lot of models of sorting out coherent beliefs are actually intractable. They're actually NP hard. And yet somehow we do it. So the point is, just because some algorithm for solving some problem might be intractable, doesn't mean that all the algorithms for solving it are intractable. That, you know, somehow we solve this coherence. It seems that we solve the problem of sorting our beliefs into coherent and incoherent sets and choose the most coherent sets. So the point is, if we apply an efficiency constraint on computational cognitive science, it still seems that there are things we can do that are remarkable and are computationally possible. And on that basis, I think it's at least informally arguable that what I'm proposing that hyperagents would do would not be inherently harder than what we already do in our own cognitive lives. So the conclusion is, if that's right, then the hyperagency argument for unbounded posthumanism holds. There are literally no filters on posthuman possibility a priori. And in that case, the desire to become human must be seen as a xenophilic desire for pure difference and not a Nietzschean form of self-overcoming, because we simply don't know, if we're striving to become post-human, whether we're going to be more powerful or more happy or anything. We're simply going to be different. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for some questions. Yeah, you can start if you have the mic anyway.
I'll start off by and I hope I'm not wrong in this, but I maybe recognize some similarities to Reza Negarestani's theories of commitment and such, like his whole notion of being human. So in this sense, I'm curious, how do you, if you relate differently to him, how do you relate to sort of like Langian accelerationism, and how does that kind of idea, you know, the outlook on capitalism as a vector for maybe accelerating towards like this sort of unbounded post-human possibilities. Yeah. How do you relate to that?
Okay, I think my difference with Land, who was very influential on me when I was figuring this stuff out, is more tactical. I mean, I'm not suggesting that I'm not suggesting that somehow acceleration for its own sake is an inherent good, or that we should somehow celebrate it, which I think Lamb does. Okay. I think that there is a kind of inherent, I think there is a sort of xenophilic drive within our current sort of technological setup. And I think that's just, and I think we wouldn't be doing this sort of work if we didn't, in some sense, instantiate that. So I just take that as part of our contemporary post-human condition, but I don't endorse it. I don't see any point endorsing it or criticizing it in a way. I think it's simply, part of our assemblage. I think with regard to Reza, Reza's later trajectory has been towards a very refined kind of rationalism. And I think that's where I kind of depart from him. I don't think we can presume that any kind of extension on agency of a technological, if you like, biomorphic kind will result in something that we could recognize as a rational subject. So it's the kind of geistig element of Reza's work that I depart from. I don't think this is a kind of Hegelian accelerationism. I hope that's a very schematic answer to your question.
Yeah, it clarifies a lot. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, David, for your talk. I have some maybe suggestions or questions for your the counter arguments against hyperagency. The last slide you had, the first with the agency elimination, couldn't the different kind of agency be reconstructed instead of eliminating agency? So eliminating the classical notion of agency, maybe another something else can be reconstructed. So then there won't be any elimination of agency. I mean, that's what
yeah.
Would you go for that?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of assuming a particular kind of rather rationalist conception of the agent that we find in a range of thinkers from, I don't know, Davidson to Dennett to Brandom to Reza Negrestani, I think, in various forms. So it's the idea is that I suppose it's essentially a Kantian conception of the agent as a subject of, it's a subject of reason. It's able to kind of understand itself as following intersubjective norms. It can evaluate its own actions in its own states and states of mind according to those norms. So it's a reflective, self-evaluative subject. We can and we can predict what such subjects will be doing using something like, say, a Dennett's intentional stance, by figuring out what it would be rational for them to do given what we already know about their body, their environment. Or we could bring in Davidson's radical interpretation here. I mean, there are variants on this. So I think this is, I mean, the reason I take that as a target is I think it's actually very, it's very well articulated in contemporary philosophy. So it's quite a juicy target from my point of view. One could alternatively take a more I feel like vitalistic conception of the agent as a sort of inherently sort of sensory, temporalizing expression of life. I think my own worry about that is that's also kind of a potential bound on post-human possibility that's very hard to justify. And there I'd probably use a different filter, different anti-filter. I suggest use something like the dark phenomenology argument. So the dark phenomenology idea is something I developed back in 2013, says there are aspects to our own mental lives, our own experience, which are dark to us, so that having an experience doesn't actually tell you what experience is. Phenomenology doesn't tell you what phenomenology is. So all this first person stuff actually barely gives us no kind of bounds on what consciousness is or what life is. So we can't generalize from our phenomenology to all points in post-human possibility space. So if that's the case, then the vitalist, I suppose the kind of standard critical posthumanist form of conception of the vitalist subject just won't cut it as a posthuman form of agency. It's just epistemologically too constrained and inadequate.
Thank you. Thanks.
I have just a very quick question about hyperagents. Assuming that technological or social systems at one point become hyperagents or self-organizing systems, what do you think that does to politics?
Wow. I mean, it's very interesting to. I mean, I suppose one way you might do this is I've tried to do this recently and probably failed, but is to use the hyperagent as a kind of model of a social system, as a technological social system, because they share a certain number of features in common. They're highly flexible. They're in constant ferment. There's no, if you like, distributed subject in charge. Their future is inherently unpredictable because of because of the very nature of the complexity of a planetary technological system. You never know, given some node of technological production, how that technology is going to be utilized on some other node. You know, it's very hard to predict the technological future. So you could argue that at some level we're already living hyperagential politics, because we're but not as hyperagents, but as parts of a hyperagent. And the problem, a bit like fleas on a cat, how do you then control the system? How do you provide some kind of solution to the problem that I iterated earlier? That is, how do you keep out of Death Valley? You know, how do you solve that kind of search problem? Is it so intractable that we will inevitably fail? That's kind of maybe one way of looking at it. We just, so maybe if hyperagents are possible, that's an optimistic idea, because that means that we're not, as a species, going to die imminently.
Okay, thank you. We thank you for the talk. It was excellent, and for all the great questions. Okay, and next, Damien Mingle will be here with us. Damien has a BA in philosophy from Asbury University and has carved a notable path in AI over nearly 2 decades. His groundbreaking AI algorithms have granted... Sorry, a mic, boo-boo. Have granted international accolades, establishing him as a thought leader in the field. A seasoned conference speaker, Mingle's insights have been featured in prestigious publications such as Forbes, Fortune, and Entrepreneur. Currently, he serves as a partner at Switchpoint Venture and president at Logic Plum, an AI company. His unique blend of philosophical understanding and AI expertise make him a compelling voice in discussions on Nietzsche, critical posthumanism, transhumanism, and metahumanism. Damien, you have the floor. You're muted. Okay, you should be good now.
All right. Excellent. Well, I'm so excited to be here with everybody. I wish I was there in person. Today, I think it's going to be very exciting it's exciting for me anyway, to be able to kind of delve into the intersection between philosophy and technology. And so, of course, my talk is on unveiling infinity, AI simulations, and Nietzsche's eternal recurrence. And the topic really explores how AI can help us understand one of Nietzsche's most profound philosophical ideas. So let's see if I can, there we go. We'll begin with an introduction to Nietzsche's concept of eternal recurrence. So this is an idea that posits all events in the universe will repeat themselves infinitely in the same sequence. And it challenges our conventional perceptions of time, existence, meaning, and it prompts a deep existential and metaphysical reflection. Nietzsche saw it as a radical test of one's ability to affirm life in its entirety. So with all its triumphs and tragedies. When we think about eternal recurrence, it's a profound metaphysical hypothesis that suggests a cyclical nature of existence. So it opposes linear notions of time. And Nietzsche introduces this idea in his book, Thus Spoke Zarathustra, as a thought experiment to test whether one could embrace life fully if every moment were to reoccur eternally. And the concept challenges us to live in such a way that we would welcome the infinite repetition of our lives, embracing the amor fati, or love of fate. When we think of evolution of AI, meaning artificial intelligence and VR, which is virtual reality technologies, we can see that AI's history really begins with Alan Turing, with his work on machine intelligence in the 50s. And this involves, or I should say evolves through the development of expert systems in the 80s. And more recently, with the rise of deep learning and immersive VR systems, the VR tech has similarly progressed from basic flight simulators in the 60s to highly immersive experiences that we have today. And these advancements have significant implications for our understanding and experience of reality. To give a bit more context, you can consider the milestones of such as the first introduction of the first consumer virtual reality headset, the Oculus Rift in 2012. It revolutionized how we interact with digital environments. And these immersive systems now incorporate haptic feedback and advanced motion tracking, and it makes the virtual experience almost indistinguishable from reality. And at the intersection of the eternal recurrence in AI simulations, we can explore how AI can mimic cyclical existence through advanced algorithms. So these simulations can create models of eternal recurrence, allowing users to engage with this philosophical concept in a very tangible way. By leveraging AI's ability to replicate complex systems, we can potentially simulate Nietzsche's concept, providing new insights into the nature of existence and time. For instance, AI could be programmed to create a simulation where every decision and event is repeated, analyzing how users adapt their behaviors and thoughts over time. Such simulations can offer profound insights into human psychology and the potential for personal growth and understanding. So let's look at some practical applications. So in ecological modeling, AI simulates complex systems like ecosystems, tracking variables such as species populations and environmental changes. For example, AI-driven models can predict how deforestation or climate change might affect biodiversity. And this can aid in conservation efforts. Similarly, in urban planning, AI models simulate urban development cycles, predicting how cities evolve over time, and support sustainable development by anticipating future challenges and optimizing resource allocations. And you can consider AI models predicting urban growth patterns by simulating various factors like population density, transportation networks, environmental impacts. Urban planners can use this to create more sustainable and efficient cities. And this cyclical approach helps anticipate long-term outcomes and optimize resources accordingly. When you think about like human behavior simulations, AI also excels here in simulating human behavior as well. By analyzing data from social media and economic transactions, AI models can predict social dynamics and economic trends and potentially political movements. These simulations offer insights into marketing, policy making, crisis management. For instance, AI can simulate and predict how different marketing strategies might influence consumer behavior. And this can help businesses make data-driven decisions. One notable example is AI's use in predicting stock market trends. So by analyzing vast amounts of historical data and identifying patterns, AI can forecast market movements, aiding investors in making informed decisions. Similarly, in social sciences, AI can simulate social interactions to predict outcomes of policy changes, providing invaluable data for government planning. However, with these sort of advancements come a lot of ethical and social implications. So ensuring equitable access to these kinds of technologies, AI technologies, is crucial so that it can prevent deepening of any kind of social divides. The privacy and autonomy need to be safeguarded so that we can have a robust data protection measure. And additionally, responsible development of AI might need to start to prioritize things like fairness, transparency, and accountability so that it can benefit society as a whole. Philosophers, ethicists, they need to work alongside technologists to address these kind of deeper implications, ensuring that AI enhances human well-being. So if you consider the ethical dilemmas in using AI for predictive policing, for example, while AI can identify crime hotspots and potentially reduce crime rates, it also risks perpetuating biases present in historical data. And this sort of thing necessitates a rigorous ethical framework to ensure AI is used justly and equitably. When we look at the interdisciplinary integration, there are interdisciplinary insights from cognitive science and philosophy, which are essential for developing effective AI simulations. Cognitive science helps improve the algorithms' learning processes, enabling them to better recognize and replicate complex patterns. The philosophical perspectives challenge researchers to consider the deeper implications of these cyclical models, and ethical considerations must be integrated into the development and application of AI simulations to promote social good and prevent misuse. As an example, research by cognitive scientist David Kahneman on decision-making under uncertainty provides valuable insights into how AI simulations actually can be designed to better mimic human cognitive processes. Philosophers like Luciano Fedori offer frameworks for ethical AI development and ensuring that these technologies align with human values and societal norms. AI plays a pivotal role in enhancing human capabilities, which is a core tenet of transhumanism. By leveraging AI, we can kind of extend both physical and cognitive abilities beyond their natural limits. As an example, AI-powered prosthetics can adapt to the user's movements and intentions, providing more natural and efficient control. And in the cognitive space or cognitive realm, personalized learning platforms and cognitive enhancement tools actually help to optimize the learning process and support decision making. You can consider the development of AI-powered exoskeletons for individuals with mobility impairments. These devices enhance physical capabilities, allowing users to perform tasks that they otherwise couldn't. Similarly, AI-driven cognitive tutors can personalize education and help to adapt the learning pace and style of each student, and thereby improving educational outcomes. So when we start to think about, when we start to think about AI and metahumanism, we can also think about how AI also transforms our understanding of human identity. So a central theme is, of course, which is a central theme in metahumanism, but technologies like virtual assistants and AI-driven social media platforms influence how individuals interact with technology and perceive their cognitive abilities. So these tools can actually alter brain function and social behaviors, prompting us to really rethink what it means to be human in a technologically integrated world. As an example, as an example of AI-driven social media algorithms, the algorithms curate content many times and personalize the user experience. We all know this. We live in this world that we're talking about today. And they significantly impact how individuals perceive themselves and their social environment. And this can lead to changes in self-identity and social roles. It can influence everything from a personal relationship to the societal norms. So AI simulations challenge really traditional notions of time and causality, and making our perception of time more dynamic and fluid. And by creating these environments where events can be replayed, reversed, and looped, AI offers a new way of really experiencing time that blurs the distinction between past and present and future. And this capability really invites a new interpretation of how events are interrelated and impacts our understanding of free will and causality. And, philosophers like Henry Bergson have long explored the fluid nature of time, and AI simulations bring these philosophical ideas to life. And they allow users to experience time in a nonlinear fashion. This experiential approach can lead to a deeper understanding of temporal concepts and their implications for our perception of reality. The the ethical implications of simulating eternal recurrence is quite profound. AI simulations compel us to confront the ethical dimensions of living in a world where every moment might be infinitely repeated. And this scenario emphasizes the importance of thoughtful and deliberate decision-making processes and aligning actions with long-term well-being and ethical integrity. Conversely, it could also lead to existential despair or a sense of futility, underscoring the need for continuous ethical reflections. For instance, AI-driven virtual reality therapy for trauma victims allow for patients to repeatedly confront and process traumatic events in a controlled environment. While this approach has therapeutic benefits, it also raises ethical questions about the long-term psychological effects of repeated exposure to trauma, and ensuring these simulations are used responsibly is crucial. So in conclusion, we've looked at some Nietzsche, very broadly, Nietzsche's concept of eternal recurrence, the evolution of AI and VR tech, and practical applications. And we've also looked at some of the ethical and some social implications. Ideally, I think some of the future research should kind of focus on developing more sophisticated AI models that can mimic human cognitive processes, but with exploring the long-term ethical implications of AI-driven simulations and examining those societal impacts of integrating AI into various aspects of life. Right now, there's a real mismatch at how fast technology is moving and the number of people who are willing to engage these kinds of topics. So we would love to see that kind of improve. Future research could also investigate how AI can be used to enhance the human well-being without compromising these, ethical standards we've kind of talked about broadly today. As an example, integrating AI into healthcare to improve patient outcomes is great, but we should do it, of course, while we're ensuring patient privacy and autonomy. And by maintaining a critical and reflective approach, we can harness AI's transformative potential to enhance our comprehension of complex philosophical concepts and potentially their implications for humanity's future. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now, any questions in the room? Yeah.
Thank you. Can you hear me, Damian? Yes. Yeah. Thank you for your talk and for looking at AI on the bright side. But as you know, many of us know, there's a big crisis in academia with ChatGPT and all that, and it's so widespread. So I wonder what is say the plagiarism existed even before the ChatGPT came into the picture. But what would you say is the responsibility of the AI makers on the side of the scientists in relation to the misuse of AI and ChatGPT? Could you say anything? I know we academicians, teachers, we have responsibility, yes. But what is what are the scientists, the AI makers' responsibility in these kinds of abuses of AI?
Yeah, from my perspective, I think they do have responsibility. It's shared responsibility. I think the attitude right now among many technologists is they look at it from can we achieve some breakthrough, and that is the sole objective. And from a humanity perspective, I think it's multi-objective, right? So it can't just be about the technology and can we bring it into the world and leave it up to people to kind of handle the technology appropriately. We've come a long way since we discovered fire, right? But probably in the early days, it probably wasn't so easy. And so there's some of that that's going on, that there's a real divide, and a lot of the technologists out there have placed the burden on groups like educators or academics for them to just bear the burden almost exclusively, and that's a real shame.
Thanks very much for a fascinating talk, Damien. I was curious about how a kind of VR simulation of eternal recurrence might work. I mean, would it be like, I was kind of, when you were talking, I was kind of imagining it as something like a sort of Philip K. Dick type nightmare, which you're plunged into and everything recurs in some kind of macabre and unsettling way. And I guess the worry is either it'd be a form of psychological torture in which you couldn't, if you like, extract yourself from the nightmare, or if you could extract yourself from the nightmare, then would it be an adequate simulation of the notion of eternal return? If you can just switch off the return, like you can switch off your gaming rig, is the kind of sense of existential kind of terror going to be enough to really, make you live through it, as it were?
Yeah, I mean, well, I think that one of the great problems for humanity is distraction, right? So we know how to distract ourselves from great terror many times. Sometimes that's used for good, right? And sometimes it's not. And in the US, as I imagine across the world, there's a great number of companies who are kind of clamoring to bring this technology to bear on their companies. And they are, I don't want to say, I'll use this phrase kind of more broadly, is they're a bit ignorant about really the philosophical impact of what they're doing. And they're kind of distracted, maybe with greed, maybe with optimization of an inefficient process. These are kind of low-level things of interest, but there are these greater things that we should maybe be thinking about on a philosophical context. So I think distraction is going to always be at play. I think really, truly, most of us have a infinitely repeating life. We get up, we do our morning routine, we have a coffee or tea or maybe a glass of water. We kind of go through the normal steps of what we do. Maybe we're off to work, we're off to the university. Our day kind of wraps pretty similarly. And so it's really easy in that monotony to kind of distract ourselves. Maybe in a pure sense, it's really difficult to kind of get to an eternal recurrence. I do actually think in a VR setting, it's very, as a matter of practical example, I'm in talks with a fitness gym that's big in the US, and their whole goal is to try to create a virtual reality avatar of a person who goes to their gym and really try to integrate their life outside the gym to show how their behavior impacts what they do in the gym and these kind of choices, and to try to break free from some of that stuff that distracts people or makes them understand that Damien at 10:30 at night who wants a bowl of ice cream is really defeating what they're trying to do at 10:30 a.m. The following day at the gym. So the world is kind of converging on this eternal recurrence in its own way, which I think is interesting.
Thank you.
I'd have one more question before we close the session, and it's regarding what also the first question was about the ethical implications of AI in general, so what you were bringing up as being a very important factor. Now, when it comes down to attention towards the ethical side of things, what I find very funny, for example, is like OpenAI or Anthropic speeches where they go, this matters a lot, but you know, we're paying OpenAI developers that are developing the base models $500,000 a year, maybe with stocks and everything, but we're paying the people in Kenya not even 10% of that a year to do the ethical side. So there, I find, you know, it's always a nice speech, but at the end of the day, I mean, you're in the venture world, so you know that at the end you need to deliver the returns. So do you believe that there's a pragmatic way of linking the ethical side with the returns without governmental intervention? Because the EU is trying to do that, like the EU AI Act, you know, it's a thing, debatable how successful or not it is. But do you see as a VC yourself a fundamental drive for this also from a profit perspective, not just from your own moral standing?
Yeah, so from a venture perspective, there's probably a multitude of ways to kind of handle this. I mean, the majority of groups do it just like you say, right? They kind of put lip service to something, and their hopes are it appeases the masses, right? Because there is uncertainty, and with uncertainty, there's breeds a lot of fear, and so population at large is concerned, but why are they concerned? Is it because they might not be able to put bread on their table? Or is it, you know, some of these broader questions, philosophical questions? That's probably up for debate. I see ventures doing a couple things. Either they get very comfortable with what we just talked about as the solution and say, you know, this is what everybody's doing, so we can fall in line and get the returns, and we'll be above the fray. You have other groups who kind of ask for that arbitrage between like Kenya and Silicon Valley to be smaller. It can't be as wide of a gap. And that should induce some sort of importance, because maybe in Kenya, you know, raising the salary could demonstrate a commitment or get a certain caliber of person or quality of person to be able to work on those issues. What a very small fraction of ventures are starting to do is they're uncomfortable with the world as it is, and they still have to generate returns. And so what they're doing is they're opting out of opportunities that can make great big money, but maybe with the wrong intention. And so they would say, you know, we're not going to do this opportunity. We're going to do this other opportunity because it's more in line with maybe ethical considerations at a company level, or it's a bit more fair, or it's a bit more transparent, or it emphasizes things beyond the sole objective of just money and returns.